Well, also when you line up two spherical objects and a light source, um, the the spherical object that is furthest from the light source will have like an S type shadow. They don't. It doesn't come out looking like a. It doesn't come out looking like you would expect, like a sphere or round. It's an S shape.
Yeah. So what Travis is saying is basically if you try to set up what they claim happens with an eclipse on a smaller scale, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like what we see in an eclipse if you try to replicate that on a smaller scale. There's a lot of problems with the eclipse claims for the globe. But the main factor is you need to have Earth curvature if you want to claim that the Earth is curving and causing a curved shadow on something. Do you have any more questions, Deep or Dritka? Dritika?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I have a question. Wait, if the Earth were anything except a globe, the shadow on the moon during the lunar eclipse that we see, it sometimes might look oval or stretched or even a line, square, anything. But no, it's always a perfect circle. How would you explain that?
Travis?
Well, if you take two spherical objects, let's say, for example, two bowling balls, and you line them up with a light source, so all three are in a row, and then you shine the light at them, the ball that is furthest from the light source does not have a curved shadow like you would expect. The shadow is actually S-shaped. Another problem with the eclipse is that's not, how do you know that's a shadow? What I see is, and we just saw last week, was the moon turning literally red. It wasn't, how do you know that's a shadow? Because here on Earth, on the ground, there's absolutely nothing in nature that will cast a red shadow from natural sunlight. So you have to prove that's a shadow first, and there's no curvature on the ground to cause that round S that you see on the moon.
Yep. So you have to assume that it's the Earth, right, that's responsible for what you're seeing during the eclipse, right? That's an assumption. Now, for that assumption to be true, you're going to have Earth curvature here on the Earth, which we don't have when we go out and measure the Earth. Okay. Secondly, a ball doesn't cast a shadow on another ball like we see in the eclipse. Also, during the eclipse, sometimes we see the sun and the moon both above the horizon at the same time during the eclipse. And on top of that, sometimes during the eclipse, the shadow is upside down, where the curvature of the Earth should be casting a shadow that's convex on the moon, but we see it upside down, we see it concave. So that also doesn't make sense, right? So whatever's going on with the eclipse, it's most definitely not caused by a globe Earth. It's impossible.
Well, the solar eclipse has some problems too. They say that the 2,000-mile wide moon is casting a 60-mile wide shadow on Earth. That's not something you can replicate. If you have a flashlight and you shine it at your hand, a car, a tree, or anything, a house, you'll never get that shadow to be smaller than the object casting it. For example, if I shine a light at a basketball, it will never cast a shadow the size of a marble. It will always be bigger than the object casting it.
But I want to answer the question Travis said, that how do you know that it is a shadow? Because the moon darkens exactly the same time when the earth comes between the sun and the moon. Like, we can predict the timing, the exact timing in advance. Already we have done that. And that only works if it's earth's shadow, and which is a pure globe. It's not a curve, it's actually a globe.
You can't actually prove that's a shadow because it's turning red. When you look at a blood moon, the moon is turning red. You don't know that that's a shadow, and those aren't predicted. It's a repeating cycle that happens over and over and over. It's called the Saros cycle. People just watched the eclipses for hundreds and hundreds of years and took notes and said, hey, it happened at this time. Then they're like, oh, 18 years and 5 days later, it happened again. And it repeats over and over and over and over. It's a never-ending repeating cycle.
Because the earth blocks direct the sunlight, like when the earth is exactly between the sun and the moon, no straight sunlight can hit the moon. So if the atmosphere scatters the short wavelengths like blue or violet, and it lets the longer red ones, and so wavelengths, that because it has longer wavelengths, it will pass through and it will cause the moon to be look like red.
Well, there's a problem with that because it's the absence of light. They say the shadow on the moon is a shadow. It's the absence of light. There's no light to refract. You can't refract a shadow.
He said because it looks red, the moon looks red. That's what he said.
Yeah, well, you can't replicate that on Earth. There's absolutely nothing in nature that will cast red shadows from natural sunlight.
I mean, if the earth is in between the sun and the moon during an eclipse, then why does the moon still get lit up red? It's only because it's by the sunlight that bent through the earth's atmosphere, which is a globe.
It's not possible. It's the absence of light that is casting the supposed shadow. It's so there's no light to refract or wavelengths to change colors. There's no light. There's nothing to refract in your model.
And if Earth is not a globe, then how we can experience day and night? Can you explain that?
Yeah, the sun moves. Just like you experience the sun moving in the sky, right? So the sun is moving in a particular path over the surface of the earth, and it isn't able to light up the entire earth at the same time, right? Because in the globe, right, they say the sun is 93 million miles away, and that you could fit 1 million globe earths inside of the sun. It's that big, right? It's giant, and it's 93 million miles away. We are not claiming that the earth is like that. I mean, that the sun is like that, right? The sun, just as it appears in the sky, appears smaller and more local, right? It appears roughly the same size as the moon, and they both take cyclical paths over the surface of the earth, right? The light from the sun, as the light moves away from you, right? The light pushing from the sun back to your eyes can't push forever through the atmosphere. Think about this, right? If it's midday in summer and you go in the ocean and you just go 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't see the sun, right? You can't see any light from the sun. It's pitch black. The reason is because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so air is also a medium, as water is a medium, but it's not as dense. So the air also absorbs the light from the sun. So as the sun is moving away from you to a different section of the earth, the medium absorbs the light.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
they
if
say
the sunlight can reach to the last Neptune, if it can reach till Neptune, why it can't reach till the end of Earth? Like if it is flat, it can still reach till the end.
Yeah, in the globe, right? You're thinking about everything inside the globe model. So you're thinking that Neptune is a certain distance away and that the sun is a certain distance away, and it's so big and it's so bright that it's able to push its light through the vacuum of outer space and reflect off Neptune, right? That's all part of the globe theoretical mathematical concept. You're trying to think that that's reality, but that's just a claim, right? That's just a concept. So in the globe, they say that everything exists within this big, giant, deep space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? And that we have all of these big balls of gas inside the vacuum, and we have these balls orbiting around inside the vacuum, and that we're one of them. That's the globe claim, right? That can't be substantiated empirically. It can't be tested using the scientific method. It just exists as a theoretical mathematical concept. What we can test is that the Earth is not curving. So we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet inside the globe Earth version of outer space. I'll try to find you an example of what I'm talking about.
I think they left us.
Yep, we've lost Dratika. He's gone. And we gained Amir. Welcome, Amir. And Deep, if you have more questions, let us know. Right? Eclipses are impossible on a globe. What's your next question? Deep, are you there, dude?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is not what we're claiming, right? So no real flat earthers believe this bullshit, right? That's what the meme says. Okay, so if you go to Google and you type in flat earth, you'll see images like this, right? We don't claim the earth is a flat disk planet floating around in space. That's not what we're claiming.
Then what is it about? Like how Earth is?
This is about testing the earth itself for curvature. And then when we test the earth for curvature, there's no curvature. We're not claiming to know the shape of the earth. We're claiming that there's no curvature present in reality, just like we experience. They tell us that most of the surface of the earth is covered in water. Right? Water is flat on the surface. It's common sense, right? Water needs a container. You can't have water on the outside of a globe. Water needs to be in a container, and the surface of the water is flat. So here's a picture, a photograph in the side chat, right? Flat water. That's all we ever experience, a flat horizon, flat water. Welcome, Garda. Welcome to the channel. Deep, just jump in anytime, man, if you have any more questions.
Yeah, sure, DJ. Thanks for the
Thanks, man.
explanation.
Yeah, not a problem, man. Thanks for coming by.
Welcome, Jedi, as well.
Oh, we have a Jedi in the house. Good to see you, man, as always.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, good. Just enjoying one of the last nice warm days of weather before it starts getting freezing cold.
Yeah. Season's changing, man, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What's going on in here? Anything exciting?
Everyone's been rather polite for the last hour, asking interesting, good questions, actually.
Wow, that's good.
Yes, yeah, Rugapeso, he said he would be back in 5 minutes to discuss the refraction coefficient, but I guess we forgot to add super refraction to that time, so he'll probably be back in like a month.
That would be super duper refraction.
Yeah, super duper turbo refraction.
Because I asked Grok about that. I said, how is it possible to have the exact same refractive index on different days of the year, different temperatures in different places? And it just couldn't give me an answer to that. Just kept saying, oh, it's refraction. It should be super duper magical refraction.
It has to be because I've been putting all of these observations into Walter Bisland's begging the question, reverse engineering bullshit refraction Earth curvature calculator, and I have to max out the refraction coefficient to basically 1.
Yeah.
0.98, 0.99. Every single observation, right? So there's so much refraction that it makes the Earth appear flat. That's what that's saying.
So the
It-
term standard refraction is meaningless because it's never used.
Yeah,
We always have to go like 400, 500% over standard just to match reality.
Ludicrous.
Oh, yeah, ludicrous. Exactly. Karen level refraction, basically.
I think Dubay or Nathan Oakley need to come out with the Oakley curvature calculator. So in some globe chart is like, oh, you need to use Bilzeland's calculator. It's like, no. You need to use the Oakley calculator.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's not going to happen.
I know, but you know what I mean, though, how they're like, well,
No, I get
like,
you. I get you. Yeah.
like, why are we required to use an anti-Glober's calculator? It's pretty ridiculous.
Well,
Or
the
an
thing is,
anti-clutter, I mean.
like, even if we give them their shitty reverse engineering begging the question bullshit calculator, it still destroys their globe. So, right, like every observation, we have to slide the slider up to like literally the flat setting. It should say flat at that setting that we have to like. It's making the globe so big that it would appear flat. That's what's happening in all of these.
Yeah, I watched one of those Bisland. It was like a 2-hour live stream he did with Kozlowski, and they were going through images they took, and one of their most famous observations that has the most views, what they had was convex, concave, and flat images all day long, and they just cherry picked the ones that matched the globe. But there's a 1-minute clip of Bisland saying, "Oh, look, we just proved a concave Earth because it was curving upwards."
They're completely retarded. That's the problem.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Like, they're delusional. They don't have a single observation where they've actually accounted for the meteorological conditions to even say that the K factor is this or that. They literally just have a slider where they're like, okay, in this observation, we see the horizon at 5 miles, but it should be at 1 mile. Let's slide the slider until it works on a globe and then say, oh, okay, the K factor was 0.67 on this particular day. That's completely retarded to do that, right? That's reverse engineering. Like, we shouldn't even have to explain how ridiculous that is to do.
Yeah, that's what McToon was doing during a live stream. He was saying, bring me any video that shows any type that is flat, and then he put it into that Bisland calculator. Like, see, it's just refraction. Then he was just sliding the scale back and forth. So
Yeah, just
wanted.
Just inflate the size of the globe until it works.
We should stop calling it refraction and just call it slide bar.
Yeah. Slide bar. Just slide bar it and then it works on a globe.
Just slide bar and it works, man. Yep.
Yeah, just slide bar it up to flat, set it to flat, and then it's a globe.
Yeah.
You just have to set it to flat and then, But when you look into like what's actually required in an observation to be able to have a refraction coefficient of basically where the Earth would look flat, there's so much refraction. You have to have these crazy conditions present that are super rare, where you have like this huge difference in the vertical change in temperature between point A and point B. It's impossible. And a lot of these observations, we don't see any miraging, we don't see any distortion. It's crystal clear, nice day.
Or night.
Or night, yep, they do it during the day and then they do it again during the night. It's impossible for these super rare effects like ducting to be taking place in clear conditions and then over and over again in all these different locations. It's also super rare to happen late in the afternoon when a lot of these observations are taken. So, yeah.
Has anybody got any experiments that they could post?
روحي وما ملكت يداي فداه.
All right.
Right on.
I agree.
Does anybody have any videos possibly of like refraction being viewed? Like it always gets to me, like if I'm on the water and someone's like southwest of me, like 3 kilometers, they can't see my so-called refraction. You know, it's like it's never viewed. I've seen it like small scales, like, you know, an aquarium with pencils and stuff like that. But does anybody have any longer videos of
You mean
longer
like
distances?
yeah, sure. Like yeah, I've got a good one here. 1 second.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, there's tons. But this is a really good one. Okay, so this is a ship here called, like, this is the ship in the observation. It's called the Mandarin Arrow. This is just a random picture I found of the ship, just to show you what it looks like. Okay, so here's an observation where this is the boat in the tracking radar here. So the Mandarin Arrow is anchored 12.4 nautical miles out into the ocean. So I think that's about 15 miles. All right, so this guy goes to the shoreline in the morning and he zooms out and he sees the ship. Now, this is all from a video that I'll post in a second, but here's some screenshots out of the video. So at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, we can only see the top portion of the ship, and the whole bottom section of the ship looks like it's hidden behind the horizon. Globers could cherry pick this and say, look, I've zoomed in and look, the whole bottom of the ship is missing. But this guy actually stays there and he keeps observing the ship as the weather warms up during the day. And the conditions actually change. And then 4 hours later, and you can see this happening gradually in the video, all of a sudden we can see more and more of the ship start to reappear as the air temperature starts to warm up, as the day gets hotter. 4 hours later, we can see the ship there, right? That's the exact same ship. We can see the exact same, we can see the whole ship now. The only thing that changed was the weather conditions. The observer height didn't change. The ship is anchored. So this is a good example of sinking, right? Sinking where you have warmer air, like a layer of warmer air closer to the surface of the water, and you have it gradually gets cooler as it goes upward, and that causes what's called sinking to happen. And yeah, this is a great example of that. So this would be classified as what the globe earthers call atmospheric refraction, which is essentially varying levels of different types of miraging effects. And this would be called sinking, which is it's like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage. But this is the same thing that we can observe on a smaller scale when we recreate it as well. And yeah, it's primarily controlled by temperature. I'll post the video as well, so you can see the whole thing done.
Awesome, thank you, DJ. That was great.
Yeah, it's a good one. We see the same thing in other observations, like that black swan, where they show, oh look, this is what, like, how come? Look, the oil platform habitat looks like it's sinking behind the horizon in this particular observation. And it does, but it just fits the definition of sinking perfectly, right? Because the definition of sinking is something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath the horizon, right? And even though the actual line of sight to the object is unobstructed by anything physical, it gives that appearance that it's sinking. So I'll just post some citations quickly to back that up as well. And they can't deny this because it's their own mainstream claims, right? So here's Oxford, right? A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And I'll drop more because it's good to have more citations. Okay, so here's so-called subject matter expert Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, optics of the atmosphere. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. This effect results from vertical refractive index gradients near the surface that produced curved ray paths. So yeah, all of the citations that you can pull up will essentially say the same thing. And then we can put that's explanations, and then we can sort of put that to the test as well on smaller scale. Like Skyfree's channel, it has hundreds of observations showing this same effect. But I'm just uploading one now where we got a flat surface and we got a little toy boat, and then they put the toy boat like 5 meters or something like that away from them. And then as they lower the camera down close towards the surface, the flat surface, it looks like the boat becomes obstructed bottom up drastically. And the only thing that's causing that is the heat, right? Because as you get lower, you start to look through that hot layer, because the sun heats up the concrete, right? So it makes like a warm layer of air above the concrete, and that's what's causing that sinking effect. It's causing the refractive index to be lower where the air is warmer, and then the refractive index is higher where the air is cooler, and that gradually happens as you go up. So the light will deviate towards the denser medium, just like what we see with the pencil or anything like that, except instead of a sharp angle, it's a gradual change. So here's the observation here in the slideshow. So with this one, right, if that concrete wasn't hot, you wouldn't see this effect at all. It's only because the concrete's hot that we're seeing that effect. So that's the primary factor that's contributing to this inferior mirage that we can see.
Temperature. Yeah. Cool.
Temperature, yeah.
What about so like essentially kind of that's awesome. That was a great explanation. What about like a curved laser over distance is kind of what I'm more so getting at. Is there anything like that? Like it to me, it's like the viewers, you can't view refraction really. Or not that I've seen anyways. Like they scream refraction at the top of their lungs, but when it comes to observing it, it's kind of like, you know, it's there or it's not. It's not like someone at a distance can you view a laser curving, following the water surface curves or anything like
I've never seen anyone present an example of a laser perfectly bending around a curved surface.
Yeah, that's
but
what
you can definitely. I've seen lasers, the path of the laser deviate if you manipulate the temperature.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like I've seen lasers bending upward, looking like they're bending upward.
Okay,
I
that's kind of.
I don't have that. Yeah, I don't have that video, but I'll try to find it really quick. It's like drastically bending upward, and I guess it could bend downward as well. But to claim that it's perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth, right, in every single laser test that we do, is the dumbest claim ever. It's crazy.
It's
like if we go to a 10-mile lake and you should have 66 foot of curvature, they'll say, oh, the laser's perfectly bending 66 foot around the curvature of the Earth and hitting the target. And then we go to a 20-mile lake. It's like, oh, now it's perfectly bending 260 foot around the curvature of the Earth. And then we do it on a different day, or we use a different spectrum laser in different conditions, and it does the same thing all the time. It's the dumbest claim ever.
Yeah, they don't think it through logically like that. I don't think.
Yeah, I think they're just coping. It's like cog dis, or they're like hypnotized or brainwashed or something like that. They can't rationally think about how ridiculous their claim is, or they just don't understand the claim. When they say refraction, most of the time they have no idea what they're talking about. And if you quiz them on it, they'll just butcher it. They'll just say, refraction, when the light bends around the curvature of the Earth. That's all they've been taught to say. They know how to make the sound out of their mouth, refraction, and then they know how to say, it's when light bends. That's all they know. It's like, what's the mechanism? They're like, look it up, idiot.
Yeah, it's so dishonest. So dishonest. It blows my mind how even some of my close friends are just so dishonest with themselves.
Yeah, I'm finding the more and more they start lying about, they'll start saying, the person doing the observations lying, right? They're changing locations or they're using CGI. Like they're starting to get into that because some of them are starting to realize you can't explain this with their refraction claims, right? It's not possible to explain this observation on a globe with refraction. So they're like, he has to be lying then, right? He's changing location. How do we know he's not CGI?
Yeah, it's almost even better that way because they can go reproduce it themselves. They're too lazy or whatever the case is. But they're sitting here saying they could be lying to, and they could just go do it themselves. It's ridiculous. That argument to me just makes them look so bad. It's crazy.
Dude, I bet so many of them have gone to do these long distance observations and just refusing to release any of their results, because we all know what's going to happen if they release their results, right? They're gonna wreck themselves.
Yeah.
Look, there's hardly any flat earthers compared to how many globe earthers there are, but we've got like all of these observations we can just present one after the other. Like they don't have that because it doesn't. Like, it's impossible for them to have that, right? They don't have any curvature.
Yeah, that speaks volumes. That statement right there is detrimental to their ball Earth.
Yeah. And not even close, right? They say standard refraction's like 8% or whatever, like, so the horizon should be, instead of at from a 1 foot observer height, instead of 1.225 miles, it should be at like what, 1.3 miles or 1.4 miles or something like that. But we see the horizon at 5 miles or 10 miles or 20 miles. There's never one observation where it's even matching their refraction. So even if we grant them their bullshit begging the question refraction, it still destroys their argument. That's right. Yeah, sure. Account for standard refraction. We don't see any miraging, so go ahead. That's fine. Or they'll say, oh, the observer height. How do we know he was really 1 foot off the ground? It's like, dude, like, okay, we're going to give you 20 foot. And it still destroys the globe. You would have to be 66 foot off the surface to have a 10-mile horizon. 66 foot observer height.
Yeah, they're just getting obliterated.
Yeah. That's why they avoid the long distance observations like the plague.
Yeah, it's funny to listen to them try to run away from that. Like when Alpha holds, he holds him to it. He doesn't let him get off it. It's pretty entertaining. Well, all of you guys really, but
yeah,
it's
we could just hold them to the curvature in every conversation and just easily just destroy them every time, because the prerequisite to all of their additional claims beyond the curvature, it just requires the curvature to be there in the first place. It's like, so you can say, oh, my unicorn, does this and my unicorn does that. It's like, dude, you're gonna have to prove that unicorn to begin with, right? That's step one, prove that you have a unicorn. And then we can talk about all of the things that the unicorn can say and do and blah, 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 and all of these tricks. But yeah. So yeah, it's sucks to be a glober trying to prove the globe. I mean, we even had an aerospace engineer in here earlier today, Josh Ingersoll. And when presented the long distance observations, he said, that's interesting. I don't have a rebuttal for that. I'm going to have to look into it further. Right? Even this highly educated aerospace engineer didn't have any rebuttal at all for the long distance observations. Because there aren't any rebuttals. I think it'll get to a point soon where the globers will be avoiding the word refraction like the plague, right? Because it makes it nearly impossible for them to make hyper-specific claims about ships over the horizon, or this thing in the distance is a little bit lower than what it should look like. Because of the Earth curvature, right? They don't have that because they're not able to hyper-specifically measure the temperature gradient vertically between point A and point B, which is the primary controller of all of these differing levels in miraging effects, which the globe side calls atmospheric refraction, it's their worst nightmare. And even when I talk to AIs about it, right, they say like refraction's the globe's worst nightmare.
Yeah, true that, man.
Yeah. When I say refraction, I'm not talking about Snell's law. I'm talking about how you can just have a change in the refractive index in the air, which is primarily caused by temperature. That's all. We don't even need to call it refraction. We can just say there's an refractive index gradient in the air. When we test it on a smaller scale, you know, it makes things in the distance looks like they're rising or sinking. Like Sky Free, that's a great channel. He does, they do small scale tests where they'll set up blocks or something like that across their flat floor, and then they'll get down low to the floor and they'll film it, and you can see all of the blocks in a straight line. Then they'll start changing the temperature and changing the weather conditions in the room, and then all of a sudden you'll start to see the blocks curving as if they're curving around a curving floor. Obviously the floor is not curving, and obviously we could see before they adjusted the temperature that we could just see the blocks in a straight line. Now all of a sudden it looks like some of the blocks are hidden bottom up behind an apparent horizon. What did they manipulate to cause that effect? And it's the temperature, primarily the temperature, and then there's other factors as well, like the humidity and things like that. But it's mostly the temperature, and they actually take temperature measurements. They have a thermometer down low to the floor, and then they have another thermometer at a certain height, and they have like 4 thermometers or something like that, where they're taking different readings, and it lines up with how the mainstream says that these miraging effects like looming and sinking and whatnot occur when you have a gradient vertically of different temperatures.
I thought it was very fascinating in one of the Sky Free videos, showing on the little pond and showing boats disappear before the geometric horizon. That was pretty like eye-opening, like, wow.
Yeah, there's could be no geometric horizon over that small distance.
Well, there's ones on some ponds where there was a geometric horizon, and they took their little boat out, and before that geometric horizon, it disappeared.
Yep. Yeah, I'll post one in the side chat that I like. Yeah, if you have a look at this one in the side chat, all they're doing, they're setting up these little Lego blocks across their floor. And then they manipulate the temperature, and all of a sudden we see very similar to what we see happening in the Lake Pontchartrain power lines observations. And you also see the little red light disappear as well.
Yeah, that is a great video.
Welcome, TT. Welcome to the chat. Dub.
Bye, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
And good afternoon.
Where are you from? Dadros? Dadroach?
Yes,
Where are you from?
I'm from Morocco.
What brings you to our lovely server today?
Uh, it's time 20. 20.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry about that.
20 p.m.
So, what brings you here to our room?
Where are you from, you?
Hawaii.
You're from USA?
Yes.
Guys, I have a problem in the math. I have an exam.
What's the problem?
Uh, I take the picture and I have a problem in the math in the equation.
Take a picture of it and put it in the side chat.
Yes, but ChatGPT is is not correct.
Well, Chat GPT is wrong about a lot of things. It also says that we live on a globe and we do not.
No. How old are you? Travis,
How old do I
are you?
sound?
How old are you?
How old do I sound?
16.
Close.
And you?
Very close. You sound about 18.
18. Plus 2.
So, what brings you to our lovely room? How did you land here?
I need to study in English between. I have a problem in English.
What's your problem?
Communication.
You're communicating pretty good right now.
Very good. Thanks. But I have a problem in the writing.
Well, what's the problem? Tell me about it.
I can't write it.
Well, it's gonna take a lot of practice. Lots and lots of practice. Can you write the alphabet?
But I have a problem.
What's the problem?
In the writing, I need. You have a solution?
You got to shake
Hey,
your
What
hand or
about
something.
Huh?
writing in particular?
You can't hold a pencil. What's the problem?
Yes, I have a pencil.
my associate T Dub is a master at writing. He can help you.
He's a master.
A true master, yes.
True master. Yes, very good.
Um, uh, yes, of course. What you must do. Why are you doing this to me?
Yes?
So, you have a phone that can take pictures, Dad wrote?
Yes, I can.
Okay, here's what I want you to do. Take your pencil
Yes.
and a piece of paper. I want you to write this
Yes.
sentence.
I have a
And
paper.
write this sentence. Earth is not a globe. Then I want you to take a picture of it and we'll judge your handwriting skills.
I have a pencil and a copybook. What's alright?
Okay, you got your pencil handy?
Yes. I'm right.
Okay, write Earth,
Earth.
EARTH,
Yes.
is,
Is
yes, not
is not
a,
a
yes, globe.
a
Correct. A. Earth is not a globe.
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 Yes.
Now take a
Repeat.
picture of it and put it in the side chat. We'll judge your handwriting.
Repeat.
Earth is not a globe.
Repeat.
Earth is,
Earth
yes,
is
yes,
not
yes.
a globe.
Correct. Good job. Now take a picture of it and put it in the side chat so we can judge your handwriting and we'll tell you how to make it, we'll make it better looking. We'll turn you
Yes.
into a master.
Wait, I have a phone and I take my picture.
That's correct. Take a picture of what you just wrote
Yes.
and then put it in the side chat. In the, you see how you can take pictures and text and we can see it?
Yes. I need. Wait.
And then we will look at it and tell you how to make it better.
Oh, he dropped. I remember being asked if I was going to be on the front page of the news, what would I want the headline to be? Mine was Art Prize winner punches Prime Minister.
I like it. It's awesome.
It's a good one. Yeah. Have you heard of
Mine would be Average Joe
what's yours?
is selected to write headline.
Oh, that's a cop out. You're supposed to be a literary genius, T-Dub.
I thought that was pretty good.
Major art winner convinces Trump Earth is flat. How about that?
I've seen a dude that he'll like he'll take a sentence like from the Bible or something, and he'll read it in modern English, right, and then like read it in English like 100 years ago, and then read it in English like 100 years before that, and then read it in English 100 years before that, and like show you how it's changed, like, and goes like way back. And it sounds like he's speaking Welsh or something like 500 years ago. It's like, what the heck? I can't even understand it.
Well, I was watching Samson and Delilah, Cecil B. DeMille epic from the 50s, and Samson was speaking Old English. So maybe it goes back further than that. Because he was going, thy God, thy Lord, and all that sort of stuff. Which is pretty funny. Victor Matura. Dedros is back. Welcome back. Are you a native Arabic speaker, Dedros?
I can take a photo.
Goodness.
You can't take a photo, or you can't post the photo.
Because I have a computer.
Well, sounds like quite the problem that you have.
Yeah.
First world problems. Damn.
Do you have a phone?
No, I have a tablet.
Does your tablet have a camera?
Yes.
Well, could that possibly be a solution to your problem?
But I have a Discord in the tablet.
You do or you don't?
Wait.
So, can you send it to your computer?
Yes.
So send the picture to your computer, and then use your computer to upload it into here.
Yes, yes.
We also provide technical support here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Saw this interview with this comedian, and he has this game. He plays with other comedians, and they do a challenge. So you give someone one word and the name of an actor. They have to do an impersonation using just that word. And he used example Liam Neeson, bananas, and he goes bananas. That's funny. Bananas.
Bananas, 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 bananas. I will find you. Bananas.
Bananas. I'll find you bananas and I'll kill you.
I can't.
Do you have to log out of Discord to take a photo?
No, because I'm in tablet. I don't have a possibility to take a photo.
You know what? Just don't worry about that, right? Because it's just going to be like a big letdown anyway when we get the photos. So just don't worry about it. Yeah.
What did you say about Morocco?
I asked, what was your native language? Is it Arabic?
Yes, I can. I have a language Arabic. ماذا تظن بشأن المغرب؟ ماذا تعتقد، هل هو جيد أم لا؟
Yep. Haga baga.
It's Arabic. You have a possibility to start in Arabic.
Mahaba.
I was thinking we could write. I was thinking we could use Arabic if you really get stuck on something. But it sounds like you're communicating okay.
What is Mahaba?
Marhaba, c'est salut en français, in French, and hello in English.
Ah, right. Okay. There you go. I know something.
And hola in Espanol and Espanol.
Hola.
Hola.
Yeah, it means hello. Habibi.
Habibi. It's
Habibi. Come to Dubai.
Come to Dubai.
Yeah, Habibi. These flat with VC people are really good, better than the other VC people.
You are from Dubai?
No, I'm from India.
India.
Yeah. What I must say, these VC people are really good.
But you have a family in Dubai?
No, brother. I'm just like, what
Just
we
like
can say.
Burj Khalifa.
No, brother. Like,
yes,
like that.
Did you say Burj Khalifa?
So, guys, do you know about what's happening on 24th? Do you guys
The
know about
24th?
that?
No,
Yeah,
the
what's
tower,
happening?
tower, Khalifa, tower. in Dubai.
The half eclipse. The half eclipse of moon gonna happen on this day. What do you think about that?
Another one?
Is there a eclipse?
half
Yeah,
one.
it's one in Africa, is it?
Yeah. So what do you guys think about that?
No, Nazi.
Oh
I
fuck,
think it's
bro!
pretty
What
cool.
the fuck is that? Nazi. Like if the sun is there and the moon
Dubai
is
in Nazi.
behind it and half, and we are on the land that is flat. It's kind of absurd, but it's okay. I'm also flattered with you guys.
No, nobody knows what causes an eclipse.
Okay.
I was going to say a ball doesn't make a curved shadow on another ball. It makes a complex curve, which is all wobbly. And we should see the moon on its approach. It should be silhouetted as it approaches. But it's completely invisible till it hits the sun. It's ridiculous.
Well, what about the Hellenelian eclipse?
Selnelian.
No, the Hellenelian.
There's another one called Hellenian. I gotta look that up.
I'm just inventing it.
Ah,
Guys, I have information international about Morocco. Uh, he will organize the World Cup in 2030.
In 2030,
Yes,
the World Cup will be in Morocco. Wow.
yes, and Portugal and Spanish.
Apparently, being a World Cup delegate is a good job because a lot of countries want to bribe you so that you'll choose them. So apparently, it's a very good job. Mm.
Yes.
How many countries in the Olympics? How many countries apply to go in the Olympics? There'll be a few.
I need uh
There's usually about 6 or 8 countries competing for the World Cup, isn't there? Usually
no 50.
Hello there.
50,
70.
Hello there.
70. Holy moly!
Hello there.
They're all trying to out bribe each other with the delegates, and the delegates are going, "Oh yes, yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's nice."
Guys, the Earth is triangular. Don't believe him. I saw it when I was back out of space, before I came to. God damn. Most of the. Damn. استغفر الله العلي العظيم. المهم يعني as I was talking, like I saw the earth from above and I said damn, the whole time we are debating about the earth was flat or rounded, and it's right now, as I can see, it's a triangle shape. It's just crazy for me how, and I thought to myself, if I like go back to earth, how can I like convince people that of what I saw, you know what I mean? So I mean, it's you, bro. I don't have that enough time, and I'm not in like in the mood to make you guys accept the facts. So it is what it is, bro.
So Earth is a pizza slice rather than a whole pizza?
What flat?
Raw Dog, hello.
Yes. What is a flat? There's no such.
Yes, the Earth is indeed flat.
No. I disagree. Think so.
Yes, I know so.
No, I don't
It's
think so.
measured as. Why not?
Well, because I believe
Looks
it's
flat.
flat.
Looks flat.
Yeah, to you,
Yeah.
to me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
But I don't
and
disrespect your opinion. All right.
That's good.
It's your choice to believe.
It's also measured flat. So all of our navigation is done
Yeah, for me, I think
with
so.
a flat Earth.
Talk about whether the Earth is flat or not. It doesn't matter.
Hmm.
Your time, kids. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Gonna ask me if you want to do the impression game.
Hi, Batman.
Yo, what shape is the Earth?
Hi. Hi.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Is the animals eat the people? Are this good or bad?
Will somebody talk?
Actually, you're right. Example, the people eating the cow or the goat. Why the animal doesn't eat us? Why? Why just we eating the animal? And if animal eat the people, we say this dangerous. This isn't good. Right. You're very genius. You're a genius. You're smarter from Einstein.
So there is like no debate. All right then.
Hey, King, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The Earth is it flat or a circle?
I don't know.
I will give you the answer.
Okay.
The Earth is donut.
Hmm.
Did you
What
know
flavor?
did you know the reason?
No.
No. Because Naruto became the Hokage. From this reason,
Actually, he never did.
What?
He never did. Bororo is not canon.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to disagree on that.
Okay.
No, it's not canon. No, it's not canon.
Yeah, this man is lying.
No, it's not canon. If it was canon, it would be a good series, but it's not. So it's not canon.
Nah, maybe you're stupid.
No. If I
Did
was
you know-
stupid, I would be watching Bororo, which I'm not doing.
Look.
Boruto,
Did
or
you know?
whatever it's called.
Did you know what's this Murshid? This is a genius. This scientist.
Yeah.
This is the smarter man in the world.
Yeah, well, if he's a scientist, why did he watch Boruto? Dude, I'm just being honest with you. I'm sorry.
Him in a disc in space. That's nonsense, dude.
You guys are retarded.
Like he will come
Do
again.
what it do, man. You know what I mean? They've all got their own paths. They want to bang their head against the wall, and they'll eventually all get the same result. Like it's not like we're gatekeeping anything or holding any special info back for the right one. Or it's the same answer to everyone.
Is anyone here an expert on the flat Earth?
Yes, me.
Who? Sorry, who said that?
Me.
You're an expert?
You know why? I'm not expert in flat Earth. I'm expert in geometry.
No, I'm looking for an expert on the flat Earth.
If somebody said that it's a flat Earth, he must be also expert in geometry.
So nobody here is an expert on the flat Earth?
Okay, bro, 1 sec. How many years of experiencing the Earth as flat and motionless do you need to become an expert?
I don't know. I would assume you guys would be the experts on
Well,
that.
I've got 50 plus years of experiencing the Earth as flat and motionless. Am I an expert?
Okay, so you're an expert on the flat Earth?
Well, if that qualifies me as an expert.
I'm asking
How many
you.
years do you
I don't
have?
know why you
How
keep
many-
deflecting.
How many years do you have of experiencing the Earth as flat and motionless?
It's a simple question. You don't have to try and flip it. Are you an expert on the flat Earth? Yes or no?
You might
If
be.
You're not,
You might be.
keep it moving.
You might be. You
I'm
might
asking
be
you.
yourself.
I'm asking you. Do you understand how a
Are
question
you-
works? I'm asking
Are
you directly,
an
and you need to answer.
Because you could be. You might not even need to ask one because you might
I'm
be
just
one
gonna
yourself.
go ahead and
You don't need to clock yourself to
ignore
expert,
you.
Booger. You don't need to.
What's
clock
your
yourself to
definition of expert?
Exactly.
I mean, I would assume you guys would have like a standard since you are the flat earthers and you've
Well,
been
when you
around
say
for a while.
expert, that means
So is anybody here? Simple question. Simple question. I don't want to get into 20 questions. Is anybody here an expert on the flat Earth? If not, then I'll go away. I want to talk to an
Hold on,
expert.
dude. You already got your shot. Booger, are you saying you cuck yourself to experts? You're just gonna listen to what
Okay.
Daddy says.
Is anybody here an expert on the flat Earth? Yes or no? Because I have some questions about the flat Earth that I want
If you're
answered.
gonna cuck yourself to experts, yeah, I'll be your expert, Daddy. That's fine.
So you're okay. So you're not an expert. You're just trying to role play
I am.
because you're some
Yeah.
kind of sick, twisted, gay man on the internet.
No, I
Gotcha.
am.
I'm not interested in your role play fantasies. I'm looking for an expert on the flat Earth.
No,
You can take your gay fantasies to another chat.
Oh, and since you cuck yourself to experts and what they say, yes.
Here we go with your gay fantasies. That's not what this room is for. It's not about your homosexuality. It's about the flat Earth. I'm waiting to hear an expert. An expert on the flat Earth can speak up, and you can, get to your weird gay stuff somewhere else.
Me.
Ask him. That's him.
No, I'm not going to engage with this weird homosexual guy.
Okay, ask any flat earther.
Booger, talk to me.
No, I'm looking to ask somebody who is an expert. I'm not trying to ask because you guys all just like deflect and don't answer questions. So I'm looking for.
You don't. Even if they someone does stand up and say, hold on.
Ask your question or shut the fuck up.
He stuck his fingers in his ears.
Well, fuck him.
It's a stupid question because he's going to be like, "Oh, well, I don't think you're an expert." It's what they do with their experts when you hold them accountable. They throw them under the bus.
Well, he wants an expert, so at least let him define what an expert is, so we can search among us and see if there is one of the things.
All right, share your globe expertise, Ricardo.
Oh, you came back?
He's back to cope and seethe again.
Oh, he is back. They can never stay away for too long.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Can someone send a diagram of how the sun works?
No. Next question.
We don't care.
I'm old.
We do not care.
I'm old, but I'm not that freaking old, bro.
What is the sun? Oh, you don't know? Yeah. Okay. Well, then next question.
I cannot go to sleep if I don't say.
Next question. We already told him then, like, there's no testable mechanism. He's just like respawning on the same bullshit that he's already been spoon-fed the answers to like a dozen times.
Can you guys send a diagram?
You must be stupid that you have to keep asking these questions. I said no. Next.
There's no way to see the whole Earth, Ricardo. So no.
So there's no map, there's no diagram of the sun. Okay. What about the moon? Can you guys send one for the moon?
You don't know what the moon is.
Well, map, yeah, just any map.
There's lots of maps.
There's a wee clue here. See if you can't go and touch it. We can't claim what it is, so we don't.
You wouldn't know how to use a map anyway. You'd get lost if you tried to, so don't worry about it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Even the globe doesn't have such a thing called the map. There's tons of maps, dude. There's no like this is the one map that represents all of reality. So I don't know.
There you go. It's in the chat.
Yeah, look at that.
And I don't think is there not still more as well after that. There might be.
Hey, Ricardo, is there a globe to map? Like a globe to go, but a globe to map?
Yeah.
All right, post it.
There is a globe? Okay, yeah, prove it.
Post the elevation profile of the globe map.
Oh, I thought you meant like someone has like mapped the globe onto
Post proof of the globe. So that we know that there's a globe, so that we can start mapping the globe. We gotta first know there's a globe, so post that proof.
I don't have any proof that it's a globe.
Yikes.
Neither do we. Neither do we,
Yeah.
dude.
I'm not saying I believe
right.
it's a globe.
All
I
right,
never
bro.
claimed that it's a globe.
Matter, dude, it's the heliocentric model. It's not that it's been implied on you, or it's your claim or standpoint, or you have to, defend it or any of that nonsense. The point is that this is what we're told reality is: a globe in the heliocentric model whizzing through space. But it doesn't measure like that in reality.
My position is that I can't observe the Earth from high up, therefore I don't know what it is.
Well, how far could you go anyway? And what could you see at that height?
I don't know. I can't. Therefore, I'm not going to be able to know what it is. It could because just observing that it's flat, it might. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. It might be a cube. You never know.
Well, that implies edges. So why make up stories that might not be real, dude?
Don't say edge. You're
Well,
gonna.
you said that we can't go past the 60th latitude, so maybe that's the edge.
See, you're gonna trigger him.
Not an edge that you can fall over or bounce off of, mate. It's just a legal barrier to free access or travel.
It's not a cube, by the way.
Or a rhomboid.
What is
You
it
gotta
then?
stop. You gotta stop thinking of the Earth as an object in outer space. That's your problem.
Yep.
Okay, what is
It's not
the
your
Earth then?
fault.
What is it?
The Earth is like what the universe is to you. Because when we start asking you questions about the edge, you're gonna say, "I don't know." We ask you the shape of the universe, you're gonna say, "I don't know." So
honestly,
it's like your
you guys
universe.
couldn't give like an explanation for how the sun would work in a flat Earth, or how the moon would work, and all these things. I'm sort of leaning more towards the globe because they have an explanation for all of this.
Who cares? You're an idiot. You're illogical. So go ahead.
Wait,
take your non
so
sequitur. Yeah,
if we
take
just
your
made
non
up the
sequitur for
story-
your globe and just beat it.
I'll tell you a story if you like.
Yeah, wait, so we could just make up a story and that's cool?
No, it's got to be like science based.
Exactly.
Oh, dude,
It's not science
Well,
based.
it's not.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
The thing
the
we're telling you on the
story-
globe side is not science based.
Yeah, exactly. It's not.
You would need to measure to.
Yeah, you guys don't have a science based answer either because you have no explanation.
Well, they
No,
have a
you don't have a-
story and we don't have a story.
Define science-based answer, bro.
Like empirical evidence that supports a hypothesis.
Yes, we've got empirical evidence that supports the hypothesis that Earth is not a globe. Measurable,
Can you send
testable,
this study?
repeatable. Sorry?
Can you send this published study?
Absolutely. What would you like? Observations, laser tests, mirror flashes, or a whole, cornucopia? Do you understand how the metrics of the globe work?
As long as it's like an actual study.
So this clown thinks that he has a scientific hypothesis for what makes the sun do what it does.
Yeah, the
Cite it.
Earth
Cite it.
orbits around the sun. Okay, I will cite it. Because I don't have it. I don't have any evidence of anything. I'm not claiming anything. You guys are the ones who are claiming the Earth is flat.
No, you just claimed that you do have science for the sun, how it does what it does. So you're going to need a hypothesis. Go ahead.
I now take that back.
So link in chat from an independent observer. The guy's a PhD, went out and checked after he heard everything about flat Earth. He's not actually a flat earther. That's taken off the coast of England. If you know how the globe metric works, you'll understand it. If not, he can explain it for you, dude. Or we could have a go.
Got him.
There's really no rush to this. We're not here to crucify you and set you on fire for being taught Earth was a globe, mate.
I'm just waiting for like the study.
It's in the chat.
In the chat, bro.
See the PhD thing with the black swan on it? That's your man.
But I don't like that study. I don't like that one.
Got a black swan on it. The QE.
Did NASA do that study?
If you don't like that one, if you get halfway through and it tastes too bad, let us know. We've got lots of different flavours and textures.
What do you mean by drop over distance?
Well, the geometric curve of Earth's surface, of course. Geo, surface, ground, metric, dimensions, rate. You could save the video for later and carry on arguing if you want. Most people are kind like that. Where did Booger Snorter go? Did he run away?
He boot scooted out of here.
Man, you all got to stop red miking these people. They just bolt.
Oh, it wasn't me. I don't even remember what he said. It wasn't even. It was that immemorable.
I'm not blaming you, CB. It's okay. Don't get all upset. I said y'all.
Oh, I'm not upset.
Yeah, you don't sound upset at all, dude. Don't mind me. It's been a long night, mate.
I don't even remember what he said. It was just so ridiculous. I don't even. It wasn't even that impactful. What was he saying? Oh, yeah, you can travel around the world freely. Isn't that him? Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
I just find that's one of my biggest pet peeves. It's so ridiculous that people think that. No, you could just run around. It doesn't matter. It's like, okay, try it then.
That was Ricardo. All Booger Smoker did was ask over and over again for an expert.
Oh yeah. That was the expert.
I want to talk to him. Yeah, I want to know what kind of expert.
You don't need to go to university to be an expert.
Huh?
Excuse me? Could you repeat that for the tape, please?
You don't need to go to university to be an expert.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else?
I'm watching the hour-long video you sent.
Very good.
Sorry, guys. Appreciate the honesty, young man. That's all we ask, eh? Well, has anybody got any good soup recipes? The winter's coming and I'm wondering what to do with my time. Thought maybe knit a jumper and a pair of socks or something. It's what we're going to do for the next 45 minutes. Oh, he's alive. He's alive. Hello, he's alive.
The video, you know how he's like zooming into the windmills?
Yes, sir.
You can see like the further away ones have a smaller distance between the ocean and the top of the high tide mark.
That's because it's angularly compressed at the edge. You know, the further it goes out, the more compressed it is. If you look, it's actually the same tide mark all the way along, really.
Claiming that it doesn't, though.
Sorry?
He's saying that it doesn't.
It doesn't angularly compress.
He's saying that you shouldn't be able to observe that. They should all be the same because it's like flat.
You shouldn't be able to observe any of those windmills. They should all be hidden by Earth's geometric curve, and down behind the curve of the Earth. Shouldn't be able to see the surface after, I don't know what is his camera, 2 foot? What's that, 1.7 miles? That's where the surface should actually stop and begin curving away.
The water is like right up. The last final one, the water is like right up near the high tide mark.
Yeah, it's the same in all of them. It's flat all the way out there.
Oh, look, the first one, you can see way more of the high tide mark.
Yes, because it's larger in your eyes, because it's not as angularly compressed. It's much closer to you, so therefore it's way more resolved. If you keep watching, behind the windmills, way out there, behind the turbines, you'll actually see it's still flat, because there's ships out there. He tracks them on a ship tracker, even further, dude. They're not down behind any curve. I'm going to have to stay out of here. There's always shouting and stuff when I come in. The second I open my mic, that's it. Shush. I'm not playing anymore. And there's 2 YouTube bots in here. Hello, YouTube. Come on.
I've seen different videos that show like different observations though, like with telescopes and stuff where people see the ships go under the horizon.
Go down behind what you perceive. They don't go under it, dude. They go down over and what you perceive as down behind it, yeah? They're occluded from the bottom up. They seem to disappear down over the ball. Well, let's see if you do the math.
Wait, I'll DM it to you, the video.
Yeah, good man.
Nothing goes under the horizon, by the way.
Well, for some reason I can't type in the chat, so I can't send it, so I'll have to DM.
Yeah, DM it, dude. I'll post it for you. If you get a ship tracker and you go on the ship tracker and you locate the ship to your distance, to your eye height, you can plot how far down, or how much missing curve there is, and how occluded the ship should be behind the curve. I know you've seen what looks like bottom-up occlusion, but it's actually an effect of angular lensing, making you think the boat's staying the same size as it's going away. It's actually getting angularly smaller. And there's probably some sort of wave between you and it. Sometimes it's known as shoaling. It's an effect of the
Okay,
tide
but
coming in.
watch the whole video, because at the end they go higher, and then they can still see it, even though it's at the same distance. They just like go higher.
Hang on 2 seconds. Jack Gordon. I think I remember this. Copy. Oh, come on, phone, don't freeze now. Let me into the room. Come on. There you go.
What are your guys' thoughts on that video?
My thoughts are my phone's a pain in the arse and doing things it shouldn't be doing. Does anybody want a Samsung phone? Thing. Oh, yeah.
Daz, what are your thoughts on that video?
The one with the water and windmills?
I changed to Flat Earth's mind.
Where?
In the chat.
Oh, why don't you walk us through it?
Can you just watch it? It goes for like a minute. It's not that long.
Do you think they just got some? It looks like, first of all, I think they just got some random dude. Do you think this guy had a printout of this flat Earth? First of all,
can you just watch the video
that's
and
not
like
the flat
explain
Earth.
why you agree or disagree with the observed?
Okay, right off the bat, that's not the flat Earth. And I highly doubt this dude was just carrying around this printed out disc, which isn't the flat Earth. But let's continue. Yeah. Okay. So he's saying that boats would disappear bottom up, something we've been literally hearing for 10 years straight. And this is
Bro, just
they're
watch
trying
the
to
whole video.
They're trying to, bro. Boats disappear bottom up on flat Earth.
It's an effect of the light, dude. You see how it's all silvery?
Disappear bottom up. They just get smaller and smaller.
No.
If it's a flat Earth.
There's a GIF in chat, mate, and that's on it like a small lake. Now, that's not far enough away to be Earth's curve. And because of the effects of the light, watch what happens to that little boat. It's not even far enough to be the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not buying this influencer bullshit. But
So you guys don't believe it?
The ocean. You're a globe earther because of this video?
No, I'm just wondering what your guys' response to it is.
The ocean isn't curving, for starters. So
why does that video show it does though?
It doesn't show that. They show a boat that's disappearing bottom up, which happens on flat Earth. Then they go up higher, at a better angle,
No,
and it's a little bit
that
more.
wouldn't happen on a flat Earth.
No.
Because on a flat Earth,
Hold on. No. You can't tell us what would happen on a flat Earth because the Earth that's where things are happening is the flat Earth. The Earth outside that we go and experience. I go to the ocean like probably 20 times a month. That's the flat earth. So you can't say, no, well, on a flat earth, it would be different. No, we're flat earthers because of the way the earth is right now. So yes, that is the flat earth. Boats do disappear bottom up on flat water as they move away from you. So you can't say, oh, well, they would do this differently. No, they don't do anything differently.
When you
they
think
do
about
what
it
they
in your
do.
head, it's like logically it would just get smaller the further out.
No,
it
you don't have to. You don't have to think about it in your head. You just go out and into reality and experience it as it presents
But I don't know
itself.
whether it's round or flat. So how can I just assume that it's flat?
Well, just that's what you experience, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I experience something that doesn't logically.
His quote unquote experience, his quote experiment is basically saying on a flat Earth something else would happen, and since that something else isn't happening that I made up, right? He's saying, well, this thing that I say would happen on a flat Earth doesn't happen. It's like, well, no shit, you just made that up. You're making up what a flat Earth should or would or could do. What we're telling you is that the flat Earth is the Earth where things happen. Like
why is it wrong to assume that on a flat Earth?
Because you're literally making that up.
Smaller.
How do you not understand that? You're creating that idea that that's what should happen in some different reality than the one we live in. We're not flat earthers because
maybe we don't
some other reality that we believe in. Hold on. We're not flat earthers because of some other reality that we believe should happen.
Yeah, but how do you know
flat earthers because of the way the earth is right now. And the key point is, I tried to tell you right off the start, bro, why are you yapping? The key point is that the ocean is.
You guys are sending videos
the key
of like.
point is that the ocean is not curved. Bodies of water do not curve.
Prove it.
In a convex manner. Okay, no problem.
Hold on a second. All
right, bro.
Hold on a second. I'm just trying to clarify his position. He's talking about logic, and I want him to finish his full thought. So can you finish your thought about boats disappearing bottom up? What is your logical syllogism for that?
Well, there would be nothing obstructing a boat on a flat Earth, so it would just get smaller and smaller and smaller. Which also would happen on a round Earth, but on a round Earth you would also see the bottom up disappear.
Okay, so what I'm saying right now, like let's parse this out very slowly. And I know it's going to be painful, but if you could walk through this process with me, it'd be great. So let's just one thing at a time. You're saying on a flat Earth, objects would not disappear bottom up. What is your evidence for that? Why would you just say that? That sounds like logically that's a baseless assertion. Why would you say that?
Obstructing their bottom. There's nothing obstructing the view from the bottom, right?
When you say nothing, are you saying that water, waves would not obstruct a boat in the distance?
No, because it's underneath it.
Yeah, but the water and the waves, even in the example that you posted, are there waves?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that waves would not obstruct the bottom part of the boat as it decreases in angular size in the distance?
No, because it's underneath it.
Okay, have you ever just kind of observed things from your own perspective? And I know that the answer is yes. So if you have, do you realize that things in the foreground will block things out farther away because they are angularly smaller than the thing that is closer to you?
Yeah.
Right, like you can block out
on how you're looking at it, though. If you're looking from like underneath, then yeah. But if you're looking from over the top, then no.
Over the top? Hold on a second. What do you mean over the top? The waves are actually blocking your view
of the ocean level, so that wouldn't apply.
Who's looking from above at the ocean level?
The people in the video, they're like observing it from above the ocean level.
Yeah, how far?
Like a couple feet.
A couple of feet, okay. So at a couple of feet, and this is math now, so angularly, are the objects in the foreground, even at your perspective, are they larger than the thing in the distance, angularly?
If the swell that day was below whatever they're observing, then yeah.
Right, so you have objects in the foreground larger than the object in the distance because of the angular size of that object. So you can have things disappearing bottom up because of the things in the foreground.
Only if it's like higher than it though.
No, we're
Only
talking
if you're,
about
like,
angular
below. Only if you're
relationships.
below
Okay.
it. But if you're higher
Fair
than the
enough.
wave, it wouldn't
so
apply.
let's do this. Why don't you give me all of the math? Okay, so we have a boat. It's a certain size because you're just blanketly stating that an object in the distance would not disappear bottom up because the Earth is flat. So I want you to walk me through all the math. I want you to give me the size of the waves in the foreground and their angular relationship to you, and then the angular size of the boat in the distance, and tell me if that's not true.
If you're above the swell height,
No. Don't tell me. Do the math. I want you to do the. Excuse me. Do the math. I want you to include perspective in this observation. You posted this video, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me all the math behind it. You guys love math. People who love the globe love the
I'm
math.
just like going off my own experience.
Well, what is your experience? That objects in the foreground will block out objects in the distance because of their angular size?
Yeah, because if you're like observing from underneath, it happens. But if you're observing
No one's observing anything underneath. No one's observing anything from underneath. Underneath what?
Yeah, so therefore that wouldn't apply.
So angular size doesn't apply. So perspective doesn't apply in this scenario, according
because
to
it
you.
wouldn't block it. Because if you're observing, it wouldn't block it.
Why are you saying that? I need you to support that mathematically.
It's obvious. It's like, it's just
no. Let's not talk about observations or what's obvious. Let's do the math.
Okay,
you guys love math.
Prove that the waves would block it with maths?
Sure, I could.
Because it's just like basic observations that we know.
No. I could prove this with math, but you want to know what? Even me and on all the surveyors that measure these things in the distance because of their angular size and angular relationship, they measure the Earth to be flat. Did you know that?
I thought that surveyors took into account the curvature of the Earth.
Nope, not once. Every section of Earth that they measure is a flat plane.
I've been told different.
The tools automatically do account for.
Okay, yeah, no, guess what? Hey, Chief Kegwin, give me a citation that that's not true.
Me?
No, I'm talking to Chief Kegwin in the back who just loves, like he gets triggered every once in a while when something really bothers him, and so he'll speak up. He'll just say, He's big on He's very triggered. So surveyors, because they need their measurements to be accurate, like they're leveling a piece of dirt, you want your building to be level. Even no matter how big the land mass or the land area might be, for whatever project they're measuring, they measure that section flat because it's very important that everything be level.
If they don't measure it flat, then they grade it until it's flat and deep enough to support the foundations, either anchored directly into the bedrock or down into piles, i.e. on a flat plane. Flat level baseline. Load-bearing structures for buildings really struggle if they're anything like on a diagonal. You have to have extremely much longer ones if it's going down a hill. Longer ones at the bottom to get the same depth. So the torsional weight of the building when it's built on it can't be off level or plumb or true, otherwise it would just collapse. I'm not being sarcastic, I'm just Scottish.
Another thing is, if the Earth was flat, then compasses wouldn't work in an elevator.
What? Why would you say that?
That's the second time somebody's told you to make an idiot of yourself. Who's doing this to you?
Who said? Why? Just get me from A to B on that particular claim. What are you talking about?
The magnetic field wouldn't be consistent vertically on a flat Earth. It would only be on a curved Earth.
Vertically?
What?
What do you mean vertically, dude? It's horizontal.
When you say vertical, you're claiming a flat Earth.
The higher you go on a flat Earth, the magnetic field. So how does it work in an elevator compass?
Elevation above the surface. Who said it's a magnetic field?
That's how compasses work. They pick up the magnetic field.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a magnetic compass that points north. You realize north is a linear horizontal distance, or vector, right? Not a distance, but vector. That's horizontal. That's flat Earth that you're claiming.
I know, but it will. Because it doesn't go through the center.
Wait a minute. Where do you think that the magnetic detection? Where do you think that occurs on the ground? Why are you making this claim?
So, like, magnetic north on a flat Earth is where to you? You know, the only cardinal direction that's magnetic? Compasses have been designed. You can get a needle and a leaf and get a puddle of water and magnetise the needle and it'll show you where north is. Like, somebody's been telling you nonsense about us, eh? And they've got all manner of daft things in your head.
I think it's fairly ambiguous that somebody would say something like this. Think that we actually believe about the Earth. Or are you just creating straw men to tear down? Because that's not cool, dude. That's like you essentially you're lying to accuse us of lying.
No, I'm not. I'm just thinking like it wouldn't work in an elevator.
So why not? Where do you think magnetic north is?
So you can't take a compass reading from the top of a building? Can't take a compass reading from the top of a building. Is that right?
I'm interested to find out where he thinks magnetic north is and what it is.
I'm the same, like, yeah. Who's told you that there's some sort of inside-out magnetic inverted flat Earth model thing? Give us a laugh, dude. Come on. Who's in your DMs feeding you nonsense?
Yeah, who is in your DMs? Your silence will kind of tell us that someone's feeding you nonsense.
You're not the first one to be trolled by that side against us, mate. Not the first, and you won't be the last. Even Obama turned round and said he doesn't have time for the Flat Earth Society. You know, way before all the lockdowns and stuff. Then he dropped the mic to try and prove gravity. That was just silly, yeah. It's clear that they're aware of what's going on, but yet they straw man us with this fallacious disk in space nonsense that's moving upwards to replace gravity. Yeah, right, flat Earth wackadoodle, ha! And then everyone comes in here and falls flat in their face, because that's not actually what we say, nor what we claim.
You know what's interesting, old dude, is the little video that he posted right off the bat. He is a proliferator of propaganda, because the first thing that they show.
Egwin sent.
No, I asked you a very specific question about your claim. Where do you think that we think magnetic north is? Don't try and divert. But by the way, why did you post propaganda in our text chat? Why did you put that? Because at the very beginning of that video, they have an azimuthal equidistant projection. Do you think that's where we live?
Was that the one that I posted? Bad me. Bad.
Who are we talking to? How come he's not answering questions anymore? Why is he running away? Why is he a coward?
I don't think he's a coward, dude. I think he's actually gotten the point that we're not trolling. We're not here to rip the piss out of anyone, have a laugh, belittle people just because we think Earth's flat. I think maybe the boys clicked that we're actually genuine. He might not understand it or what it's all about, but it kind of feels like he's clicked that he's not in a room full of fucking idiots. For once.
Well, since he's gone quiet, I'll unmute Chief Kegwin, and he can tell me about the measurements that the surveyors take. Chief Kegwin, tell me about the measurements that the surveyors take.
Come on, Keggers. Play pop.
You're unmuted. I want to get the data. I want you to tell me how they measure and compensate for curvature when they're taking their measurements. Please. I mean, certainly you would speak up now since you scoffed and laughed earlier, right? You're not a coward, are you, Chief Kegwin? You're not here to troll and just kind of subvert the situation or, bring subterfuge?
Hold on, Sezu. He's probably watching the video first.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to watch the video.
Which video?
Probably here.
The video that you posted.
Everyone else in absolute incredulity and disbelief of what we say, and that's
what's wrong with the video.
Nothing's wrong with the video. I'm asking you how they measure the Earth to be curved. The surveyors.
There's a number of ways.
Yeah, you sound real confident.
Start with one. One will do.
I can't remember.
You can't remember. Isn't that convenient? So you're making an assertion with facts that you don't even remember?
Yes.
That's pretty pathetic, don't you think, Chief Kegwin?
No, because I remember that the facts...
What's the facts? Give me the... Just go ahead and show me the observation or the measurements. I don't need your remembrance of facts. Just give me the measurements, please.
And they will
just give me the measurements, Chief. Hey, Chief. Just get me the measurements.
It's like using a theodolite from what I can understand.
I don't need your explanations, Chief. I'm going to ban you probably for 2 days if you're going to keep this up.
Hang on, we've just got...
What are you asking for? I'm answering your question.
No, I want the data. I want you to show me how they measure it curved.
The formula is they don't have... There's no specific numbers unless you're in a specific situation.
What formula?
I can't remember off the top of my head exactly, but...
Now you can't remember.
No,
so this is baseless assertion by Chief Kegwin. Yeah, I know. It's a baseless assertion, and you hate the fact that I'm pointing that out.
No, you're just cutting me off.
Yes, no, I'm not cutting you off. You don't remember the formula. You don't remember anything. You don't remember the measurements. You don't remember anything. You watched a YouTube video. Someone said something. You believe them, and now you don't remember anything. How convenient.
An allegation of people getting cut off, can everyone let everyone else finish their sentences so we get no more butthurt or running away? Please? So what's the deal, Chief?
I'm asking specific questions, and you're telling me you can't remember, but you're going to assert it anyways. That's not looking very good for you.
Basically, I'll go with this video sums up very well a bunch of the information I was aware of and a bunch of information I wasn't, but that makes sense. And if you could pinpoint a point in this video that's wrong, objectively wrong, then I'd love to hear it.
What video?
Nothing there.
Yeah, pretty much nothing right there. So you posted a video. Right, give me the specifics from the video. I don't really want to watch your video. I like numbers and facts and stuff. So help me out.
You don't like numbers and facts?
No, I do. I'm asking you for them.
What's the
I'm asking you for the numbers and the facts. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to a video. Right?
Really...
Tell me that you understand it, Chief. Help me understand that you understand it.
I mean, I don't know if I fully understand it.
Oh, wow.
The information is very succinct. It explains itself very well. It lines up with what I observe in reality.
Hey, Chief, real quick. I just want to come in real quick. Sorry, guys. There's a debate happening in VC check-in 2 on the home server. If anybody wants to take part in that. Indio's in there. I was in there, but I just came to let you guys, whoever wants to participate.
Cheers, Maggie.
Sorry, guys.
Why did Christopher Columbus think the Earth was a globe?
Because it was the model. It was the model they were using at the time, the perceived model of the Earth. Best guess and all that jazz. It's also to do with the dome, the globe of the sky, they call it. It's actually the dome that you perceive, but it was classed as a globe. Terminology that's to do with the sky and the celestial navigation, not the floor.
Doesn't circumnavigation though prove the Earth is like a globe?
I've been posting the GIF all night. You're talking about north-centric, like circumnavigating around the pole?
Like going around the whole Earth sailing from east to west.
Yeah. Like James Cook did. Like Captain Cook did. I know you think leaving from one place and coming back from the other direction implies a ball, but it just implies a circle. A great circle, dude. Where are we? Far too many gifts. It's utterly ridiculous. Fucking gift junkie.
Can I ask a question?
No. Dude, go for it. It's free speech as far as I'm concerned, as long as you're courteous.
You just said no.
Am I your mom or your dad?
No, because, well, first of all, one of them's dead and the other doesn't, control this room.
I'm sorry for your loss. I really am, mate.
Okay,
I know
thank
how
you.
it feels. So, yes, please, by all means, ask your question.
So, okay, I take it you hold that, what the average person would consider, circumnavigating, right? Flying around the world or sailing or whatever, right? Would actually just be, moving in a curve, right? On the flat map, right? Something like that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's in the text chat.
Yeah, that's fine. So
something like that. But I'm not reifying the map to be like that. That's just based on the 80 map, which is a flat projection of the globe, yeah?
A specific map. Just that.
I have another question. Oh, sorry. I have another question about circumnavigation. So maybe on a flat Earth, you would be going around in a circle if there was a single point of North Pole. But what about north to south? You wouldn't be able to do both.
Well,
you can do both. You can fly from Argentina over Antarctica to Australia. People have circumnavigated from north to south, sailing as well, and the whalers used to do it all the time. So how is that possible?
Well, from Argentina to where?
Over Antarctica to Australia.
Well, that's over the side of Antarctica, is it not? That's not necessarily a straight line, bisecting south and north without turning.
So my question is going to be similar to what this guy's asking, right? So I take it you understand how a ballistic missile works, right? The missile will shoot up and then it releases the payload, which continues in a straight line. The payload has no ability to alter its trajectory, but on the flat Earth map, right, for it to continue going, it would have to be traveling in an arc, turning, but it can't do that. So how does that work on your view?
Well, when you say a ballistic, do you mean ICBMs?
No, so I'm not talking about the missile part, right? Because the missile can curve as it's launching, but once the payload is released, the warhead doesn't have like the ability to turn because it's not. It's only being pulled back down, right? It's falling. It isn't being propelled by any kind of engine or rocket or anything. But under the flat Earth model, it would have to be curving from angling like right or left as it falls, but it's not doing that. It can't propulsion.
So when it takes off, its trajectory is different to its destination. It would have to change trajectory from its launch, is what you're saying.
No. So not from the launch. So let's say that a missile or a rocket, right, is being shot up and it is moving east or west. Doesn't matter which, right? Now it is possible that the rocket part could be curving to maintain the arc on like the flat Earth map, right, on the circular world, right? That could be, but once the warhead detaches, any ability to keep curving is gone. It has to go in a straight line. But like on the flat Earth map, if you keep following the trajectory, it would still be curving under the flat Earth map. It makes perfect sense under a globe how its its motion is, but it can't make sense under the flat Earth globe or flat Earth model.
When you say flat Earth map and model, though, are you going on the reference of the GIFs that I've posted in chat? That's just the azimuthal equidistant north-centric projection. The flat Earth map, we make no claims of what it is, where the land masses are in relation to each other, where it ends. That doesn't matter.
All that matters is that going east to west is still traveling in an arc, right, on any flat Earth map, right, any model, right, because the latitude lines are still going to be rings, essentially, on a flat disk.
You're talking about not necessarily east to west in the sense, launching America and then take out France. You're talking about around the corner of the pole, basically, in an arc.
No, I'm not. I specifically said when the missile is launching either east or west, right? Not north or south.
Directly east or west.
Yes, and they did this many times when testing rockets and stuff for when developing missiles. Like every country that has developed them would shoot them east or west into the ocean, right? But under a flat Earth model, right, when you're traveling straight east or west, or even mostly east or west, you're actually traveling in an arc, right, that you are doing something to curve your trajectory, right, which is fine. That's possible when you're being propelled. But once the warhead is released, right, the warhead can't do that, right? So, like, I don't see how you could explain that.
I would have to see the telemetric data on angle of launch, angle of trajectory, point of launch to point of touchdown. I couldn't honestly argue it because I see what you're saying, but I can't actually envisage how a ballistic is launched in one direction and then would have to navigate a turn. Because you're right, they're not, well, certain ones, most of them aren't, they're not designed to turn mid-flight. It's aimed over you, gets the height, and then drops on you. So, no, I couldn't actually, for that one, I couldn't, it sounds like it's hidden in the GPS to me somehow, but I get the theory of what you're saying. What I can show you is a ballistic that launches over 125 miles at nearly Mach 8 that accounts for zero curvature. I can show you that.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying, right? When they would test them, they always just like launched east or west to go over the ocean for safety, right?
Yeah, that's an arc on your globe too.
So on the globe, right, the arc is not. It's not during. It's not like to the side. It's up and down, right? You would still have that on the flat Earth.
No, it is from side to side as well. Yeah, east and west is circles on your globe as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't require it doesn't require correction, like turning right or left.
Yeah, it does. It's east and west are not straight lines on your globe.
So that's what I mean about angular trajectory at launch, dude, because we know that it doesn't change mid-flight. So, you know, what you're envisaging as an arc on the globe surface, and projecting in your mind as an arc to cover the same ground, it doesn't curve. It's an arc, as in like from you straight to it. It goes up, arcs, and comes back down again. Doesn't turn off.
So it arcs up and then comes back down, right, in parabola. But if you look at it straight from overhead, it would be
left to right change. If you shoot, on your ball, you shoot a trajectory, right? You shoot a projectile in a straight line, right? Not only is it going to like deviate, like it's going to increase in altitude compared to the surface, it's not going to be going east anymore or west. It's going to be going southeast or southwest or northeast or northwest.
It's gaining
as soon as you shoot it. It's not going directly east or west anymore.
The Earth is round, guys.
Because the tilted
Earth. Have a cry and call his names and then run away and everything will be okay again.
Got nothing to do with the tilt, bro. Let's say you were like 10 meters away from the North Pole, right? And you throw a rock in a straight line east. You're going to aim east and throw it in a straight line. Okay, after a couple of meters, is it now going directly east, only east?
Somebody sounds tired.
No, it's not, is it? It's not going directly east anymore. It's deviated away from east, direct to east.
Does that prove flat?
Now going southeast.
No, because
I don't know why globers have such a hard time comprehending this.
I don't know. Okay, like if you don't want to let me finish the sentence, if you don't want to talk, that's fine.
Yeah, man. Imagine being a flat earther. That's crazy.
Imagine. No. How cringe.
Imagine thinking that the surface of liquid at rest is flat. That's just crazy, right?
Well, it curves, doesn't it?
Does it?
What?
I mean, like, let's say, for example, you put water in a perfect circle. A perfect circle has no flat surface.
Perfect circle? You mean like a ring?
No.
Like a hula hoop?
Yeah, it could be a ring, I guess, but like a perfect circle.
Well, it would flow together, dude.
Yeah, but there's no flat part of a perfect circle, so...
The surface profile. Hello?
No, like in a perfect circle, there's no flat part. What are you talking about?
What do you mean a circle? Are you on the ISS floating around here? The mechanics of water, if you pour it in a hula hoop that's sealed, or a jar
No,
or a cup.
imagine there's a container that's a perfect 3D circle. There's no
3D
flat
circle.
part. Yeah, you know,
Like a
we
cup.
live in the third dimension. No. And
Like
you know
a
what
cup or a
perfect
glass.
circle is? No, a cup and a glass, sort of it could be, but a cup that you have in your kitchen isn't going to be a perfect circle.
Well, make a perfect circle, fill it with water. What's the surface profile?
There's no flat surface on it.
You're talking about the sides. What's the surface profile?
On the side, what? So you're saying like within the water itself, there's a flat surface?
The surface profile.
Surface. Yeah, so like inside of the water itself.
No. See when you're in the bath and you look along the surface of the bath and you see your toes sticking through the surface of the bath. Yeah?
Surface. Let's see this. Surface profile describes a third-dimensional tolerance zone around a surface.
Okay. So if a surface isn't curving, it's...
Yeah, there is no surface, or flat surface at least.
No, if a surface isn't curving... If a surface isn't curving, it is...
There's a surface, it just isn't a flat surface, you know what I mean?
How do you know that?
Because a perfect circle doesn't have a flat surface.
Hey, yo, don't fail the test. The question is, if a surface isn't curving, then what is the surface? That's the question.
It's a curved surface.
Why would you go past that?
If a surface is curving, it's a curved surface.
Isn't...
What, dude?
If a surface isn't curving...
Oh, if it isn't curving, I don't know. It could be a million things.
Like...
Flat?
Hey, there you go.
But does that mean that, you know...
No, don't embarrass yourself. Just stop there and think about
Because
it.
there's a possibility of flat doesn't mean that it is flat.
Well, it's the mechanics of water. At rest, it finds level. And the surface profile isn't curving.
Do you know what a perfect circle is? I searched up surface profile. You can search up perfect circle. And see if there are any
360
flat
degrees?
parts of the surface. Just search it up, dude.
A perfect circle. What I can do with the back tire?
Are
and the
there
motor
any
bike?
flat parts of a perfect circle?
The surface profile.
Look, it's flat. I'm literally filming it right now. You will not believe it, but it is in fact flat.
Yay! Don't worry about it, dude. It'll be okay.
Why? Look at this. Does this look? This is it. This is the evidence we need.
The Earth is flat. Oh my god.
Look at this. I'm walking on a flat surface.
Oh my god.
I cannot believe it.
Wow.
Try to do that in another place.
Sorry?
Try to do that in another place. Let's say Chile. Let's do that in Chile. From north to south. Let's walk.
I'm walking, bro. I'm walking. I'm going to walk an hour.
Yeah, but I'm saying let's do that in Chile. You know, Chile it's 4,000 kilometers long.
No, fuck that, bro. I'm doing 1 hour because it's just 1 hour.
Okay, can you post us elevation profile of your or place where you are walking?
No, I won't.
You won't. I can show you some elevation profiles of the land if you want.
I'm not on the computer.
Yeah, I can show you how I was walking in Holland. Do you want to see that elevation profile?
Yeah, sure, I'm walking. Yeah, in Holland. It's true. But soon I will not be walking in Holland anymore. I will be crossing the border.
Walking in Holland?
Yes, I'll cross the border.
I have also one walking place from Holland, you know, from Eindhoven to Amsterdam.
Oh no, fuck that, bro. That's way too long.
That's long. You know why it's long? It's to curve so long way.
Ah. See.
But if it's not curving elevation profile, that means it's flat and only elevation change. You know.
Yeah, but look at this, right? You can obviously see it. I am on a flat surface. It's undeniable.
Have you measured it to be flat? Have you measured it to be flat?
Sorry?
Have you measured it to be flat?
Well, I walked all the way from there, from over there. I walked to here, and it looks pretty flat, actually.
Yeah, and how high you are?
How high? I'm probably below sea level. No, not really.
Yeah.
I'm just above 1 meter. Might be above sea level.
And where is the sea?
I have a long distance. This is the Netherlands.
Where is the sea? Can you tell me what distance is the sea?
Right.
Yeah, but I will not be in the Netherlands for any longer. Soon I shall leave the Netherlands.
No, man, you said you are 1 meter from the sea level, but how far you are from the sea level?
No, not 1 meter. I said it is 1 meter above the sea level, probably. But the sea is far away.
How long is the longest? How long is the longest arm?
Because we built dikes in the Netherlands, you know. If we didn't build these dikes, the whole country would flood, and just where I would live, it would be just above. Maybe not. Maybe it will be above water.
When you build that stuff, did you account on curvature on the distance?
Wait, what did you say?
When you built all this dam for the sea level, did you account on the curvature?
I was not personally involved, so I cannot comment on the actions of third parties.
You think they didn't level that stuff?
Have you walked along the dike?
That dam, it's curved, you're saying?
Not now. Yeah, no, I'm saying it's flat. I'm saying the Earth is obviously flat because I'm walking on a flat surface right now.
Have you walked along the dike?
Yeah, the Holland's flat, that's for sure.
I've walked on dikes, yes, I've walked on dikes, yeah.
What's the longest dike?
But I've walked on now. I've just been on a dike, looked at that sea, and went down again, you know?
Yeah. What's the longest dike where you are?
Oh, no, it's really far away, bro. I live really far away from the sea. So I have no idea.
Longest dike in Holland.
I live 1 hour away from the sea, probably, something like that. Really far inland.
It's some kind of language barrier. Longest apparently means furthest or distance.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I'm going to cross it. This is going to be epic, guys. I'm going to cross an international European border connecting two countries. And it's going to be insane. I'm going to do it on foot. I'm going to do it live on Discord. Nobody's ever attempted to do this before. It is insane.
Don't get arrested. Don't get arrested without a warrant or without
I swear, there will be... I have it all scouted out. There are no guards here. It is safe for me to cross. But beyond this, you know, who knows? It's uncharted territory, so we have literally no idea what I can find there. It's gonna be one hell of an adventure. As we can see, we are looking at a typical Dutch structure called a roundabout. And there we have an unknown enemy vehicle. But he's not seeing us, so that's good. It's probably the border guards. Probably.
Very good. Very good.
Okay, we're gonna do it. Oh, this is insane.
Oh, I've just realised it's you, heretic. I've just realised.
Yeah. So the border is straight in front of me now. There are no guards nowhere. It seems like it's pretty safe to cross at this time.
Look both ways. There might be a train coming.
No, it's fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. Alright, this is it. This is it, boys. This is the moment you've been waiting for. This is some epic content, you know. Right now, I'm standing in the Netherlands. But when I move forward by just a few meters, I have entered the Fourth Reich, also known as Germany today. And I am in Germany right now. Isn't that amazing? Wasn't that epic? Look, there's the Netherlands by Holland. Now we are in Germany. Would you look at that? Amazing. I am bewildered. Anyone else?
Apparently you are bewildered, aren't you? Yes.
I am. Look at these weird structures that they're having here in Germany. Look at that. What is that? That's looks magical.
Very glad to hear that, dude. Good evening, AI. The sky. And
I thought he was going to show us the curve.
Yeah, well, he's shown us the flat. He's been proving flat Earth by walking around Holland, walking into Germany. I think he's walking back to Holland to prove flat Earth. Bless him. He's happy in his wee world, isn't he? He feels at home here because his name's the same as the server, the channel owner. So he must think this is his house or something. Wee soul. So he is. I heard it's kind of kicking off in the home server as well. I thought we might have lost a YouTube bot to the conversation. Oh, he's gone away.
You told her. Well, if it was over there and it came over here, that's because they're over there talking about salacious topics.
No, the dude with the camera's gone away. Maybe he heard me talking about the home server, but
Yeah, but it's, either way, either way, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, no, there we go. We've lost the YouTube bot now. Right, that's good. Now I'm happy. I know that there's coverage of conversation going. Yet again, AI, I killed the room. I started talking about 20 minutes ago, and it just like people went to sleep, and somebody just sort of. I heard that there was crying noises. I was describing myself as in the water.
That's because the timbre of your voice is the equivalent of a sleeping pill.
Yes. Yes.
You got those bedroom lungs. Whatever they call it. The bedroom pipes.
Saying nothing, dude. I'm saying nothing. No, it's always the same. You're right though, eh? It's to speak, but when people actually start to listen to me, there was a few earlier on, and I think I was here with, who was it? Can't remember now. One of the other mods, and we were talking away to them, and they went really, really quick.
Yeah, well, you're going to pull up a cylinder? Google Earth is a cylinder, you know that, right?
All right, I could pull up Stellarium. That's also a globe model.
Okay, no, that's not a globe. Sorry. Try
yes,
again.
it is. Stellarium's a globe.
No, yes, it is. No, it isn't.
Did
I'm
you say
show you.
no, it isn't? No, it isn't.
It's not. It's not a globe model.
No.
See, this is what you don't understand. Okay? There's no globe in any of these models. Okay? You are a point at the origin of coordinates. All these models are observer-centric. There's no globe in any of that. They don't put you on a globe and then do the math. They put you on a point. You're at the point. You're the observer. And everything is around you. It's called a celestial sphere model. Okay? This is what's fucking you up. Okay? We've by convention, we've agreed, if you're looking at this thing, you're looking north. If you're looking at this thing, you're looking south. But it doesn't prove the relative orientation of the people looking at the object. We've used the sky as the coordinates. This is easy to prove because you can't find your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky. It's not even possible. Right? If it was all cloudy day, you can have a sextant, you can have a map, you can have whatever you want. You can't use just the ground and find your latitude and longitude.
When I look it up, it says Stellarium is based on a globe Earth model.
Yeah, why? Because Google told you that? Show me the math.
Show me why I'm wrong.
No, show me the math.
All right, it's going to take a while because it's probably a lot complicated math. Math for Stellarium. Acknowledgement.
Is he just using AI to get his answers now?
I just look things up.
Yeah, I know. You got to go find what you already believe. Cool.
Well, I don't spend all my time memorizing random numbers to
Well,
own
why
people.
you already believed it before you had the evidence?
All right, well, why does Stellarium work on a flat Earth model?
It's irrelevant to any shape. I already told you it's observer-centric.
It's observer-centric.
Yeah, that's right. You're the point at the origin of coordinates.
So do you think the Southern Cross is in a different position for everybody on Earth?
No, I do not. You don't understand coordinate systems.
So when you're looking south on the southern hemisphere, where are you looking?
Well, it depends on what you're using. Depends on what you're using. And which coordinate system. We're going to use our compass. Are we going to use the sun?
The difference between magnetic
There's a
south and
difference.
true
There's a
south don't
difference.
matter
There's a
that
difference.
much.
Brother,
It's
no,
the same general direction.
No, it is not. It's a huge difference. Huge difference. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
It's such a huge difference that people in Chile and South Africa are not looking in different directions on your model.
Okay. How do you know that? We don't know the relative orientation. So I'll give you an example. So one example would be
any flat Earth model.
Why are you interrupting me again? Look. The model we use now. I already told you it's observer-centric. It works on anything.
Okay, show it to me.
I posted it in the chat.
Wait.
Oh, I posted it in the wrong chat. Hold on.
Oh. Yeah, debate text.
Debate text. No, I'm going to post it in live stream voice text.
Live stream voice text? Oh, my bad.
There. Observer-centric model. That's what we use. That's what you use. That's what everybody uses. It's an observer-centric
No, I mean a model of the Earth, not a model of a guy standing in a circle.
Well,
nobody here is claiming that. Nobody here is claiming any kind of model.
Model of the Earth.
We don't have one. We're not giving you one.
There is no model of the Earth. There's only a model of the sky. That's all there
I have a
is.
model of the Earth. It's called a globe. Show me why it's wrong.
Post it in the side chat,
No,
please.
you don't. You're delusional.
Post the globe?
Yeah, post your model.
Looks like. Okay, you know what?
Just post. Looks like. So looks like is a model?
Yeah, show me a model of the flat Earth. Come on.
We don't have one.
Flat.
I
don't have one.
That's your problem.
I don't.
No.
Why do we necessarily have to have a model, out of curiosity? What will that prove to you, Devodio?
Well, if your observations were consistent and you could explain reality, then you would have
Models.
a model of reality.
Right back to models explain. You're bricked like a motherfucker, dude. Models don't explain shit.
Okay.
Look, I just gave a model. So there's a model. What does that explain?
The azimuth angle.
You don't even know what an azimuth is?
I don't memorize this shit. Because I have a life.
So I could show you a model and you wouldn't fucking understand it? Is that what you're telling me?
No, show me a flat Earth model.
I just did.
That's not a flat Earth model. I mean, show me the Earth, but flat. Show me, like, all the continents.
Hey, Devodio, post your model up inside chat.
My globe model? Yeah, it's a globe.
I got it.
Post
I
it
got it,
inside
guys. I got
chat.
it. I got it. Right here. No. Devocio. N-O. No. Can you understand that? No.
If you don't have a model, then why are we even here?
Look, because you don't have a model. There is no
Yes,
model
we
of
do.
the Earth.
It's called a globe.
No, you do not. You're delusional. Okay? I'm going to tell you again. What are latitude and longitude? Are those on the Earth or in the sky?
I forgot which is latitude, the horizontal one or the vertical one?
Holy shit.
Doesn't matter. Latitude and longitude. How do I find them using nothing but the Earth?
One's based on the equator, which is the center.
How do I find that?
However, longitude, I think, is the horizontal one.
Great.
That's kind of arbitrary.
How do I find that? How do I find that? I want to find the equator. How do I find where that is on Earth? Using just the Earth. Using just the Earth.
The sky. You have to use
really?
stars.
So it's not a model of the Earth, right? So it's not a model of the Earth.
What do you mean?
I can't use the Earth because I can't use the Earth. I have to use the sky.
and navigators have used the sky since.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. We want the model of an Earth. How do I use the Earth to find the equator?
The Earth to fight?
I want to use the Earth to find the equator. How do I do that?
Well, you have to go to where the sun is vertically directly
That's
above
the sky.
At noon.
That's the sky again. I want to use the Earth. So I want to use your Earth model. I want to use the globe model. I want to use the globe to find my position.
By looking down. You can't navigate by looking down. No one has ever navigated by looking down.
Oh, so you don't have a model?
Yes, we do. It's called a fucking globe. You don't navigate by looking down. When you go for a drive, do you look down at your gas pedal?
No.
Do you look down at the street? When you're walking, do you have your head down looking at the concrete to figure out where you're going? Or do you look forward? Do you look up?
When you drive, do you have your head hanging out the window staring up?
Just admit it. Just admit you don't have a globe model.
We do have a globe model. It's called
the globe. So don't. Yeah, it's.
Give me a better model.
Hey, Javonia,
you don't have a model.
If you were
you don't have a model. That's
if you're so big on your globe,
you don't.
Why are you still referencing the sky?
The sky is part.
Say it.
Why am I referencing the sky?
Finish your sentence.
Is this
The
your
sky is
argument
part
for
of the
debate?
what?
Is to just laugh and pretend?
The sky is part of the globe.
Of the Earth,
the sky's
the globe. Exactly.
If you want to know where you are, you don't look down. You look up.
Then what is the public land survey system that was used for hundreds of years that have no reference to the sky? How does that work?
Years?
Hundreds.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If there's some great survey system that uses the ground, I'm not aware of it, but I don't memorize these things.
Well, you know what they do? They have square grids.
Because people used to navigate. People used to navigate the seas by looking at the stars, and if that didn't work, they'd be dead.
Well, that's not the only way they would do it. That's a way. They used to have port charts where they would just take a heading outside of a port that would go to another port. But that's neither here nor there. They wouldn't use a chart.
I'm talking about ancient Polynesians navigating with maps across the Pacific Ocean using the stars.
You don't even know what you're talking about. Just stop. Listen to Indio. He's trying to tell you something, man.
No, you're just denying you don't have a model. You keep saying you don't have a model, but if you don't have a model,
why do we necessarily have to have a model?
I gave you
the Earth has to be something.
In your definition of a model, the public land survey system is a model.
Listen, man.
All right, show me the public land survey system model. Show me it.
I'm Polynesian.
Well, they just measure the Earth using surveying equipment, like making a bunch of square grids. They shouldn't work if the Earth was a globe.
No Polynesian thinks the Earth was a ball.
Military used the same
navigating.
They used the stars, did they not?
Yeah. They have to assume that the ground is not moving and flat because they live on the ocean. Okay? Navigators that use the stars knew it was flat and stationary in order for them to use the stars that are moving in the sky. So like you're just you're just shooting yourself in the foot over and over and over again.
Show me a flat Earth model.
Yeah. I did. You don't understand what a model is. You just don't understand it at all.
These are side profiles. These aren't models.
It's a model of the relationship of the sky to the Earth. And I'll ask you, what do you mean by model?
Guess who
What do you mean by model? Define what you mean by model.
I want to see how you think all the continents and all the oceans look on a flat Earth.
What do you mean look? From where?
From above.
Directly above? To the side a little bit?
Yeah, directly above. Show me.
The gods?
Show me a picture of the flat Earth where I could drive from.
Show me a picture, and there we go. There we go. I saw Globe on TV, and you can't show me a TV show of a flat Earth, so the Earth's not flat. The truth comes out as usual.
I got it. It's called Google Maps. Have you ever used Google Maps before? Yes or no?
Google Maps uses a Mercator projection and also
Okay,
Google
now listen. Now listen. Google Maps, right? Look at. Open it up and look at it. Right? You're looking at a top-down
uses
view.
the Mercator projection.
Let me. Can you open your ears and let the words come into your brain real quick? Okay. When you open up Google Maps and you look at it, it's a top-down view of a plane. Of a plane. Okay, not of a sphere, not of a curved surface, but of a plane. So that's the answer to your question. There's your flat map. It can take you from A to B.
Wait. I can work with that actually. So do you know what the Mercator projection is?
I doubt
you asked for a flat map. A to B. There's your answer.
Yeah. Okay. So the Mercator projection distorts the north and the south because it's based on a globe. It's a flattening of a globe.
Okay then.
You look at it, it even shows you how it distorts itself.
All right, that's cool. Okay, now listen to me how accurate your map is, okay? If you take something from the real world that is flat, okay, and you wrap it around the ball, are you going to have the same masses, land masses in oceans? No. Surface area? No. Okay, so what you just said right there is so dumb. I don't know, why you even bother. Hey, look, you're saying to take a flat map and wrap it around the ball and then use it to navigate a flat land. Okay, we're asking you for curvature in the real world. Okay, that's what we're asking for. The map that you have was made in the real world, right? Where people measured it flat.
And by the way, the Mercator is not a projection of a globe. It's a projection of the celestial sphere. This is why you don't understand coordinate references.
There's a projection of the celestial sphere. Right. It's a map of
That's
the Earth.
Right. Where do you think the latitude and longitude lines come from? We already admitted they come from the sky.
Stupid.
Okay, if you think the Mercator projection is reality, then
no, I didn't say that. Why are you straw manning me? That was a disgusting straw man. That wasn't even close to what I said. No. We have a celestial sphere coordinate system called latitude and longitude. That gets transformed through a coordinate transformation into a Mercator projection. Okay? They're changing the points of the grid. That's all they're doing in their relationship to other points in the grid. You just don't understand.
You stop insulting me?
Yeah, by saying you don't understand, you don't understand.
Wait, let me... Oh, it's not letting me upload images here. I wanted to upload an image of the Mercator projection because it shows you that it's...
What is it projecting? What's it projecting?
Globe. It's projecting a globe onto a flat
No, it's
plane.
Not. It's not. It's projecting a coordinate system.
Say that.
Yeah, it's because it's projecting a coordinate system. It's Mercator projection. Other latitude and longitude line. Are there latitude and longitude lines? Is that how they determine where they put some point?
Yes, and it shows you the distortion of those lines on the Mercator projection.
Where do those come from?
Well,
the latitude and longitude lines. Where do those come from?
Latitude lines are based on the equator, and longitude lines.
How do you find that? You just bricked, bro. You're right back to the beginning. How do you find that?
The Mercator. The equator. You find that from stars.
Yeah, so it's a projection of the sky, right?
Well, it's a projection of the Earth. It's a projection of the Earth, but you get latitude lines, or sorry, is it latitude? Yeah, latitude lines. You get that from...
So the equator, we determine by looking at the stars.
And longitude lines are arbitrary.
No, they're not. They're determined by the sun.
Longitude lines
are determined by the solar position. Latitude lines are determined by the celestial equator.
No, latitude lines, the ones that go north-south, the first one was put at Greenwich, which is just where the inventor of the longitude. Sorry, I have some dyslexia.
The origin of coordinates is arbitrary, but each coordinate is based upon the solar position in time.
Dumbass.
You can't, if you don't know what time it is, you can't figure out your longitude, right? If you don't know where the sun is, you have no idea what your longitude is, okay? And if you don't know where the celestial equator is, you have no idea what your latitude is. The coordinate
your
system is the
model-
sky.
On your model,
Why are
the
you going,
sun has
dude,
to move
address what I just said.
significantly
Repeat to me.
faster.
No, repeat
when
to
it's
me
in
what
the
I just
southern
said.
hemisphere.
Repeat to me what I just said, dude. Repeat to me what I just said to you.
It's kind of word salad, so it's a bit hard.
Yeah, just go on mute, bro. That's enough of that. Wasting my time. Anybody else want to chew on this guy? He's just an NPC. I don't even know how many times he NPC reset in that conversation.
Too
Three that
chewy.
I heard.
Too chewy. Yeah, for me.
I'll give it a go.
Okay, I'll mute him. Says he was going to try to talk your language, whatever language that is. Frickin' NPC.
Show me
So just
all
says who. Let's just
confidence
says who in this
and
guy. Hold on,
oceans on a
hold
flat
on,
Earth.
brother. Hold on. You're going to talk to says who. Okay. You don't know anything about flat Earth.
There's nothing to know.
Who am I speaking to? What's his name? Devodio?
Yep, me.
Okay. All right. So you agree then that the latitude and the longitude come from the sky, yes?
Latitude, not longitude.
Okay, fair enough. Where do those measurements come from?
Not precisely sure.
Well,
really matter.
Certainly they have to have some kind of reference to get the relationship between the sky and the ground, right?
Well, I know that the is it latitude, north and south? No, longitude. I know that the equator, that's at the center of the sphere, and that's determined based on the stars. Because when you go south, you see different stars, and they start rotating in a different direction depending on the season south. Do you know that?
I don't know why you're talking about that. I'm asking you, how do they measure to get, what method is used to get the relationship between the celestials and the ground?
Let me address Mark in the chat.
That's great. I came off of mute to talk to you, and now you're just kind of ignoring me and talking to somebody in chat.
I have like 20 people breathing down my throat. I'm sorry.
Ignore the chat. The chat is for if you want to post some kind of evidence for your claim. For right now, I don't give a shit. The point is, tell me the method by which they establish a relationship between the sky and the ground.
Establish a relationship between the sky and the ground. Well,
yes.
When you look up, you see the sky, and it correlates to how when you cross over to the northern hemisphere, you see different constellations. So there's some change between moving on the ground and what you see in the sky. Those changes.
Yeah, I know. What is the method? What is the method by which they do that?
I'm honestly not completely sure. I don't think it matters.
So, well, you don't think it matters, so you don't think that it's important to figure out how we can reliably establish. No. Don't reverse the burden of proof. You've been doing that all night. So, help me understand how they establish.
I have an established model that the majority of
you don't have a model. Okay, no worries. You think that the globe is your model. That's called a polar coordinate system. It's also a projection. Did you know that the globe is a projection?
Well, every map of the Earth is a projection. It's what a model.
Oh, okay. So then the globe is a projection. So earlier, when you scoffed at the idea of the Mercator projection being something all of a sudden now, the globe is a projection and it's not accurate.
No, the globe is accurate because it's a sphere.
Great.
The problem with the Mercator projection is that it's flat, and you have to distort the sphere to make it flat.
You're saying that because it's a sphere, it's accurate? That makes no sense. That's totally non sequitur.
So that means at some
Do you
stage
believe
we
that
would confirm
Greenland
this
is bigger
accuracy.
than South America?
Excuse me?
Do you believe that Greenland is bigger than South America?
I have no idea.
Well, if you want to keep living in the world where you have no idea about things, and
you don't know either.
It's an honest answer. I have never been to Greenland. I haven't measured its footprints, right? The square miles of it, so I have no idea. Why would I make such a stupid claim?
What do you mean, such a stupid claim? Could you explain that?
A stupid claim to say that one thing is bigger than the other when I haven't measured it.
Yeah, you see all these maps that this dude posted in the live stream voice text? It's because you can't map a sphere onto a flat plane without distorting
What sphere?
What distortion?
What sphere? What sphere are you talking about?
The Earth. Because
He thinks because he's got a globe model. He thinks because he's got a globe model, therefore the Earth is a globe. I'd like to know how he assigns reality to this model. How he's proven
Show
that his
me
little
a
globe
better
model on
model.
the desk.
I already did.
No,
you don't
you
even
didn't.
have a model. You don't
Yes, we do. It's
understand
called
your
a globe.
own- Okay, show it. I already
Show
asked.
you a
Show the
globe?
math of a globe. In the
Show the
chat
math of a globe?
Earth. Yeah, the math, the model, dude.
I can just pull up Google Earth.
That's
And
is
that's
that a
gonna
model
prove
of the globe?
How do they model?
You
How
already
do they
listen,
model
brother,
Google
brother,
Earth if
brother,
the Earth
brother,
isn't a
brother,
sphere?
brother. You said Google Earth was the Mercator, and you also said the Mercator
I
is
didn't
not
say
accurate.
no.
Your model's
Google
not accurate?
Maps is a Mercator.
No, Google
Google
Earth is a
Maps
Mercator.
is
Google Earth
Google
is
Earth
a
is
web
a sphere.
Mercator. Google
Earth is a sphere.
Shut the fuck up. Google Earth is a web Mercator, dumb fuck.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
Google
it
Earth
is.
is a sphere. Google Maps is a Mercator.
No,
There's a difference
it
between the two
looks like a
websites.
sphere. It looks like a sphere in software, but the coordinate system is a web Mercator. You don't know
What's a
what you're
web
talking
Mercator?
about.
Yeah, that zoomed out
web
Earth that you
Mercator,
see
dude.
on Google Earth, that's just, graphics, bro.
What does that even
Sorry.
That's just graphics. Okay, show me a graphic of the flat Earth. Come on.
Oh, so hold on a second. So let me just to get this straight. You just believe whatever cartoon is showed to you. So if I give you a cartoon of the flat Earth, you're going to automatically believe it?
If it lines up with observable reality, which a globe
Okay,
does.
so
What
would be observable reality? Would that actually be Earth curve? Isn't that the thing that we're kind of looking for today? Earth curve?
Everybody in the southern hemisphere looks south in the same direction and sees the Southern Cross.
No, friend, you've already backed yourself into a corner. The corner that you backed yourself into is because the globe, the sphere, matches up with observable reality. Well, then the observable reality we're looking for is Earth curve.
If you want to deny the sky above you and stick
I'm not denying anything.
ostrich, go ahead.
I'm not denying anything. The thing that we need from you now is Earth curve, so it's consistent with the graphic that you were shown.
You know that model that you've got, the ball?
Long Sao.
Now he's going to sidestep.
Long Sao. Yeah, because I'm being added in the chat.
How about you just shut up for a second and listen? You're claiming you live on a ball. I'm sweet with that. I've got no problem. What I want you to do is compare your little ball model to reality. For example, you should be able to measure drop over distance.
Show me a model of reality.
No, don't sidestep. You think you've got a model of reality. Okay, I agree with you. Let's go outside now and compare your model to reality. Let's do this. Let's measure drop over distance and see if we've got some.
Show me a model of reality besides the globe. Do it.
He's totally on repeat, man. He's like, show me a model. You don't have a model.
I told you, I said an hour ago he was bricked, bro. He's just enchanting nutcase mode. Dude, you sound like a nutcase. You know that, right?
You guys keep insulting me. You're playing
You
loud
keep not
sound
listening.
effects.
Me telling you sound like a nutcase is trying to help you, okay? You sound crazy. The Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. We know it's a sphere because Earth is a globe. Like, dude, you're bricked,
No,
man.
we know it's a sphere because of the sky. And you deny the sky above you.
Brother.
Shit.
I know my house is bricked because my neighbor's house
Why
is bricked.
is there a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, they don't predict it with a globe.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes.
You are
Yes, they do.
woefully misinformed. No, we use to predict the sun location. We use the equation of time. That's what it's called. If you go on time and date, the U.S. Naval. Stop talking. Don't talk over me. Go on time and date. The U.S. Naval Observatory, SunCalc, any one of those things that tell you what the sun's doing. That model, the mathematics, has no globe in it. That's what I tried to tell you, but you didn't listen. There's no globe in it.
Has no globe in it. That doesn't make any
That's
sense.
right. The mathematics has no Earth globe in it.
In the summer, in Antarctica, there's a 24-hour sun.
That's right, and it's not predicted with a globe.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. I just told you it's
Just
not.
like the summer in the Arctic, there's also a 24-hour sun.
Okay, you said yes, it is. Post in the chat the globe model prediction of a 24-hour sun. I want the actual model with the mathematics. Post it.
With the mathematics, that would just be the
With
tilt
the
of the Earth.
the actual geometric model in the form of mathematics, geometry, whatever. Post it in the chat. Don't post a fucking diagram. I want the prediction of a 24-hour sun.
All right.
Yeah, Devotion, you've been asked.
Good luck, dude.
Yeah, you can just take a few minutes. You've been asked. Gosh, did you guys hear that thunder? So loud. You've been asked to find several things. Show us your globe model. I still haven't seen your favorite globe. Can't wait to see that.
I don't have
You're
screen
going to
share
put-
privileges, so I was going to screen
We don't
share
need to
Google
screen
Earth.
share, dude.
Yeah, put it in the live
Okay,
stream
just look
voice
up Google
text,
Earth then.
Yeah.
No,
we
there's no
want
math in
yours.
Google. Hold on. There's no math in Google Earth. In Google Earth would not predict a 24-hour sun anyway. So we want the mathematics that predict there'd be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The globe model. Our model's
Give me a second, I
math.
have to look it up. I want to memorize this stuff.
Dude, you can look forever. You're never going to find it because they use the equation of time and there's no fucking globe in it. In fact, the diagram I posted is the equation of time. It assumes that you're measuring elevation angles above a flat plane. Which is what Sesu was trying to get to. How do they do it? How do we relate the ground to the sky? We measure from a flat plane and up.
Yeah, I remember when you guys used to deny a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, no one denied shit, dude.
Really?
I remember when you were going to look for some math.
Kind of hard to find math for stuff this basic.
Oh, yeah, it's so basic, then just tell it to us from memory.
I don't memorize this stuff.
Oh, you
Normal
can't
people
memorize
don't
basic
memorize
things.
this stuff.
So you can't
It's
memorize
so
basic
basic.
things. You're a clown.
Yeah, Devote here, you're starting to really sound like
There's a 24-hour sun in the summer on the flat Earth, and in the summer, in the Arctic. So like,
Don't you
how
mean
does
the
that
wind?
work on a flat Earth? Does the sun
That's not
move
math.
north and south?
Bro.
Just get the model. We want to see the gold model prediction of a 24-hour sun.
Yeah. Like every
it's
every
tilted.
argument.
There you go.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say
It's
something?
tilted.
Every argument
Yeah.
you present, right? At the end of it, you have to show how it shows us the radius. You got to show how it shows us curvature. You have to show this is how we know it's curved. It's a sphere. It's a sphere. What do you call it? A sphere, right?
The Earth's on a tilt, and during the
So when
summer,
you say
part of
something
it
like
tilts towards the sun.
hold on, example. 24-hour sun, right? How does that prove that the ground is curving? So you have to end it with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I can add to that, dude, at best, you're inferring this. It's not proof. Right? So it would behoove you to find some other means to confirm the supposition that you're inferring, right? Sort of like what Bong Sa was saying, like actually measuring the ground, just to confirm it.
Who has ever navigated by measuring below them?
I didn't make that claim, dude. I'm asking who actually measured the ground to confirm that it's curving, which
Show me
is
what you think reality is.
Shut your mouth. Okay, you're making the inference that the ground is curving by looking in the sky and doing all this stuff. Okay, cool supposition. Let's confirm that directly. Who has done that?
I can pull up your Eric Dubé 200 proofs, and he says that there's no 24-hour sun. You guys said there's no 24-hour sun for years.
Okay, if you see Eric Dubé in here, please tell him he's wrong. Until then, you're dealing with us, not him.
And it doesn't matter, dude. You're skating away from the fact that you're drawing an inference, okay? And there must be some other way, some direct way of confirming the supposition.
Why are you guys so attached to this flat Earth thing?
Dude, shut
Because
the
it's
fuck
measured
up.
as flat.
No,
it's that simple. There's no Devotio, listen carefully. There is zero measurable curvature. So why would someone as retarded come out like you, come out and go, it's a ball, when there's no measurable curvature?
I got it. I got the answer. You know why I'm so attached to it? Because I can't like just float off into space. Like my feet are literally attached to it. Like, you know, even if you're on a plane, you're gonna come back down to it. I mean, think about it, right? It's not like
That's right, Bugs Out. There's nowhere else to go. Good answer.
That's
Nowhere
gravity.
else to
Show
go.
me an explanation for gravity on a flat Earth.
You can't
Science to
explain it.
date, you can't explain it either. And we know that because science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is.
Yeah, Devodio.
Down is?
Bro.
Yeah, what you call gravity.
Okay. You're nitpicking.
You're what? You're broken.
Quantum bullshit part of math of science to argue that down doesn't fall down. Like, come on here.
No, I didn't say things don't go down. Devotio, listen up. Devotio, listen. Things go down. We don't disagree with you. So you having a spiral out is not going to help you. What we don't know, listen up, science to date, this includes yourself, myself, does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. We know things go down. We measure the speed of it, 9.8 metres per second squared. Nobody's got an issue with that. Well, that's up to you to prove.
Cavendish experiment.
If you go and have a look up the so-called Cavendish experiment, you might find that experiment was to look
He
for
has
something
no idea
else.
what it does. I already went over this.
It was
He
to
has no
measure the
idea what
gravitational
even-
constant.
No, it doesn't, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what it does. No idea.
Devoto, here's the other
Okay,
issue,
so
right?
I'll walk you through what it does when you set it up, right? You set up the balls, you set up the other balls. What happens? No, listen, because you're going to learn something right now about what you're appealing to because you don't even know what it is. So I'll educate you on what is observed in the Cavendish experiment. You set up the balls, they start rotating. They get closer, and then they go back in the other direction and they oscillate. What they do is they time the speed of the oscillation and infer a gravitational constant using Newton's second law. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. You have no fucking clue. You're drowning. You're underwater.
And even with
That's right. They oscillate.
Nothing I
Oscillate.
say
That means
will-
they go back and forth. Okay? The balls
Nothing I say will
oscillate.
convince you.
What you say is actually true.
Because
Why would I believe you?
What it is with every flat earther
Here
is
we go with the meta.
connected this
What's going on
to
here, bro?
religion.
Yeah, every flat earther, yeah. Eric Dubé and all that shit.
Yeah, dude, you can just leave if you want, man. Okay? And even at best, okay, with all this stuff, Cavendish or whatnot, you're still drawing inferences. Okay? Getting a direct measurement of the ground after doing some of these things that give you the inkling, oh, we might be on this giant ball. Okay? A direct measurement somehow is necessary anyway. Okay? So if you're granted anything that was brought up, right? Even if we want to just give it to you, okay? You need to support it with a direct measurement to confirm. Period. End of story. Right? So instead of everybody kind of just, skating around the fact, let's just, have Devodio actually bring up a direct measurement that would confirm his supposition. Third time now. How about you just do that and end it?
Yeah, while you're on mute, Devodio, you can take that time to go and look for all the evidence that you have, because you're clearly coming in here with a misconception about what flat Earth is, and you have your straw man ideas and so on, but you're not really that interested in listening to what we have to say. But you were going to present some of your evidence of your globe. So, just pretend like you were going to give a presentation of we'd like to see actual measurement of curvature, drop over distance of this sphere that we supposedly live on instead of your appealing to the sky thing. So, yeah, maybe work on that. Meanwhile, there's other people in here. Maybe somebody else has a question or comment about Flat Earth. Good to see everybody in here in the home server on
Back.
Saturday night.
Feels good to be back, baby.
Home sweet home.
For sure. Yep, we got the home fires lit. We got chocolate chip cookies on the counter. Punch bowl in the living room. That's right, Christian Bear, you bet. So yeah.
And a real globe devotee.
I just went into AI and I asked, will the cosmos moving around a geocentric stationary Earth have the same effect on the Cavendish experiment? And it says yes. So I'm about to put a link to that, the screenshot.
So, Devodio, whatever your name is, right? Look in the chat. I posted a bunch of Cavendish experiments. There's problems with all of them. All of them. Every single one. One works when it shouldn't. One doesn't work at all. And one changes what it does when they change the orientation of the so-called masses. So, you're appealing to something you don't even know what it does. I don't know if you debated on TikTok or Facebook or something, man, but you're gonna need to come correct here.
Yeah, he's Kiwi Buzz brought him from X. That's where he came from.
Oh, that explains everything. That explains it all.
It sure does. Yeah, he's asking to be unmuted. He wants to leave and say one more thing. So yeah, hopefully it's Globe Pro.
Yeah, if it's not about us, dude, because we don't care about your freaking social commentary. So I'm gonna unmute you, dude.
Okay, I'm going to say one last thing before I leave. I don't want to be talked over. The reason you're so attached to the flat Earth is
no, we're not the topic, dude.
Religion.
Yeah,
I don't want to be talked over.
Yeah, you can just be disconnected then.
Nobody cares what you.
I want to give one last statement before I leave.
Yeah, but you're not going to talk about us.
You're wrong. You told me, hey,
you've attached this
Devotio.
to
Oh God, I'm
religion.
muting this guy. No.
And you
think?
Nope.
Your
You started out. Oh, he's not even going to listen. He started out
I banned him.
chanting in the check-in when I first came in. He started chanting that about religion. He just has these little chants, and anything I tried to say to him, he just came on with another chant. I mean, he's not really interested in talking to the people that are in front of him. He obviously is chanting his own religion.
He doesn't even listen to what you say. I told him he kind of sounded crazy, man. Like, dude, you sound crazy. You're like, it's a sphere because it's a sphere. Like, you're nuts, dude. You're just chanting. So welcome back, everybody. By the way, the music bot works now. We have a music bot for people that want to play clips or whatever in here. For one, I'm going to be here more often, a lot more often. I'm actually going to try to avoid the other two. Not for any particular reason, but I just want to be home, I guess. So that's what I'm going to do.
Sounds great. It's a good time for it.
Oh, I should also say, if you want Fight Club style stuff, this just pertains to the other two. We had kind of a little meeting, Heretic, and even though we didn't have Wolfgang there. If you want Fight Club stuff, don't go to English Club because they're just too. It's not the right forum for that. If you want to do battle, I mean, go in politics, or you can come here if you want to do. You know how it is here. You can do whatever you want. But if you're caught on between the two, and you don't feel compelled to be in English Hub, but you can go in politics and duke it out in there. I just say that because the rules of the English hub are pretty lax, and like we've been getting a little too feisty for them. So we're starting to draw attention for that.
English hub for calm exposition without vulgarity. Politics for the Wild West.
You should talk. You swore twice in there yesterday.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Where's the swear jar?
I mean, if Nepal can do what they did with Discord, we could probably do a little bit, right?
Oh yeah. Bong, have you been over English hub? Have you been over there?
Yeah. Just a couple times, yeah. It's there yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle because they're
Yeah.
poor English speaking ability, but it's also technical. When you get technical, even if you're good at English, that's still still a foreign language. I mean, it's a foreign language to English speakers. Half the stuff we talk about.
Exactly. Didn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. It's the it's the crazy people that I had a hard time with, like the trolls and the language barrier wasn't really. You say a couple words and you know how water is flat at top, surface. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if we have anybody else who wants to discuss their globe. Hush is a glober. Oh, Tree's deafened. Too bad. Yeah, Tree was in the lobby. I think Tree is officially a globe earther. Yeah, he's got the globe earther role. But he's deafened right now.
Oh, I might as well go full announcement mode. Ladies' Night is switching. It might be renamed, and it's going to be like once a month here. Though there might be a weekly one over in politics if some of the other ladies want to carry that forward and want to debate. But what's going to be over here is going to be, it's not going to be a debate format style. Allegedly, we'll see how that actually works out. So the whole ladies' night thing is going to change a little bit. So yeah, you've been warned.
Yeah, we got the feedback from a lot of the women that rather than doing a knockdown, drag out debate, they'd rather do a more calm event here in the home server. We've done it that way in the past, so we'll try to do it again. Because, yeah, a lot of women don't want to be, verbally abused, sworn at, called crazy names, and told they're stupid. And I can't imagine what they have against that. I mean, so wonderful.
Sounds very unreasonable. What do they expect?
To be treated
We're
civilly.
not coddling anybody. Yeah, it's stability here. Hell no.
Yeah, you're going to get a little bit of that in Discord no matter what. But we can try. We can try. Oh, Dynamic Drums is a flat earther. I haven't talked to you before. Welcome, Dynamic Drums. Citadel's a flat earther. Hello. George is here. Welcome. He's got his pool table.
Good evening.
Oh, George is also a flat earther. Yeah. Good to see you. Is that your flat pool table there?
Indeed, he's there for a reason.
Yeah, you could probably show something disappearing bottom up on that pool table.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of a horizontal plane, where mass is not attracting mass, and so on.
How did you find the server, George?
Oh, I've been in the server for quite some time. It's been a while that it didn't come back.
Yeah, I see. You've been here since 2020. July 23rd, 2020.
Yeah.
Good. Glad you came back.
Pleasure to be here. Very quiet in here.
Yeah, we had a crazy globe believer. Yeah, he spiraled out. Then he was going to tell us what we thought and psychoanalyze us on his way out. So we just had to show him the door without listening to his psychoanalysis because we don't want it. We don't need it. Tree's undeafened. Tree, can you tell us about your globe?
Oh, I'm pretty sure you all are very aware with the globe. Kind of have to be to have lived this long, you know?
I've been looking everywhere. I can't find it. Where do I go? Where did you go?
Where did I go? No, I don't think I can give a logical proof of the globe to you.
No,
I
like
formulated
you
one.
said, like you figured out it was a globe by just living long enough. I just want to know, like, where'd you go? Like,
I think I think I may have misspoke. I meant that, you know, just by virtue of like being alive, being part of any education system, you'll have encountered the globe at some point, and as in,
yeah,
being taught it.
that's more like that's more like an idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not really here for argument. I'm down for conversation, I guess.
Would you? Yeah, I mean, we can conversate. Like, would you say that you know the Earth is a globe, or you believe it?
I'm pretty sure I'm agnostic. I'm just globe leaning. I study physics. So it's
globe
pretty
curious.
Much yeah.
Globe.
Pretty much. It's a funny way of putting it.
Yeah, it is. What in physics tell you the Earth is a globe? I mean, because you're like, I study physics. Is it like? Let's say nobody told you the shape of the Earth, right? And all you did was take physics classes. Would you figure out the Earth is a globe from your physics classes without knowing?
Let me think. I don't think there's anything in physics that says that the Earth need to take the shape of a sphere, other than perhaps what we learn about gravity, but that would need to be experimentally validated.
That's a good answer.
you do learn a lot of math and physics, so I'm assuming the geometry you can get out of that can be used to experiment on the shape. Experiment as in not scientifically experiment. I have to be cautious with that word I've seen.
Are you taking a particular? Are you just taking general physics? Are you interested in a particular field? Like, how's that working?
I'm not really. I don't like the main areas of physics and quantum mechanics and astrophysics. I really dislike it.
Well, there's other parts, right? There's ballistics, or there's electrodynamics, or material science. Like you could do. It's a very large field.
It is
generally, right? You could specialize. Like, is there anything you're actually interested in specializing?
Probably like mathematical physics, just mathematical models of stuff in reality.
Oh my god, dude! There's like tens of thousands of papers of mathematical models. Like, is that what you really want to do? Just like crunch models and then post a paper that nobody ever reads?
No, I'm probably swinging on just being a pure math PhD, just because it's more like a hobby. I like looking at axioms and what they imply. Modeling is.
that sounds cool.
It's too much. Yeah.
So that's a reputable. Obviously, there's not a lot of utility to advanced mathematics. There is here and there, but that's a reputable. That's a respectable career, just being a mathematician.
Yeah, just I guess for fun more than anything.
Well, yeah, man. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah, that's the plan.
What have you heard before about the lack of curvature on the Earth?
What have I heard about the lack of curvature? The black swan's a very famous one, saying that this observation wouldn't work if the Earth were to be curving. So that would be an argument against the curvature rate presented by the standard globe model. I've heard that. I've heard even arguments about elevation angles, but I'm a bit iffy on that as being a logical argument.
Why?
I feel like, okay, so it's like if you can measure an elevation angle, then the surface you're on is flat. I'm not seeing how that follows from
water, about the ocean and celestial navigation.
Like elaborate.
You need a flat plane, right? You're the horizon, the ocean. That's your baseline. You got your star, and you get an angle to the star.
I don't see how you can't do that on a curved surface.
Because you got a curved adjacent.
Yeah.
That would.
Right, you can't have a curved line and a straight line and measure the angle between them. The angle will change depending on where you measure the angle.
Oh, right, but I guess the two lines that you're measuring the angle to would be from your eye to the horizon and your eye to the star, and those would form two straight lines.
What about in the fog or at night when you can't see the horizon?
Well, the GP of the star is not on the horizon. I have to tell you that.
Yeah, you don't have that stuff.
Well, the water. I mean, you're saying the water is curving, right? That's why you have to look at the horizon. Or I'm saying the water is flat and level, forming the horizon that you're looking at.
All right,
but you're saying that the water is curving. Is that what you're saying?
that'd be the globe claim, I guess. For the sake of conversation, I'll take that stance.
Right. When you
Yeah.
say elevation angles are not, you don't. Are you saying because the ocean is curving?
Hold on. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah. So I asked you why you don't, use elevation angles as.
He was saying that the angle is between the line of sight to the horizon, that straight line, which creates this whole other problem.
Yeah.
And some star.
Yeah, and that horizon is formed by the water beneath us, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, it can't be curving because you are looking at it and drawing a straight line to it, right? And it's formed by the water that's beneath the boat. Therefore, it is a straight line, and the water is not curving. So elevation angles prove that it's flat. Do you agree?
No, you said that the line from your eyes to the horizon, that was a straight line, right? That doesn't.
Well, because we're looking at a star, right? That's very far away. So
perhaps.
Right, that's why that elevation angle, tells us the ground, the ocean is flat. Do you agree?
No. Not with that. Not with that reasoning.
Okay, so you're saying now that the ocean is curving. Is that what you're saying?
It may be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're looking at the horizon, and that horizon is created by the ocean that's beneath us. That's supposed to be curving away. Do you see the contradiction here?
No.
But my brain is not. Okay.
My fault.
Your eyes look at the horizon and you draw a straight line. You look at the star, you draw another straight line, you get an angle, right? Right?
Yes.
Agree? Okay.
Yes.
I agree. But to me, this means that the ocean that forms the horizon that we're drawing a straight line to me, that means it's flat. It means it's not curving away beneath us, right? That's what I'm asking. Like, do you agree that it's flat and not curving away
Okay.
beneath our feet? Yep. The horizon. Yep. Sorry if I'm confusing you guys. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think this could be going somewhere. That just hold on.
So let's pretend putting a ruler on a basketball, right?
Right.
And we'll say the basketball will represent the ocean. Okay, because we're on the ball, right? Okay, and then we'll say the ruler will represent our vision. Okay, looking straight.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Okay. Well, you see how the horizon is now non-existent because we're on a ball, right?
Hold on.
Because it's curving away beneath us. It's a tangent line on the ball.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. In other words, there's no plane on that ball for you to draw an angle, an elevation angle. You can't look at a horizon on a ball and draw a straight line to it and then look at a star. Like, you can't do that on a ball because there's no flat surface to do it with, right? Do you agree?
Have you seen those? It's like a visualization of, like, what was it? Horizon dip, that phenomenon. How you go up, right? The horizon's allegedly supposed to drop because it's curving away, right? Just using that model real quick. And you can still get what your elevation angle is from that, creating that new tangent line and the same direction of the celestial that you're looking at. You would have a you can derive an angle from that using that visual. I'm maybe I can find it. All right.
Well, how can you level? How can you know your vision is level on a ball, right? If you're not looking at the horizon.
You can use a plumb bob, right, and then perpendicular to where that plumb bob is pointing, that would be your horizontal.
Yeah, but
You
where
cannot
that
have a
is touching,
perpendicular on a ball, man.
Huh?
You cannot have a perpendicular on a sphere.
exactly, because
Just
where it's
remind you, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, and vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. So the horizon must be horizontal and flat.
Okay, I guess we've derived horizons differently. We can.
No, it's just the definition of the words horizontal and vertical. They both refer to the horizon.
Okay.
Well, when you do this at night, and you can't see the horizon, you're using a plane, a mathematical plane. At what point does that start curving, Tree?
What point does it start curving? Like when you go upwards?
Yeah, the baseline. Your baseline. If you cannot physically see the horizon, right? It's nighttime. You're getting an angle to a star.
You'd use your azimuth then. That'd be.
That's a vertical.
Yeah, you'd have your vertical.
That's a perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. So no, you cannot use that on a sphere, only on a flat plane.
Yeah, an azimuth is a 90-degree angle, and that doesn't exist on the top of a sphere.
Well, I wanted to simplify it even more and say that, where that line, the horizontal touches the sphere, is a point and not a line or surface area. It's a point, right? So you don't have a baseline on a sphere. And furthermore, like water is not curving at the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Not just that, you also need a radius to claim a tangent.
Claim a tangent?
Yeah, a radius of a sphere is from the center of a sphere. A radius on the surface will be a radius of a circle, which is flat.
As in, like the line, the radius line, the radial line is flat.
That's correct. If it's on the surface, a radius would be a circle.
Okay.
And for you to claim a tangent on a globe, you need the verified radius value. If you don't have that, you don't have a tangent.
Really?
Doesn't this all make so much more sense on a flat Earth, Tree? It makes so much more sense.
Yeah, the tangent that you're trying to claim, it would be a straight line to a horizontal line, and that's not a tangent. A tangent needs to be a straight line meeting a curved line in one single point, which we don't observe that. What we observe is a straight line to a horizontal line, which is another straight line, so no tangent.
Mm.
Well, and then the ground position is also a right angle back to the observer. The ground position under that celestial object.
A right angle, like in reference to the horizon?
To the observer, yeah.
Okay.
Do you understand that? Does that make sense to you?
Somewhat. Yeah.
So the ground position underneath the star is going to be a right angle, a 90, back to the observer.
Yeah, that's the ground position of a star.
that's a flat Earth.
See, I'm not sure where the logic follows at that final step, saying that it needs to be a flat Earth.
Okay, I'll tell you how. Because the position of the observer is also an azimuth. It's also 90 degrees. So you need two 90 degrees, one at the ground position of the star and one at your position. Because the elevation angle on its own doesn't mean much. You need a co-altitude angle, which is driven from your 90.
Anybody have a diagram
So
of that?
basically you have two 90-degree angles. It's like a rectangle, one at the ground position and one at your position. Because what you're trying to do when you do these elevation angles to the ground position of a celestial is to find your position. If you're trying to find your position, you'll need three elevation angles, and those circles of equal altitude will emerge at your position.
Mm-hmm.
Triangulation.
Mm. And nice seeing you too, DJ. Yeah, it's been a minute.
Have you heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say stuff like, you don't see the curvature of the Earth? You ever see that?
Yeah.
You seen the Red Bull space jump?
The Red Bull space. Oh, it's like world record for free fall.
Yeah, well, Gardner, Felix. Yeah, I forget his name, but yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy. They had a camera inside. Yeah, they had a camera inside the pod that was looking out and saw the horizon at 120,000 feet. What do you think about that? At 128,000 feet above a ball, you look outside, eye level, and you see a horizon. What do you think? Shouldn't the ball be down there? And if you're seeing a horizon, wouldn't that mean it's flat?
You say horizon, do you mean flat horizon?
Yeah, like a line. Like the same horizon you see outside. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a horizon curve?
Me? I could say no. I haven't. Not with my own eyes, maybe through
Nobody. That's why I was asking him. When you said the flat horizon, there is no other, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson reckons, he says, well, yeah, it's going to look flat at 128,000 feet. He even says it's also going to look flat at the ISS. Because, you're only seeing 3% of the globe. That's what he's saying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In other words, he's telling us and everyone, the whole world, we have to assume that the world is flat, that the world looks flat, the world measures, because that's how professional, people who work with big surface areas of the surveyors, radio pilots, they have to assume a non-rotating plane.
Yeah, I
What do
need
you
to check
think? Yeah, well, yeah, you
about
can verify it. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it's all good. You can verify.
Yeah, I would have to verify a few of that with the surveyors. I'm pretty sure I have seen clips posted about Neil deGrasse Tyson saying all sorts of things. But yeah.
Well, I'm not saying like I'm asking you like, what do you think? Well, because he has to say those things. Neil deGrasse Tyson is considered a science communicator, right? So when something, when something shows up that goes against the narrative, right? He shows up to explain it away. You know what I mean? So it's back on the narrative, right? So this guy yelled. I mean, he's frustrated, saying, "You do not see the curvature of the Earth," and that's what we're talking about. You know, we're always talking about, "Hey, is the Earth curving?" And people say, "Well, you have to prove it's flat, right?" What do you think? Do you think we have to prove that it's flat? Or do you think that if we can't find curvature, then maybe it's not a globe? What do you think?
I think both sides would have to prove their own claims. Although, it's definitely much simpler to say, deposit that the Earth is flat.
When you said you need to check with the surveyors, would that be the planar surveyors?
Planar surveyors, is that
Yeah, that's what
different
they
from?
do. They measure the plane, don't they? They're called planar surveying.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Although it seems like, okay, I just searched it up. It says that the surveyor who practices plane surveying, a method where the Earth's surface is treated as a flat plane.
There you go. So you better check with those guys. They will know best.
I mean, I've also heard that there are certain limits where allegedly surveyors would have to account for curvature. I'm not too sure about that. I do want to read on it, but I can't say if that's a legitimate, if that's legitimate at all, to say that you'd get inaccuracies for not constructing a sphere underneath you.
That's a good saying, because the sphere is constructed of flat Earth measurements.
So you've heard all the arguments
For flat Earth?
For globe Earth.
I've seen that there are a lot. I definitely haven't seen all of them, but the popular ones are addressed here almost immediately.
Yeah. Well, we're like, so if you tell me that you have a ball in a box, right? It's a gift to me, right?
Yeah.
And I open it up, and I don't find a ball. I find a cube.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Like, what I'm saying is like, if we are told that the Earth is a ball, and we go out there and see that it's not a ball, but it has features of, flat. You know how cubes are. I'm not saying it's a cube, but it's flat like a table.
Yeah.
Can we? I mean, like, do we say, well, balls can look flat if they're big enough, or do we say, well, it must be flat, it must not be a ball?
The person who gave you the gift lied, claiming that it's a sphere when it's a cube.
So okay, cool.
Yeah,
so do you think? So what do you think about our observations in the world and our experience? Does it appear to be? Does it look like a sphere? Does it measure like a sphere?
I don't know about measurements. I have not measured the world large scale. It does certainly look flat.
Yeah. Well, that's why we had that conversation earlier about elevation angles in water, right? Because right? You know water is flat and level, right? You look at the top, resting.
It
Flat and level,
seems
right?
it seems flat, and I'm pretty sure by definition it's level. So
Okay. Which means it's not curving, right?
I mean, that's the thing. Not necessarily.
And that's where I think the problem is now, right? Because people are saying that because remember I said if you put a ruler on a basketball, right, and you observe and you zoom into where they touch, it's not touch, it's touching at a point, and it's not forming a line. It's not forming a plane. Okay, we understand that. Can we agree on that?
In reality, it does kind of touch at multiple points. Mathematically, it would only intersect at one point, though.
Okay, like in reality, like where? Like physically, like when you put a ruler on a basketball? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. That example that you're giving.
Okay, that's good. Okay, cool. So if we zoom into where that is actually touching, right? What do we see? Right? Let's say it's water. Let's say this basketball is made of water. Okay? And we zoom into where the water is touching the ruler. Okay, are we going to find plane? Or are we going to find touching at a point? Not, in other words, not enough flat surface to do anything with.
Okay.
It doesn't appear like reality appears flat and level. You know, when you're flying over a plane and you look down at the water, that's not what we're going to see. We're not going to see something flat like that. Well, because it's a ball, right?
Right.
So it might be touching, not exactly at a point, like it would on mathematically, right? But it's not doing. It's not doing what we're seeing in the real world. In other words, it's virtually still touching at a point. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get at. Me understanding what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm definitely listening, though.
Can I ask a question, Tree?
Sure.
You agree that the horizon is a horizontal plane?
Horizontal plane. So, what is a horizontal plane?
The horizon is an example of it. Do you agree with that statement or not?
Okay, when you
look
say
at the horizon, is it horizontal or not?
Is it horizontal? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. If I were to look at my horizon right now, yeah.
How many horizontal parts can you find on a sphere?
Okay, then that's the same question. What's a horizon?
Right. The horizon is the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. But also, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's the definition of horizontal, by the way. So if the horizon is a horizontal plane, my question to you, how many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
I could give you like the typical
The answer is simple. Zero.
Answer. Oh, okay. Yeah.
A sphere doesn't contain horizontal planes.
Yeah, there's
the
no
deviation from
flatness
straight. That's it. So it all started and ends at the horizon. The horizon is a horizontal plane. It's game over. There is no sphere.
Okay, then we have to talk about that definition of a horizontal plane then. Because you're saying that a horizontal plane is the horizon is an example of one. That's what I gathered from that. But that doesn't tell me much about, how do you construct a horizon from a surface? A horizontal plane, I mean.
That's a definition of the horizon, horizontal plane, the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
Well, I got this cool not experiment. Like if you picture yourself in a really long hallway, you know what I mean? Yeah. A long hallway, and you can adjust the walls and the ceiling. You can pull them up, pull them out, remove them altogether. Right, but if we look down this hallway, the planes beneath our feet, above our feet, to the right and to the left, are all converging in the center of our eyes where we're looking, right? converging right there. So
Yeah.
remove the walls, remove the ceiling, you know, and what are you left with? You're just left with the plane beneath your feet, and you're looking at it. You're looking down at the plane beneath your feet, and then you look towards, down the hallway, and oh no, there's no walls and no ceiling. What happened? But now there's just this straight line. You know what I mean? You know how they used to converge in the middle? But when we removed everything, we're just left with this thing beneath us, and now it's forming a straight line in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's put the right wall back on. Okay? What do we see now? We see this plane on the right side, and now it's forming a line that's converging with the floor. No, okay, let's put the walls back up and let's see the planes, right? So you got horizontal plane. So if you just remove everything and just leave the thing under your feet, that's what forms the horizon. The plane. Now, can you do that with a sphere?
Okay.
Can we put a sphere beneath our feet and see the same thing in front of us? No,
I think I would have to
no.
disagree to the point that line of convergence is what forms the horizon. So you agree
No. It's the plane that's beneath your feet, right?
Yeah.
Because if you remove the plane beneath your feet, now let's say you just leave the ceiling and remove everything else, well, now you got a line, still saying a horizon, but now the plane is above you, right? And you're just, I don't know. If you remove it and just leave the right wall, well, now you've got a vertical line. It's no longer a horizon. I guess you could call it a verdict. I don't know.
It'll be some oxymoron, yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's the plane that forms the horizon, right? And because like the brother said earlier, there are no horizontal planes on sphere.
Okay. So the horizon itself, right? By definition, would be like every single point where like the sky. Okay, I mean the point where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? It doesn't necessarily have to appear horizontal.
Just like the corridor, if you look straight ahead on that long corridor, like it was described to you now, yeah, it seems like the ceiling is emerging with the ground, when in fact it's not. If you go along the corridor, the ceiling is still up, not touching the ground. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a boundary, a visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the surface.
Right now, my horizon is all jagged and curvy, right? I'm not looking over water right now, so there's going to be, and I'm seeing like there's like a hill in the distance, and my horizon's not this flat line. So instead of how to put this, like a horizontal plane is constructing that, right? How do we define that? What a horizontal plane is? Do we need to reference this
parallel to the horizon?
Sea level. Sea level is a good starting point, because that's how we start. With everything. That's how we start everything. It's from sea level, right? When we build.
Right.
Yeah. So sea level is the plane that we start from, and we go up and down from it. And so let's say, we got this sea level. Wait, okay, and let's say a person stands in front of me, and now I can't see the horizon, right? He's not a hill, he's not a feature of the terrain, but he's still obstructing the horizon. I don't have a perfect horizon. If I go up, the obstruction is removed, and now I see the horizon, right? Whether it's land or that's what we're talking about. It's where it meets the plane that's beneath our feet. And we start from sea level, and then we go up if there's land, terrain. But it's always from sea level, maps and stuff like that.
Okay, so as by horizon, right? You mean this horizontal plane, as opposed to if there was a hill in the distance, and I would just say that hill would make my horizon look curved. The horizon we're referring to is the horizon over water.
Correct. How would you measure that hill or that mountain that is obstructing you? How would you measure the elevation of that mountain?
The elevation. I would start at some elevation that I would set as 0, right?
And where would that be 0?
I think it's sea level.
There you go. So level then. So that's the flatness that we're talking about. That's what makes the Earth flat. Yeah. The dry land is everything that is above sea level.
Hmm. Oh, shoot.
So Louisiana doesn't exist?
Yeah, you cut out a little there on my end.
I think he said, so Louisiana doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Oh, wait, how come?
And the Netherlands.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yes, your connection AI is very bad. The reason why I'm saying that is because those locations are below sea level, but that is inside land.
Oh, I did not know that. I learned something here today. Huh. That's real interesting.
That goes to say there is more land under the oceans. It's called seabed.
Right.
So what keeps you on the globe there, Tree? What would you say your percent certainty is that you live on a globe?
It's a good question. I think earlier when I started, I said I was agnostic about it. I could say 50-50. It's either a globe or it's not.
Wow. I feel like you're very unique. I hardly ever hear anybody say 50-50. Wow. That's really
Oh, really?
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, most people are
99%ers?
There's a lot of 99%ers, but like even people who aren't 99, they'll just, I don't know, they just won't pick 50-50. They'll just pick like 85 or something like that. Yeah. Very interesting.
So you believe 50% on the globe with horizontal planes?
I believe 50% in the globe. Believe. I'm split down the middle. That's my position, and I'm only saying that because I haven't actually tested curvature or flatness.
Do you believe you have 2 feet?
Believe. I know I have 2 feet.
Okay. That's to say, in this subject, you cannot have beliefs. Either you know or you don't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you, but you're going to be a flat earther, I think. How does that make you feel?
He is already a flat earther, he just doesn't know it.
I know it.
Flat earther in denial role. I don't have that.
We are all flat earthers in the end. Nobody lives in a sphere.
Well, I've not measured that yet. Shoot.
Well, we've been talking about water, a lot. So how are you going to measure water curving at the surface? How are you going to go past? How are you just going to go past that? Do you think water curves around at the surface? conforming to the shape of whatever object it's turning around?
I'd want to go back to that. You said how would we go about measuring that?
Well, no. How are you going to show, right? How are you going to even conceive water curving at the surface to measure, to prove that it's a ball?
Oh, how am I gonna come up with that idea? That
How are you going to verify it? How are you going to verify it?
Okay.
Water is curving.
I'd have to verify it via measurements. I can't really.
But yeah, but we've been talking about water a lot. You know, we've been agreeing, how water is flat, level, right? That's how we level things, right?
Yeah,
Spirit
but I
levels.
think we have a lot of definitions that aren't properly connected. I'm not sure. I want to better formulate this. I need time to think about what I'm trying to say, but I think that there's some step missing in the logic that's saying that, the A implies B, that water, this property of water or this property of measuring angles of elevation implies that the Earth is a globe. I think I'm going to review that logical process.
Start by researching Pascal's principle.
Well, we have a logical process. It goes like this, right? If sphere, then there should be curvature.
Yeah.
And if there's no curvature, then it's not a sphere, right? If it's a ball, then there should be curvature. If you can't find curvature, then it is not a ball. What do you think about that logic?
That's very sound. Yeah, a ball has curvature. No curvature means no ball. Yeah.
Do you know the radius of the globe?
Almost 4,000 miles and around 7,000 kilometers. I think.
Yep. And that should give you some kind of curvature rate, right?
Right. Yeah. You have the 8 inches per mile squared.
Basket. Yeah. So I think is way too small. I mean, I'm not a mathematician, right? But it's kind of obvious when you look at it. Like, this is stupid. This is tiny. What the hell is this globe size? This is ridiculous. But what do you think? What should we see when we look out into the ocean?
I think
Let's
that's
say,
something that should vary with height. At the beach?
At the beach, like you're 6 feet tall, looking at the horizon. How much land should we see? How far should we see? If we were on a ball with that radius, 3,959 miles.
Right. There's a bunch of factors that go into play with the horizon. I'm not sure how do I calculate how far that would be. You can create some tangent line between your line of vision and the line of sight and the horizon. And
once again, that's not a tangent. That's a straight line to a horizontal line.
Yeah, I posted a thing for you to look at. It's called the
Black Swan.
It's an observation. Yeah, it's an observation.
Yeah.
And it's got that logic that we just talked about, and it's got the numbers. You agree? Do you agree with? Just have a look and we could talk about it.
I mean, I'm pretty familiar with this. I would challenge the line that says every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of observer's height in feet.
You think it should be farther?
Farther, shorter, I'm not sure how optical effects influence vision. Haze could make it shorter.
But is it going to make a difference? You know what we're looking at? It's kind of non-existent. Like, no matter how big you make it, like I think no matter how big you make the radius, it's still still going to appear the way it does flat. That's why I also asked earlier how.
We need a pause.
Go ahead, man.
We need to pause and define a horizon, because if the horizon is what the globe side claims it is, which is the leading edge of a sphere interrupting your field of view. In other words, an object in between you and what you're looking at. That's a fixed location depending on your altitude. So it can't change. It can't get closer and further away. Now, if it's not that and it's actually something else, then it's purely in the category of optics and therefore not a physical location. So it's either a edge of a sphere or an optical effect. It's one or the other.
I'm not too sure about that, because why should it not be multivariable? Like my horizon right now, right? I mentioned the hill in the distance. Right now, there's optics allowing me to even see that hill, right? And then there's the geometry of that hill that allows me to find that point. I can calculate that point using optics, finding where my line of sight touches the hill, and the geometry of that hill, where that hill is like geometrically positioned.
But is the hill that's 200 yards away from you, is it ever 10 yards away from you? The hill.
No.
Exactly. So if the horizon is actually a physical construct being the leading edge of a sphere that interrupts your field of view, that's one category, a geometric location. If, however, it's moving all the time, then it's not a geometric location. They're categorically exclusive.
Okay, if you were to calculate where you see something, right? Like through water, because from air to water, you account for refraction to find exactly where you're looking at a particular thing. You'd have to be concerned with where that object is and the refractive index of the two mediums. So optics and geometric position are involved in finding where what you're looking at is.
Well, we're talking about the geometric edge of a sphere. The horizon moving back, the thing moving back and forth. That's a plane. That's the thing that happens on a plane, right? What he's saying is that shouldn't happen because sphere edge, because it's a sphere. That's what he's saying, right? So I think what you're explaining is what would happen on a plane. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to make a generalization, right? Any surface beneath your feet, I can imagine any form of body, not necessarily flat or spherical. In order to calculate where I would see my horizon, the geometry of that surface is at play, and optics are at play at the same time. So to say that a horizon 100% is just where this theoretical straight tangent line would intersect with that surface.
It depends. But that depends on the radius. That's why it doesn't change, because the radius has established where it should be in relation to where you are, up or down, wherever you. So the horizon shouldn't be doing what it's doing, like in the real world. You know what I mean? As you increase your elevation, you the observer, the horizon should drop down. There shouldn't be equal sky and ground. There should be more sky. Ball is forming beneath your feet. Yeah, that's what we're saying, right? That's that's what it should look like. But we don't see that. We see too far. Meaning we're on. It's a plane. It's a feature of a plane. Makes sense.
Yeah, I wanted to, establish my argument, see if I can get some sort of agreement about what I was attempting to say regarding the geometric position of the horizon and optical horizons, that under the definition of horizon.
Sorry, you could do what Earth curve maths doesn't and add angular resolution loss to the Earth curve maths and then tell us what it really is.
Oh yeah, you'd have some margin of error, right? Because you can't make a precise measurement due to that optical.
No, because angular resolution alone causes the same optical effect, bottom-up resolution loss at almost the exact same distance as the claimed Earth curve. So you're going to have to try to figure out how you can add both of those together and make it work.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about how you know how if you have like a ruler, the smallest unit of measure is like a millimeter. You can't say that something's half a millimeter because you can't measure that precisely. So that Rayleigh criterion thing is
yeah,
present.
but we can show. So we can show mathematically that the same optical effect happens on a plane with no curve, and then you're saying it's happening with curve, but then there's no maths. You've got the curve maths, which just is our optical loss maths, and then we don't have any curve yet. And you'd need to add both of them together, and that would be your actual globe curve, would be angular resolution loss and working with your Earth curve plane.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I get what you're trying to say. When I said optical effects, I was thinking namely refraction. And you know, the fact that light is supposed to travel. Yeah, how light travels.
So you know the hill you were talking about?
Yes.
Imagine there's a house behind that hill.
Yeah.
How much refraction needs to happen for you to be able to see that house?
You say, okay, how much refraction? There'd need to be a
Something is
few degrees, yeah.
obstructed. If something is obstructed with a physical object, or a mountain in this case,
yeah,
and all of a sudden, some days you can see it, some days you cannot see it. That means that the obstruction is just optical. Because some days you can see it, some days you cannot. And this brings us back to the black swan.
Right.
Yeah?
Because
if you can see that far with no obstruction, it can only mean one thing. The obstruction is optical.
All right, that's still that's a positive claim though. I can't verify that if something is obstructed independently of geometry, right? So like the hill is unchanging, the house, the position of the house behind the mountain is unchanging. That it necessitates that there must be an optical effect to your limiting that limiting
exactly
where you can see it. That's the claim that I would need.
And you can see on the black swan image, yeah, a second platform nearly 10 miles away, and the horizon is even further away. So in some days, those platforms will be obstructed. Some days they won't be obstructed.
Correct.
So the horizon is not physical. It moves with the weather.
Right. The horizon changes under, changes in atmosphere, the air.
There you go. But on a sphere, it cannot be. It must be physical. 3959 miles is the absolute. It can never be greater than. Can be smaller than, but never greater than.
I'm asking how come that it must be geometric? Because the definition of horizon doesn't. It's saying
it's the curvature. It's the curve. It's the curve. That's what it is. Because a straight line, a plane, right?
Right.
That's what you see, right? But if it was curvy under your feet, you don't have like that surface area. You don't have that flatness. It's curving away, meaning you can't go up and see more land. It's the curve is why you can't see anymore. It's like the hill that he said. You can't, you know what I mean? You just can't see around the hill, right? You can't go up. Well, you can go all the way up and maybe around over the hill, then you'll see it, right? But that's not what we do. That's not what we see on the plane. Like what we see is what we see on the plane. Right? If you were literally on a ball and you went up, no matter how high you're going, if you look at the ball, you're just gonna see what's in front of you, right? You're not gonna see what's behind the ball. So the curve, the actual curve, the actual curving of the surface is wide. And the actual plane, the features of a plane, is why we see more. Is why there's a horizon behind. Is why the horizon moves back, moves forward. You know what I mean? Where if you pitch yourself on the ball, there's literally like no ground to look at. You know, to level your eyes with. Because it's curving away.
Yeah, the problem here is that we are trying to attribute the distance to the horizon when we all agree that the distance to the horizon will vary depending of weather conditions. So you cannot apply a distance to the horizon. But you can use the orientation of the horizon, which is horizontal, to do your elevation angles, which is the height of the star above that horizontal line.
I think I'm consistently disagreeing with all of you here about the fact that on a globe that the horizon be strictly geometric. That doesn't need to be the case due to the optical nature of the horizon.
When we go up, the horizon drops on a sphere. If you go up, right, you'll see the horizon drop down because it's a sphere.
Yeah.
So that is literally telling you like, hey, this is it. This is not a horizon, but this is a curvizon, if you want to call it that. But you're looking at a circle. You're looking at a circle beneath your feet, right? You're looking at the side that's facing you of a sphere. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You getting it? That's why you can't see more land. That's why you can't see a horizon. Because a horizon is only happening, you're only seeing that, experiencing that because of the plane feature, because it's the feature of the plane being flat. You're seeing more land as you go up, you know, just like the wall. You know, like when you put a painting on a wall, you get close to the plane, to the wall, you can barely see the painting, you get away from the wall, you can see the painting. Not so with the ball. If you were to wrap that painting, the Mona Lisa, around the ball and try to look at it from any angle, you're not going to see a painting because it keeps curving away from you. So therefore the horizon, right? Like no matter how much you back away from that ball, that sphere, you're not going to see around the rest of the painting. But if that painting was flat and you move away from that plane, you see the whole painting. You see more painting. You see, oh, that's what it looks like, right? The flatness.
Yeah.
So that's why you can't. That's why you. Yeah. That's why I wanted to challenge what you just said, right? Like, what do you think? Sorry.
Yeah. What you said is obviously correct. I can't see the back of a ball, right? I'm limited to having one view of it at all given points in time. But still, you need light to work. You would need to be able to see the ball in order to say, hey, that's the ball. And that's where this consistent disagreement is coming from. The horizon, just by virtue of the definition being that it's visibly where the sky meets the ground, that both optics and geometry are at play. The fact that the surface that you're on may be flat will affect where your horizon is, the same way if your surface is curved, that may affect where your horizon is, on top of optics in both cases.
No, radius. The radius is what will affect where the horizon should be if you were on a ball.
Only the radius?
Okay?
Correction. You won't have an horizon on a sphere because the horizon is horizontal.
I call it a curvizon.
Yeah.
But that is what will determine where the curvizon should be, is your radius. Now, because like if you look at a basketball, you look at basketball, you look at a beach ball, you bowling ball, okay, it's the same thing. Okay? It is the radius, the size, because of the size of the curving away, because of the curving away feature, right? The size, and it determines where, you know, in relation to your size. Okay, I don't know what it's like to be on the ball. Okay, I'm trying really hard to visualize it for you, but so yeah, that's why it's the curve we're looking for. Now you have to agree. does it look flat? Does it measure flat? The oceans? Yes or no? Right?
Yes, to it looks flat. I don't know to whether it measures flat or not, though. I have not done measurements.
Well, let's go through it then. Do we use water to level, to measure things as level, meaning 180? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, liquids, like the whatever liquid is in a spirit level, we would use that to level something.
So would you agree that the oceans, that the ponds, the lakes, are all flat at the surface, flat and level at the surface, the way they appear?
Are flat? Does level imply flat?
180
in my,
degrees.
in my snooker table there, that's a level plane.
Like
Water
180
actually establishes
What is the
horizontal.
curvature on my snooker table?
Huh? What?
My snooker
Water
table there is
establishes
an
horizontal.
example of a horizontal level plane. If you're going to tell us that level is curved, I'll ask you, what is the curvature on my level snooker table?
There shouldn't be one, or else you're gonna lose some games with it.
Exactly. So level is exactly what the snooker table there is representing. Flat surface, no curvature.
Okay, then.
Then
Water also establishes horizontal, not level. Level is horizontal anyway, but water will make a horizontal plane.
Okay, so you're defining water to be level, correct?
Well, yeah, 180 degrees.
And again, I'll let you know again the definition of horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right. Okay, so you're defining water to be
Water
level
is not
and
level.
to be flat.
No, water is horizontal. Water establishes horizontal.
So we don't call it sea
Levels
level?
used to, or liquids in general, are used to measure how level something is, right? So
yeah.
No, they establish horizontal planes.
Yeah. Okay.
So we don't have a sea level, we have a sea horizontal.
Wait. I want us to, the difference between a curved line, right, and a 180 degrees, okay, which is the surface, the horizontal, right, that's established by water.
Mm.
There's a gif in the thing of a balloon, going up, a simple horizon test, sphere versus a plane. You go up. So would you agree? Would you agree, right, that there's a difference between 180 degrees, aka horizontally level line plane? There's a difference between that and a curve, right? In other words, yeah. So they're not the same thing, right? Spheres will not look flat and level, and spheres will never measure flat and level. You agree?
We'll never
Curved line. measure. Curved line.
Curved lines
It's
are not
are not straight lines. Okay. We agree, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
curved lines are not straight lines.
Can we agree then that water, or the horizon that is formed by water, the ocean, can we agree that that is a plane that is, flat and level, sea level?
I can't say that for certain.
Okay, so are you saying that that the surface of water or the oceans could be curving? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, earlier I said in a 50-50 divide between that. Between globe and flat.
Well, that's the thing. That's why, earlier, look, man, no one in this world, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson yelled it out, okay? Because he has to. Because if he doesn't, then he is doing the world a disservice, leading people astray, thinking they can find and measure the curvature of the earth. That's why he had to get on and correct people. You don't see the curvature of the earth. Okay? This is agreed on by fact, I was in the military. I was a radio man in the Navy,
Wow.
IT2. Yeah, and it's there in your books. Transmitting, radio propagating, radio signals, pilots. Anyone who works with surveyors. That's what we talked about earlier too. Yeah, because if you even try to account for the curvature of the Earth, you can get fired. You're gonna ruin things. You're gonna get somebody killed. So it's important that people assume a flat, non-rotating plane. That was very important. So what are you going to do? And my question is: are you going to try and prove? Are you going to try and and go against what's being taught in school? What do you think?
When you say what's being taught in school, that could have meant one of two things.
Oh, right. Look, you're an engineer, right? Okay, do they teach you to account for the curvature of the Earth? I mean, you're going to school, but you want to be, model, you want to do mathematics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do teach modeling the Earth as a sphere in some cases, just because I've done astrophysics. We've talked about rocket equations and orbits.
But listen, I agree because but basically you can create. That's why when that guy posted, we got this image of all these models of Earth. Because do you agree that you can create an infinite number of models from the same data?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Well, there you go, and that's why we models is not very important to our, you know what I mean, to what we're doing. Trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
Shouldn't the model reflect the reality or what is?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these people that we must assume a non-rotating plane to do whatever work we need to do on this Earth, in this world?
When you say we must assume.
Yes, in this life, right? Like when you want to do something that, you have to, that requires, big land, surface, mass, requires you to know something about the ground beneath your feet, right? Do we have to account for the curvature of the Earth, of the globe? Or do we assume the ground to be flat? You know why they say assume? Because they want you to believe that you're on the ball. So they have to say you must assume this. Okay? But that's why I'm asking. Like if we can't find curvature, what does that mean?
It means it's flat. 100%.
Does it also mean it's not a sphere?
Yeah, spheres aren't flat.
And if it's not,
how much percent are you on the globe side here now?
I haven't changed. I haven't changed strictly due to lack of measurements. I haven't measured.
You just admitted that spheres or globes don't have flat surfaces.
Yeah.
He has to do the work, due diligence. That's good. He has to verify everything. That's good. But how are you feeling about it? Like, who do you think is going to win, flat or globe?
If I thought one side was going to win, I wouldn't be 50-50. Right?
What is it about the globe then that's that's keeping you 50-50? Like, what is the evidence? Which evidence, I guess? Explanation? What? Go ahead.
It's just the fact that, it's proposed, and I haven't gotten to a point in academia where they're telling me, okay, this is all a lie.
They're not going to tell you it's a lie. They're not going to tell you it's a lie. Yeah. Like, if you ever get to a point where you have to be told, they're just going to tell you like they told us. Just assume it's a non-rotating plane and do the math like you learned at school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when look, man, we can't find curvature.
I want to ask a question real quick.
Yeah.
Why do you characterize it as a lie?
What do I characterize as a lie?
Yeah, why do you characterize it as a lie? Like the globe. Why would you think they'd have to be lying to you?
Oh, well, not
Maybe they don't
everyone
know.
would be
You ever
lying.
think of that?
Yeah. I do think of that because you don't really need for everybody to be saying it's a globe, teaching one another and it being flat, there's only that a few amount of people that are lying. It starts, only the first person lies. The rest of the people just assume that the lie is true.
Yeah, I think of it like Santa Claus, right?
Yeah.
All the parents tell their kids, Santa Claus is real. And, you know, they don't get together. There's no parents meeting to tell kids, you know, it's just a Western tradition to tell your kids Santa Claus is real. There's no conspiracy. There's nothing. It's just tradition. It's it. Cultural. Just, what'd you call it? It's like a delusion of the mob. In like, all your professors that you're taking physics from, they think the Earth's a globe. They don't know. They probably never even thought about it beyond, what they heard in kindergarten. I'd say the vast majority of them have never even investigated it at all. But they've consumed probably reams and reams of the so-called space documentaries with CGI and all that crap, and they think all that crap's real without any thought. It's just I don't consider it as a conspiracy. A lot of people do. Well, I mean, it's characterized as that. No, flat Earth is a conspiracy. I don't think fundamentally it is. Obviously, some people would have to be lying. There's like the Apollo astronauts; they got to be lying.
Yeah.
But like other than those people, because even the ISS people would only see 3% of the Earth. So, and on record they've said, well, the Earth looks flat from there anyway. So, point being is the lie would be executed by exceedingly a vanishingly small amount of people. It's not really fundamentally a conspiracy.
Yeah, I guess when I say a lie is because under the condition that the Earth is flat and people are saying that it's a globe, I would imagine somebody would have to have lied in the process. Like, as you said, like the Apollo astronauts would have to have lied. There is a lie happening in that condition. Not necessarily that I'm being lied to when people tell me that it's a globe. So yeah, I agree with what you're trying to say.
If it's the case, hold on. What if it's the case that the Apollo astronauts have no extra knowledge? They still just believe it's a globe.
Oh,
that's a possibility.
I haven't thought about that.
So there's actually many reports, there's documentaries about it, that they never left low Earth orbit. That range is not sufficient to see the entire Earth. So they would actually possess no more greater knowledge than somebody, at a very high altitude. Because their whole claim to fame is that they went far enough away from the Earth to see it with their own two eyes in its totality. If that's not true, then they actually don't possess any special knowledge than the average person. Now they could be lying and saying, hey, we went to the moon and we saw the Earth with our own two eyes, but they're not lying about whether it's a globe or not because they don't know any different. They're just still perpetuating the belief.
And there's a possibility that the entire thing was just a staged hoax, and they never even went to low Earth orbit, but they still believe it's a globe.
Right, I didn't consider that. I forgot that moon landing being fake and Earth being flat aren't necessarily mutually exclusive takes.
Correct. So here's a question that I like to ask people. How many people do you think in the history of mankind have seen the Earth allegedly with their own two eyes in its totality?
I want to say somewhere from around 30 people. I really don't think it's a big number. Maybe less.
Yeah, so the so-called Apollo missions, right?
Yeah.
And if you count anyone's particular scriptures to be true, anyone that the deity in those scriptures whisked up into the heavens, which is a grand total of less than 50 people in the entire human history, have claimed to see the Earth with their own two eyes. More people have claimed to see Bigfoot with their own two eyes than have claimed to see the Earth with their own two eyes.
Impressive. Yeah.
More people saw Jesus Christ walk the earth after he died than saw the earth with their own two eyes.
Agreed. Oh, that sounds right. Yeah, because 50, it's only a handful of people.
Right, and the majority of those people in there are long dead, members of scriptures which may or may not be true or trusted depending on which viewpoint you have, and then members of a clandestine military organization, NASA. So, I mean, who are you going to trust?
I mean, I can't trust people just based on words.
So you trust physics, right? You trust that, if the surface of water is the gold standard of level throughout human antiquity across all cultures and all languages, right? Then that means that the surface water of the earth is level. It's the benchmark standard for all our elevation profiles known as sea level. So it's definitely level. So then you're then left with a perplexion, which is it's either a curved level or a flat level, one or the other. And since water covers 70% of the known territory, right, and about, 60% of that is a homogeneously connected body of water. So if you can determine whether that water is curving or not, you've pretty much proven whether indeed it's curved or indeed it's flat. Because the way water works is it's not going to be curved here and then flat over there, right? Makes sense?
Yeah.
Right, so what if you decided, hey, I think the smartest way to settle this is to just go out and measure the water and see if it's curved or not. And so you take an efficient methodology, right, and a sufficient sample size. So for a methodology, let's use laser transit, very reliable method. And then let's use a sample size of 25 miles. So lo and behold, if you take the model prediction of the WGS-84 Earth model based on a 3959 radius, a 25-mile sample size of the surface of water, right, you can debunk whether it's curved or not with the laser. So what you do is you take your laser, you set it up on one side of the water, about 6 feet off the ground. You set up a target about 6 feet off the ground, 25 miles away. If the laser hits the target, you've debunked that a giant hump of Earth curve is between you and it by 2 orders of magnitude. Not a couple of feet, by 2 orders of magnitude. So lo and behold, they did this at Lake Idsil. They did multiple tests leading up to this, culminating in their longest range test. Now there are more tests than just this test. I'm just explaining this one. And they hit the target 25 miles away. They actually have a photograph of the beam centroid taken by a camera at the target location. And if you know about lasers, they have a distribution which can have an algorithm applied to tell whether the laser is pointing directly at you. And they received the light directly in the camera 25 miles away. Now, the WGS-84 prediction is that should be, let me do some math real quick. If my memory serves, 90 meters off. So 90 times 3 point whatever. What's that? 9 times 3, 27. So about 300 feet. The laser should have flown off the target by 300 feet in the air, but it hit the target in the single digits of feet off the air. So that effectively debunks the claim that there's a giant hump of Earth curve in the way, because if it was in the way, the laser would have had to have been pointing down through the Earth, and it would have never hit the target.
Right. Do you have a source to this laser test?
Yeah, not only do we have a source, we have an entire PDF, 120 pages, which goes through about 17 different laser shots at 7 different locations, culminating in the greatest one. You know, there was things in the first one they corrected. In the last one, they actually panned the laser horizontally with a near target, a mid target, and then a long range target. And so they didn't just shoot it in one direction, they shot it diagonally and swiped it horizontally. There's also an associated documentary which talks about how they came up with the idea, some of their sightings, and how they created the sled that they mounted the laser to get hyper precise horizontal aiming. Because, a small deviation of angle at 25 miles away is going to be a huge deviation. So they had to create a hyper precise aiming sled. Talks all about this stuff. And this is just one of the so-called laser experiments that are done, demonstrating that there's no hump of Earth curve in the way. In fact, we have others from a Dr. John Dee, who was a PhD in physics that heard about flat Earth, so he applied his PhD in physics, which specializes in optics, to come up with a laser test which uses dual band lasers, which according to him would allow him to account for the differential paths through the alleged refraction, because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And so he could determine for himself whether or not he's getting an accurate reading on the other end. And he determined that the Earth is flat from his experiments. We also have people that did it over land. 35 miles, they put a laser on the back of a pickup truck in the Salt Lake in Utah, sent him away, and for 35 miles, they had the laser in their field of view the entire time. That should have been greater than 400 feet lower than their ability to see it. So all of these things in congruence, seem to indicate that the giant hump of Earth curve, which is supposed to be blocking lasers from hitting the target, just didn't show up for work that day.
I'll have to check out that first one that you mentioned. That first.
I'm going to post it for you right now. I actually am so studious that I have it right on tap, and see, my friends here actually posted it for you.
India, yeah.
Yeah, so check this out. So the very first one is an interview with Mike Kavanaugh, one of the participants, like the lead guy, and he goes through the entire test, what the procedure was, process, blah, blah, blah. Second one is a video about the test, and the link is to a PDF, basically a report and their methodology, what they used, the equipment specs, where they were, all the predictions, basically, on all the numbers, etc.
Yeah. Yeah.
I told you this is actually, so the first time they tried was like in 2016. They tried like, so they did one in 2016 and people were like, oh, it wasn't good enough because of this, that, and the other thing. So then they corrected it, and then they tried another time in 2016, and then people complained about beam divergence and all these other things. So then they corrected it again, and then so the next year they did another one, and then people weren't satisfied with that. So this was like basically a process that happened over time on how to get the most accurate and rigorous type of measurement they could possibly do, and it culminated in them basically making, because when you're when you're trying to aim a laser a long distance, it's very difficult to do, right? A small deviation will make the laser move hundreds of meters on the other end.
Yeah.
So they made a device with a stepper motor that would aim the laser to something like, I think the precision was something like 0.0024 millirad or something like that.
Millirad, that's impressive.
Yeah, they use like a precision like stepper motor, like because like all the people that did, they're actually engineers. That's why that's why they call it EPI field engineers core. So all of them have engineering degrees or things like that. They're all European. So Kavanaugh actually has like 3 engineering degrees. So yeah, so they came together and they did all this. And this is like the culminating result.
This is impressive stuff. I'll definitely look into it more over tonight.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, it's easy to go through. I mean, maybe not for you, but like if you're familiar with the topic, like the geometry, what they're trying to do, it's easy to go through. It's not like super dense because it's pretty simple predictions because it's like geometry, right?
Right. Yeah.
Simple geometry. But be thorough. That's the best thing to do.
I would have to look more into the methodology here because I'm not familiar with laser tests in depth, especially ones like these where they actually got extremely precise with it.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's probably long and boring, but his interview that he gives, he goes through like everything that they did during it.
Oh.
So like horizontal panning and tilting of the laser because of like if there's refraction, like when you tilt the laser, it's not like reflection, so the angle of incidence don't equal the angle of reflection. With refraction, the more you tilt it, the more it will refract. So they kind of panned it up and down to see if they would get deviation of the laser by moving it up and down, tilting it up and vertically. And they didn't get any. They had meteorological stations at both ends. They did a bunch of stuff. So they
can I
have
say
weather data
something?
as well. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was checking in McBrazel, and then I accidentally moved him here. I was going to move you to Chill Chat, but now I don't think I can move you anymore. So now you probably have to
Can you
mute
hear me?
yourself. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, so if you don't want to
Okay.
talk here, you probably have to mute yourself because I left you unmuted. But if you wanted to go to
I
the
don't
Chill
even
Chat,
know
there's
how to
people
mute
down there.
myself. I got pushed out
Okay.
here, and I just wanted to talk to some people, and I'm like, I just was being quiet.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know if somebody like India. I don't know if you wanted to move him to the Chill Chat. That's what I was trying to do. I just failed.
I would love
So-
that. If you could move me into the chill chat and just so I could have like a reasonable conversation, just have some talk with some people who are like-minded. That's what I came here for.
Who can do that?
I
Because
don't
I
wanna- I
can't
don't
do
wanna-
that. I don't have the power.
Oh.
Creation Bear, you are an agitator.
Early done. I get it.
Oh, thank you, India. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna call it a night here. Awesome speaking to you guys. And
All right,
I'll be
thanks
back
for being
next time.
reasonable and not all triggered, dude. So thanks, I appreciate that.
No
You get
problem.
really emotional about this topic for some reason. I'm sure you've noticed.
Yeah, I've lurked in chat for a decent while. But yeah, no, I didn't. This is extremely friendly. I've always, the admin there, the interactions you've had. No, you're a chill, reasonable person. All of you are, really. So
yeah. Good, thank you. So are you.
Thank you. All right, and that's the soundboard. I see CB and VC. Awesome seeing him now. All right. Good night, guys. Hope you
All
get
right, good night. Have a good one.
Talking to you. Hopefully next time you'll be under 50%. I'll be looking for that under 50% globe.
Right. I'll let you know.
Did we get you? How about 49? Did we get a 49% globe? You give me 49.
49? Well, my reasoning for 50-50 is it is or it isn't. It's kind of like a probability fallacy, but
okay.
Hard
All right.
to go against the grain. So much
I'll let
peer
you know.
pressure.
I'll take it. It's better than the usual 99.9999.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Well, since CB's here, yeah, good night.
Good night.
Since CB's here and Dandy Lion's here. What's up with the Hannity and Combs show?
Yeah, Creation Bear, he's into our Hannity and Combs show. We just had to come up with a better name.
Yeah, point, counterpoint. I know that's already taken, but
it should be like misogyny and massages or something like that. I don't know. We'll come up with it.
Misogyny versus misandry.
Ooh.
No, because I am not a misandrist, but CB is a proud misogynist. So that wouldn't work. I like your misogyny versus massages. I like that. Yeah.
I'll have to workshop that.
Misogyny versus misogyny. What the hell?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
It's a good start. It's a good start. We'll workshop it a little bit.
Did you see Dandy Lion's status?
Oh, you got to see it so I can clear it, Crazy Bear. It's there just for you. That's your
What is
birthday present. Look at my status.
Let's see. Wait, how do I do that? Oh, men's rights forever? Okay.
Yo, so I was going to counter that with men's wrongs forever.
Men's wrong forever. Yeah.
See how much
Very
you've
nice.
influenced me, Creation Bear? You're so
Yeah, it's good.
persuasive. Yeah.
Yep.
Men are wrong. Men are wrong forever.
Is that your status, Bong Sao? Is that your status around the house?
I thought that was
Yeah,
everyone's
man.
status.
Dude, my wife told me I had to sleep in the doghouse, so I went outside, brought the doghouse, put it on the bed, kicked her off the bed, and then slept on the bed.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm not married. It's hard finding a good cyborg with that was raised right by both cybernetic organisms.
Yeah, I'm liking this home base vibe, very W vibes.
Yep, we got to do our debate show in the home server, Creation Bear.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I mean, I can't do it tonight. I'm only got a few minutes here, but figured I'd tap in. How did it go with Mr. Tree?
Good. He was chill.
I like Joe. Feels good.
It was real good. He didn't get all triggered and emotional. He didn't start hugging a 12 or start crying about Don Pettit not being real.
Also, he didn't have any cognitive dissonant reaction to the understanding that the conversation was leading to direct surface measurements is the only way to arbitrate it. No defenses in that regard.
Okay, like that.
So man, these Grovers. As soon as they start, you thinking that you're about to say that just measuring the surface, they're like, "What about the stars?
Mm-hmm.
What about the satellite?"
It's not that simple. That's the one I like. It's not. It's more complicated than that.
Well, didn't the last guy say like, "Oh, it's so basic, I can't even just Google it"? And you're like, "Okay, well, just tell me something basic." Well, I don't remember. Like, what the fuck, dude?
I don't go around memorizing this kind of
Basic?
stuff.
Yeah, I can't even Google it. It's too basic. But like, I don't even know it. Like, what, dude? The hell's going on?
Well, I didn't make it to the lake before dark, so couldn't give you any observational updates.
Were you planning to go to a lake?
Yeah, I was gonna do what I had to do and then get to the lake after 6, so I didn't have to pay parking. And then that's also where the lights starting to go down a little bit, and then I could do some good observations. They're short range observations, so the lake's only supposedly, according to the map, 333 meters from the observing location to the target location. It's about 1,092 feet. And that's I find that about 1,000 feet, because depending on which way I'm looking at the lake, it's different. Obviously, different shape. I found about 1,000 feet is really good, really sweet spot to get some really good effect. That's obvious. You don't have to struggle to see it, and you can get bottom up disappearance. You can get sideways disappearance. You can get top down disappearance some days.
So you're going to try again another day?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I should go to Lake Michigan. I haven't done much lately in that regard. Somebody
The reason
can
why I
make
do
us
short range is because I want to exclude the claim of curvature being the reason why this is happening, like completely off the table.
I got to get out to Lake Michigan. I do a bunch of observations out there.
It's a great place for it, Indio. You would love it. Lots to
There's the
see.
Wisconsin one, right? Like there's people that videos Wisconsin across
Yeah.
Lake Michigan.
There's a
I
lot
mean,
of things
I'm
all up and
thinking I'll take a
down.
ride up the coast and just keep trying, right? Just like, okay, I'm gonna take some shots from here, go 10 miles north, take some more shots, 10 miles, until it disappears, man. That'd be great. You gonna come along with me?
Yep.
Ooh, the Riz.
I'll be there.
Show me the rope.
Okay.
Yep. I'll hold the camera steady for you.
Oh, Jesus.
Yo.
The Riz just because I want a tour guide? Come on, man.
I can see it now.
That's W.
I
I can
don't
see
mind
it now.
Michigan. It's not a safe place, man. I need protection.
We're going Who's going camping? I can see it now.
Pitch
Mr.
a tent.
Asian Beard and the Human Tripod Adventures on Lake Michigan.
The human tripod. That's very good. That's the problem with the Nikon P1000. Like, it's very hard to find a tripod that works properly for it. I feel like a person would probably be better because it's so heavy and it's like, I don't know. It's just awkward and weird. Yeah, there's all kinds of Great Lakes observations that could still be done that have not been done. Yeah, we could fixate on Chicago, but yeah, there's all kinds of ones just waiting to be done.
Here's one that evolved. I'm sure we've noticed it, but I really noticed it just these past few months. Is that, and it was Castle King who actually, from politics, who actually made me get onto this. Is that, you know how they'll say if the Earth was flat, I could see all the way to Paris, or something like that. Or, for the West Coast, they'll say, oh, you should be able to see Hawaii or whatever. But their claim is that if the Earth is flat, I should be able to see everything in front of me that's available to be seen, right? That's kind of the way the claim would break down. Now, when you go back to the Black Swan observation and other days that people have done off the West Coast, some of the times you can see an island in the background. That island is the only landmass within the atmospheric extinction range. Okay. This is where it gets good. What that means is, after that island, the atmosphere is essentially going to block you from seeing anything further. So, in that observation, you can actually see every single thing that you could possibly see. See what I mean?
You just gave me a good idea, though, for when they say that. I'm going to pull up the Black Swan and say, oh, look, there's China right there, right behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, that's a good one, because they're either going to have to say, no, it isn't, but there's clearly something they're seeing there, or they're going to have to concede that they're only seeing, it's kind of like a catch-22, no matter which way they say.
Exactly. Make them start arguing against their own point.
Your eyes just aren't good enough.
That's fair, but it wouldn't matter anyway, because after, 300 miles-ish, you're not seeing nothing. It's going to be blue. It's going to be like a solid blue brick wall, because the extinction coefficient of the light through the atmosphere. So there's no way you're seeing from one coast to the other. But what you can see is the island that's within the range that you are limited to. So you can actually look out that direction and see all land masses that are possible to be seen. And which, of course, at those ranges, they should be well below the the off angle from the peak of the alleged arch that's in front of you. So either way, you shouldn't be seeing it if the Earth was a globe, and two, their claim that you should see things further if the Earth was flat. Well, you could see all the things you're capable of seeing.
Your visual range, you can identify objects within it up until the extinction point of the atmosphere. So yeah, so either way they argue, if they argue one way, they're defeating their points on the other side, and if they argue that other side, they're then defeating the previous point.
You know, that kind of argument, like back on the islands, if my brother was to try to argue with me like that, you know, that kind of argument would get a slap. Like, hey, stop being stupid. It's not how it works. You know, you can't really slap people around, but, you know, just saying, how did that argument, how did that even become an argument? It's like, hey.
Yeah, Bong, I
I
think
don't
it
know,
was you.
man. We
You
need
might
to
have been
bring
the
that
one
back.
talking to him. Bong was, I think, was talking to Castle King when he was doing that, when it came about. And them two talking to each other, it was like they were about to slap each other.
Yeah, I would if we were. I'd be like, hey, man, just trust me, all right?
Yeah, they're both Samoan as far as I remember. So they're allowed to slap each other.
Yeah, and it's because you know Samoans, they either trust you know, whatever the hell the narrative is, or scientists, right? But if it's coming from another Samoan, it's like, wow, man, what do you know? But a slap, you know, what do you know?
Yeah, it's like, you know how I know you're lying? How? Because you haven't slapped me. You clearly don't believe what you're saying.
Exactly. It's that love slap, you know. Hey, man, use your brain. Like, it's not even an argument, man. It's a silly argument. You know, especially someone who like draws. 'Cause I think he does a lot of art. You know, art. You know, artists. You know, they understand perspective. So it's like, come on, man, and you draw.
Yeah, dude, that's actually one of my art tests. When they say if the Earth was flat, there'd be no horizon, I say, okay, go ahead, draw me that. It's like, what is that picture going to look like?
Exactly.
So is it going to be like because in art class, you're taught, you know, you draw the horizon in the middle of the paper if you're looking straight ahead. If you draw it in the upper portion of the paper, you're looking down. If you draw it in the lower portion of the paper, you're looking up. So now draw me a picture with no horizon. The kids would be scratching their head like, what the heck did you just say?
Looking directly. Yeah, I mean, Bob Ross, man. You know,
Oh, do we actually have an event going or no?
No, somebody should start one. Might as well start one, right?
live.
Are we live?
Yes.
Let's see.
Oh, I see up there in the list of events tomorrow at 5, 24/7 Shore Day. Get out your brooms. We're dusting off home base. Nice.
Some of those are just repeat, like it'll just say that it's tomorrow, but you can change it. You can change it however you want. I do kind of like that one though. Like, I did make that a while back. It's funny.
What do we need to start an event?
Undetected.
Yeah,
And they had a good
I know
title.
how to mute myself.
I got a good title earlier today.
That guy,
And I'm trying
I
to
was
remember
totally
what it
gonna,
was.
I was totally gonna send it to Chill Chat. I just pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. I don't know. I hope he wasn't talking when he came in. He probably was. Loggy's very happy now. He's got him down there in a tutoring session, so maybe he can teach him how to mute. What'd you say, AI? I'm sorry. I talked over you.
How about flat earthers retreat to home base? Quick, come and stamp them out of existence. I don't know. Something salacious.
Yeah. You think that'll lure the Globers in? I don't know. Do they want to stamp us out? I guess they do. That guy earlier did, yeah. The first
Well,
guy.
let's see. Might as well. Let's go back. Might as well just do it, see what happens, you know? No harm, no foul if it doesn't instigate anything.
How about you can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat. I've always wanted to use that, as a title for something, but
Yeah, your pay will be reduced if you don't draw in enough Globers. It's already 0. We'll just reduce it by 7 times
If that's
7.
the case, then I need a raise.
you need a good hook.
Yeah, we'll multiply your salary by 7, Creation Bear.
Sounds good.
Press back. What a retard. All right, let me do this again. All right. Start time. Set it for 10. What's our description? Let's see.
How about science is witchcraft? Is that too religious?
How about do you have hands?
Okay. Oh man, shit! I think I am a boomer, man. I think I don't know how to do that. How about the globe? Never mind.
So far, my working title is Home Server Fervor.
I like that.
That is not
Wow.
CB approved. That is not
Oh,
CB
CB doesn't
approved.
like it? Why don't you like it?
Because he doesn't know what fervor means.
I use that word all the time. What's a
What's the
W word?
problem? It's nice
No, it's not. It's
rhyming.
not clickbaity enough.
Oh,
Sorry,
look at
it's
this
not
one.
approved.
Listen to this one. Home Server Fervor Beans.
No, bro.
With a nice Chianti. With a nice Chianti.
I don't know why he doesn't like home server fervor.
It's too
not clickbait.
homey.
It's not clickbait enough.
How about Home Server Fervor with a nice Chianti?
No, it's also pronounced Chianti, sir.
I know, but that's a Silence of the Lambs reference. It's also a reference to people who cannibalize their own for their own sake.
Fervor? Fervor?
Yeah.
No, it's got to be something like flat earthers scared? Question mark? Or something like stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, flat earthers on the retreat.
Yeah. Retreat in all caps, like question mark, exclamation point.
Yeah, but see, a retreat is also where you
It's
go
like a
to.
double entendre.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's better. Dude, come on, man. I'm like the clickbait title expert. Did you see the last episode of Frontline Unfiltered? It was like MAGA mute mob. That was perfect, bruh. What I do?
Oh, I got this, man. Globers, come deal the coup de grace.
Globers come in 3 seconds.
Hey, yo, pause.
Pause, nigga.
I'm just doing it this way. You're just gonna have to deal with it. We're starting it. Started. We're sharing it. All right, where's my share? All right, so you gotta go share. I know what would be a good clickbait title. AI went back to the globe. You get
That
a lot
would
of
be.
people.
Yeah. And then you just say, went back to it and then smashed it, burned it, stuck a
Well, my
sword in
joke
it.
is anytime I go to Home Depot, I say I'm going to the globe.
I remember you told me that story. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Earth is like the Home Depot.
That would be. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be funny. Next time you start an event, do that one. See who you get in here.
I'm doing that, everyone.
Quick hurry, FE, show up to glow up. That's what I'm doing. I'm glowing up.
So I got
Globers
come deal the
Say
coup de grace. Now's your chance.
It's good.
The coup de grace. Oh, it's Duke. What's up, Duke?
Have you talked to Duke before?
I don't think so, but he was hanging out on the like maybe English Hub
Who the
before.
fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Lupus is here. Maybe doesn't have roles. Looks like Lupus doesn't have any roles. Welcome, Lupus. Oh, I unmuted you, so you might want to mute yourself if you don't want to talk, Lupus.
Okay.
Oh, hello. But you're welcome to speak. Did you have any questions about the flat earth?
Not presently.
All right. Well, if you do, we'll be here. Toricon 757 VC verified. Joined the server November 4th, 2024. Welcome.
Good to be present.
Yeah, present. I marked you present in the attendance book. Did you have any questions about Flat Earth, Toricon?
No, I'm just listening in for fun.
All right. We'll try to be as fun as we can, just for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We got a lot of Flat Earthers back here on the home server. They showed up to glow up, AI.
Cool. Now the bathrooms need cleaning. It was all a trick.
Yep, we're just here to collect your TPS reports for the week.
Kind of wore out, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Me too. The stuff I was going to do today, I'll have to do it tomorrow. I did do some things, just not all the things I was going to do. But then it started raining. It's pouring rain. Yeah, so I couldn't do some of the things. Karunaz is here. Karunaz is coming in, server muted. Oh, they have a listening pass. I guess that's why. Well, if you're interested in speaking, Karunaz, let us know. We can always take you to the VC check-in if we need to.
You know that movie, The
Vaughn,
Matrix?
did you watch? Vaughn, did you watch Castle King's song to his flat earther buddy?
Oh, what? No.
Yeah, one of his flat earther buddies passed away, and he wrote a song. I don't know if he wrote it, but he sang a song for him.
Like in real life, or
it's on his channel, on his YouTube channel.
Oh, I haven't even. No, man. What? Okay. Why? What is it? Is it a instance? And what's his song? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let me see if I can find it. It's a nice little video. Rest in peace, Uber Flat Earth. Let me see. I'll post it here. We actually finally got a music bot that can play YouTube again.
Yeah, that's good news. That'll be really nice.
Yeah, we're already getting new drapes too. Oh no, it's not the
What
love.
color? What color are they?
Food. It's FUSCHIA, pronounced fuck you.
Guess I asked for that one.
Yeah, I posted it in the live stream voice text, Bomb.
Yeah, I'll have a listen.
All right, let's play a game called Famous People That You Would Like to Be Flat Earthers. based on like once they become a flat earther, they'd be able to argue it very well, and their style would be a really cool addition. All
Snoop
right.
Dogg.
What?
Snoop Dogg. I think he'd be the
Oh,
most
Snoop Dogg.
like, yeah, flat Earth, nigga.
Ninja.
How about you guys?
What I miss? Snoop Dogg. I want Andrew Wilson. That's who I want.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that's a pretty good one. Not bad at all.
I would say before, way in the past, I might have said, oh man, I can't even remember his name now. You know, the guy with the fingers? He's always holding his fingers and being like, well, actually, it's very complicated. Daughter only eats meat. Yeah, what's that guy's name? Got curly hair. We're standing up for free speech in Canada.
Oh, you're talking about Peterson.
Yeah. I used to think he's not so bad, but he definitely got retarded over the past year.
Yeah, that's facts. Well, you see,
Andrew.
it depends on what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to do some more thinking about some of his things, but
Guy used to say, we come from shrimps. Shrimp.
yeah, when we were lobsters, smacking each other with our claws.
Lobsters, yeah. Isn't this guy a psychologist? I don't know.
So the reason why girls don't want to make you a sandwich is because when we were lobsters.
Their shells hardened, and they didn't want to. Yeah. I used to follow Peterson. I actually saw him live. I used to think he was W, but yeah, he kind of fell off a little bit.
I saw him dead once.
God damn. I mean, pretty much, yeah.
Dude, he be looking like he's been working out all sweaty in the back room or something sometimes when he's on the public, you know. It's like he greased back his sweaty hair or something. And he's, I don't know, man.
Yeah, pause. I mean, you can't be crying like that, bro.
Oh, shit.
Indio, we're playing a game called Who is Famous? He didn't want to be here. Dang it. He accidentally joined. So my runner-up is Thomas Sowell. If Thomas Sowell was a flat earther, oh man, that'd be epic.
What kind of stuff does JP say again, though? He's like, the key to surviving in modern dystopian society is stoicism and cleaning your penis and your room, especially your penis. It's very important you wash your penis and clean your room. Or something like that.
Is that? I wouldn't be surprised, but is that what he said?
Pretty much. Clean up your room. I used to have a dedicated Jordan Peterson soundboard. These basement dwellers with Cheeto dust all over your chest.
I was trying to follow him until I, got to the lobster part. And I was like, "Oh, I knew something was wrong with this guy. I knew something, man." You guys seen that one, 20 atheists or something versus him? Ask some questions.
No.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't say. You know, he wouldn't say what he believes in. He wouldn't say if he's a Christian, if he believes in Jesus or not. Like he kept avoiding it. And I think that's what they.
Oh yeah, they got that other one where they interviewed him after that, and he's like, so you wouldn't say you're a Christian? He's like, that depends on what a Christian means, and what do you mean by a Christian, and what do I mean by a Christian, and what do I think you're asking me when you ask that?
Have you cleaned your penis?
I think I saw a clip of him once where it's like, well, your question is, did that happen? Well, what do you mean by happened? We have to establish a definition for what something happening means.
Like, did you crawl down into the abyss and bring up the truth and share it with the world?
Oh, that one, yeah.
Because if you haven't done that, then you're not a man. It's like, man, this guy is like doing so, like, you know how people try to create content, you know, like variations of the same thing, like, you know, Carl Jung, you know, the dark side, you know, whatever.
All right, I got to take off, but I might be back. Might be back. We'll see.
All right, later, AI. Take it easy, man.
Okay.
Do you guys know if Jordan Peterson has ever commented on flat Earth?
I have no clue. My guess would be, I don't know, I never listened to that much of his stuff, but my guess would be he would say something along the lines of like, well, I'm a pragmatist, and therefore, whether the shape of the earth or whatever doesn't affect my day-to-day life in any way or anything I do. I'm a pragmatist, so pragmatically it doesn't make sense for me to worry about it. He'd probably say something like that.
Is
Or
that
he would
something
just
a
straight up deny.
Is that something a psychologist would say? Isn't that something a psychologist would be interested in studying? You know, why people think A and not B?
I mean, saying you're a pragmatist and you don't give a fuck is something a philosopher would say. And he kind of seems to be a lot like philosophically minded as well. So there's overlap between philosophy and psychology as well. Like I had one philosophy professor once, and I asked him over like a lunch. I was like, "So like, what if like reality is just a simulation?" And he was like, "Does it matter? Like, why should I care?" And some people care enough to question it and go down like a rabbit hole. And some people think like, well, my efforts are better spent elsewhere, and whether I know the answer to this question or not doesn't affect me in any way. So what's the point of searching for the answer? It's just not pragmatic.
Well, I think. What I mean, can you argue? Like, can you say, I think your efforts are better spent. Better spent, looking into because it changes a lot of things, philosophy, psychology, all that. It should be It should be something that everybody should be talking about. I mean, he used to say we come from lobsters, and now I think, and now he won't. Yeah, and now we know he won't say he's a Christian, so he's probably a normie. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm. Yeah, I mean, you would think, but I mean, like, when it comes to, like, let's say we debate, like, the shape of the realm, right? Like, is it a sphere? Is it flat? Or, like, what is the nature and shape of it, right? Like, there's a lot of similarities between that debate and, like, the debate of, like, the example I gave. Like, is this the quote unquote real reality? Or are we inside of some sort of simulation? It's almost kind of similar. It's similar in a lot of ways. 'Cause it's like, you could also
what do people?
argue.
What do people? What do you think? What do just the word simulation? Like what? Like in a computer?
Basically, like, I don't know, there's a lot of ways, like, our reality could be simulated.
Because before computers existed, like, how would people explain what simulation means?
Before computers existed, how would people explain what a simulation is?
Yeah. Isn't that just math or when you simulate something? Like,
I don't think you get the idea. Like, it's like everything we perceive as real is inside of a simulation. That's just the idea, the theory, the concept.
yeah. What does that mean though? What is a simulation?
A simulation is basically like I don't know, like it could be like could be multiple ways. Like we could just be like highly advanced like AI or like computer programs in a simulation, like in like some kind of vast supercomputer that's running it,
like a machine.
Or we could be real people that we're not AI, we're not programs or whatever, but we're real people who are jacked into a simulated world. So like maybe when you die, you wake up in some like room somewhere, like, and then I'll have all your memories flooding back. Like, oh, it's only been a couple hours. I just lived a life of 80 years or something. Like that.
Like the movie Inception.
I've never seen that movie, but I guess.
What? Oh man. Okay. Well, it sounds like it requires a machine.
Yeah, probably.
There must be like a builder of the machine, an architect.
Yeah. I mean, there's all different theories about it. I was just talking about like how there's some parallels between people like arguing over the shape of like the realm we live in and like thinking about are we in a simulation or is this the quote unquote real reality?
Yeah. I think it's all like the same. I think it's all the same thing. Like the idea of simulation, the globe Earth. You know what I mean? The idea of the heliocentric model. I think those are all like coming from the same place. You know what I mean? Simulation. You know what I mean? Like not real, but
Artificially constructed.
you know, everybody in this world that's gone to school probably lives their well, most people, except for us, I guess. You know, they live like they're on a ball Earth. You know what I mean? So they are simulating because they believe it. You know, the mind makes it real. You know, the Matrix, right?
Wait, why aren't you guys in the politics server anymore?
I don't know. I just woke up and everybody was here.
Politics server is more fun, I think, from what I've seen so far.
Oh yeah.
It's spicier. There's like actual debate.
Yeah, I don't we have any Globers here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hey, you guys want to talk about it?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Well, okay. Mind me calling the globe a simulation? You know, and the idea that there's an architect, you know, the great, you know, the architect behind all of it, you know, some kind of,
God?
you know, mind. Yeah, some kind of, yeah, God behind it, but not the God of, you know, the Bible. In that video AI sent me, you know, Castle King, you know, was speaking about, you know, he said, you know, even though we have differences, we should all live in peace, and I agree. But you know, flat Earth, you know, especially if you're a believer in God, you know what I mean? It makes all the difference. Makes all the difference because if you believe you live on a globe Earth simulating life on a ball, right? And you believe God made it. Well, you know, I'm just saying it's not the God of the Bible, but you believe, you know, but when you check the Bible doesn't describe a ball Earth or a Big Bang. 6 days. 6 days of creation. So if you are a Christian, you know, and you think the earth is a ball, you think you worship Jesus or God, I mean, what do you think about Genesis? It's not scientific. It's not scientifically sound.
Yeah,
Wait, does the Bible...
I am a Christian and believe the earth is a globe. I believe the two can coincide.
Well, I used to
There's creation.
yeah, I used to think that too. But you know, I am trying to put the argument forward that it is a matter of salvation. Because if we are not worshiping the Jesus of the Bible, of the Genesis one, then what Jesus is this of the globe, you know, that made the Big Bang globe, you know, it can't be the same Jesus, you know, and as the Bible says, the Antichrist, spirit of Antichrist, great deception.
Yeah, I don't personally believe in the Big Bang in relation to the creation of the earth.
Hey, Globy. Globy. Christian Globy. Are you here?
I am here.
Hey, I'm just curious. How do you reconcile that? I think it's is it Joshua? You know, where the sun is made to stand still in the sky?
Joshua 10?
Is that what it is? Is it Joshua 10?
Yeah, yeah, where Joshua asked the sun and the moon god to keep the sun and the moon
Yeah.
still.
I'm
And
just
it's still
curious.
still.
What does Globy say about that?
I guess in both a flat or a globe Earth, if God wanted to stop the sun, he could. I'm not sure exactly on the details on it, though.
Right, so remember, if the globe is spinning, Joshua would ask God to stop the globe from spinning, right?
Yeah, I'd have to read up on the scripture. I don't know if it's reading as a literal terminology or if it's something other than that.
No, because they were having a
Pretty
battle,
sure it's
right?
literal.
Yeah, it was literal because it was during a battle, and if the sun went down, and these guys would get away. That's why he asked God to, the sun and the moon to stay still, right? Stop moving. And I think it took a long time. I think I'm not sure, but it was maybe half a day or a whole day. Well, they chased the enemy down and killed everybody, and that's not. I
It
don't
was the
think that's
entire day.
consistent with the globe. Yep.
Pretty
Go ahead.
sure it was as long as Moses was able to hold his hands up above his head, or something along those lines.
Is that when, was it Joseph? Or it wasn't Joseph. Whoever helped him hold his arms up? Is that what we're talking about?
It was Joshua and his brother. It is a different one. Oh, I apologize. It is
Joshua.
different. I thought
Joshua went marching around Jericho.
But, Genesis 1, right? Well, like a lot of Christians, like the scholars, Genesis 1. Okay, so they say that is consistent. The Bible is a flat Earth. It's a book. All the people, all the prophets believed and thought the Earth was flat. Genesis 1 flat. Okay, and they say that maybe God told them that it was flat. They didn't basically lie to Moses. That's basically what the Christian scholars say. To try to explain how the globe, make it scientific. That's not.
Those
that's not.
those that love
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
lie, those that love the lie,
Yeah.
they won't be welcome. They're not
They're
going to get
admitting-
through the door.
Exactly. They're admitting that the Bible is a flat Earth book. But we
Well, one of
have
them's a lie. One of them's a lie. Flat Earth or the globe? Which one?
Exactly.
It's a lie. One is an outright lie. Which one? Which one is the lie? They can't both be true.
That is correct. Yeah, they can't both be true. I mean, I believe the Earth to be a globe, but I know others do not. I believe the Bible is open to translation. I believe the Bible and a globe Earth can coexist, but I understand that not everyone's in agreement.
Well, here's the thing, right? The thing is that Jesus, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God, right? And in the beginning, what happened in the beginning, right? So God created the earth in Genesis 1 the way He did with His Word, and this Word became flesh. This Word, Jesus died for us. Yeah, but the thing is, okay, Christians who think it's a ball also believe that Jesus made the ball earth. Okay, now that can't be the Jesus of the Bible. Just like the Jesus of the Muslims it's not the Jesus of the Bible. Just like the Jesus of the Jews is not the Jesus of the Bible. It's not the Word of God.
You know what? I've had people tell me, like believers, they've told me, all right, so heaven isn't like outer space. That's not heaven. So heaven's this other thing. Right, so Genesis says in the beginning that God created the heaven and the earth, right? So He created this thing that's not outer space, right? That's where is that? Where's that? Where is it? Well, we don't see it, or what? Like what is it? And then He created the earth, right? But He didn't. Did He not create like all the other planets and the sun and everything at the same time? Right, just the earth, and then this other place, heaven, that's not part of this universe.
Okay, so make that make freaking sense, please, Christians, please.
Yeah, and if you do, then you're calling God a liar.
I mean, the Bible's open interpretation. I mean, there's people that are going to read it differently depending.
No, it's not.
Someone can interpret the Bible differently than someone else.
Yeah, you can if you like. Doesn't mean it's open to it. Doesn't mean it's meant to be.
Well, the thing is, like we read Genesis 1, right? It's a literal, it's a description of how God literally created everything, right? It's not open for, you can't interpret it any other way because it's literal. It's how material came from, was organized and came out of immaterial. It's how the visible was created out of the invisible, like the Bible says.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I believe that Christianity and the Earth being a globe can coexist, but I understand that there's those that do not.
Well, I tried it too as well. I was like, okay, Big Bang, 7 days of creation. How do I interpret this so that it works, right? And it just doesn't. You can't.
If I don't believe in the Big Bang, other than I guess you could say.
Yeah, because look, there's the argument. Oh, with God, 1 day is equals to 1,000 years. 1,000 years equals to a day, right? It doesn't even cover anything, as far as like the Big Bang to creation to actual life appearing. Then there's evolution, all these things that are actually antichrist.
Yeah, I don't believe in any of that. So yeah, I think we're on the same page with that.
Okay, and I looked at it too, and I was like, well, the alternative, the only other interpretation is the literal interpretation. And, so it has to be what the Bible is describing, right? Or how else are we going to interpret? We can't even find curvature. And there's water. No, water's above, water's below.
Yeah, the Bible talks about waters above, waters below, and the firmament, right? Like, what does that stuff mean from a globe perspective?
Yeah, I know the firmament can be viewed as, like, say, the sky, not necessarily like a physical object, but the sky above us. It's been a little while since I've read into the different meanings of certain words, but I think, again, it depends on what your understanding, or I guess place, and what the words mean, and what ones are literal and not literal. Some are not, like the pillars. They're not talking about actual pillars. I mean, they could talk about a foundation, but it's not an actual pillar.
How do you know that?
How do I know it's not a pillar?
Literally.
Right. Well, I mean, I believe it's a globe, so that would kind of make that a moot point for me. But do you believe it's possible that it's on a pillar?
Yeah, of course.
If it says that.
Okay, yeah, and everyone has a different belief. I apologize for assuming.
The thing is, we're accepting what the Bible is saying. Literally, you have to interpret it to try to fit the globe model. That's difficult. But
if there's no globe, it's so much easier, right? It's just is what it is.
Yeah.
This is what it says. No mental gymnastics. Well, he kind of meant it metaphorically in this spiritual way or whatever. Like, what?
Right, I believe some would be more metaphorical. But I think another part to it is, all right, so it's a flat Earth, then how does that work? How does a flat Earth work? And how does some of the things that we use in life, how does that work as well? Like, say, GPS, for instance. I know that's a bigger, further conversation, but look at the evidence that exists for one or the other and what one
Yeah.
what one works. I haven't been able to find a flat Earth model, like scientific model that works. I've looked for quite.
Maybe it's metaphorical.
All those have been developed, right? All and assuming. See, all these technologies were developed assuming a non-rotating plane. Okay, so what is difficult to explain is how it can work on a globe model. Okay, so GPS, ground positioning system. That's how it started. Ground positioning system. It's just triangulation, but it's using. So we have line cables under the ocean that connect continents, and then we have towers that connect. People on the land. Everybody on the land, and then you have wireless. So that's how GPS works.
Right. Well, I'll give a personal, account of GPS that would make that challenging. I used to go canoeing up in Canada, like just in the middle. I'm talking in the middle of nowhere, like say in 1988.
Exactly.
No, I'm talking.
I know what you're saying.
The middle of nowhere in Canada.
Yes.
And I've got a GPS tracker, and it's locating the satellites above me, and it's telling me my location. Meanwhile, there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing around me but some lakes and a whole lot of forest. So in that case, it's triangulating off of what? There was nothing there for it to triangulate off other than the satellites.
Satellites are balloons, mostly balloons, right? And airplanes that fly around. Some of them up, very long time, 5 years, 10 years. They'll stay up there, and then there's some that. They always got to keep replacing. These are to provide satellite services for remote places. The goal, right, is to provide wireless communication to those isolated rural everywhere. Okay, that's as fast as wireless here at home. And the way they're going to do that is with balloons. Well, they're trying to use balloons and set up all kinds of towers and all kinds of technologies everywhere. Okay, but there's no satellite in space falling around the Earth, and orbiting the Earth, right?
It's like the shortwave radio.
Wait, do you guys know why compasses don't work in the different hemisphere? Like if you buy a northern hemisphere compass, why doesn't it work in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
What doesn't work in the south?
A northern hemisphere compass. It points south when it should point north.
I don't know. I've never tested one, so I don't know if that's true or not.
It's because of I forgot. It's because of it's affected by the magnetic fields, the field line.
That's the
magnetic
claim.
Field line.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
I'd like to see someone take one across the equator and it not work anymore.
Yeah. But that's not an argument as well for it. It's not showing us how. Well, it's not showing us any curvature. Not that it should, because we are told that stuff is flat. We don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, you get that, Ricardo, right? You're the compass guy. You get that how a compass works or doesn't work doesn't account for the missing drop over distance that's never been measured and no globe has ever been verified. Did you know that, Ricardo?
No, I thought it has been.
Oh, yeah, well, it hasn't. Yeah, I'm here to tell you. Yeah, because repeatedly during long-distance observations, laser tests, and horizon measurements, we find that the drop over distance that would be predicted by the geometry of a sphere is not found. The horizons repeatedly observed much further than it would be on said sphere, and that the lasers are able to hit a target at distances of 20, 25 miles and further. I think one of them might be 32 miles. I'll find some of them for you. Might be interesting to you. So yeah, if we were on a sphere, the one particular I'm thinking about, the FE core laser test at 25 miles, the target of the laser would have been obscured behind 297 feet of alleged Earth curvature, and yet the laser was able to hit the target because the Earth is actually flat. Have you ever seen any curvature, Ricardo?
I've never been to space.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have to go. Yeah, you wouldn't have to go to space. You would measure on the ground, because if you were on a sphere, objects would be disappearing, like I said, going outside of your field of view because they'd be around the other side of this alleged ball. And so I'll just put, you can look at that later if you want, in the voice chat there. I put the FE core laser test. So even though it's titled Greatest Laser Experiment, it's not actually an experiment by standard definition by the classical scientific method, but the actual information in the video you'll find shows you that we do not live on a sphere. And that's just one of many, many observations and tests that have been done demonstrating that the claimed curvature of the Earth, in fact, does not exist. They're done over water, these tests. Why do you think they're done over water, the laser tests, Ricardo?
Because the ocean is flat.
You bet. Yep, it's flat. The ocean is observed to cover over 70% of the known surface of the Earth. Since water does indeed, as you say, lie flat in its container, at no time is this water magically curving contrary to the nature of water and what we all observe in reality. So it just keeps going out flat, and indeed, the globe is nothing but a science fiction fairy tale. What do you think about that, Ricardo?
I have a video, but I'm trying to find it to send, where they see like a ship disappearing under the horizon using a telescope.
Oh, I gotta get my bingo card back out, thanks.
I thought the ship doesn't disappear under the horizon. I thought you should still be able to see it because the light like bends around it and it creates like a mirage or something.
Yeah, but that only goes for a certain distance. Beyond that, you still don't see it.
I mean, I could wait to look at your video if you want. Ships don't disappear over under the horizon. They don't disappear at all. They just keep going out across the flat water, as we just discussed. Over 70% of the water over 70% of the known Earth's surface is covered by water. Water lies flat in its container. At no time is this water starting to magically curve. So for this reason, these ships are not disappearing for the reason of the Earth curvature. Thus, we could look in another direction for explanation. We could look at something that's very easily demonstrated and proved based on the known, observed, and agreed upon laws of optics and the way that the human eye works. If we did that, then we would discover that the reason that the boat is going outside of your field of view is because your eyeball has limitations. It has limitations of angular resolution, so you cannot see forever. You are not Superman. The normal state of things that they disappear from the bottom up. You can demonstrate this on your dining room table, on your pool table, on your ping pong table, wherever you wish. You may demonstrate to yourself by taking a mug or a pop can and putting your eye down at the level of the table, moving it away from you, and observing that indeed, because of the limitations of your vision, it does disappear bottom up. Another way you could show this to yourself, which I've personally done and many other people have, and it's been very well documented, is by finding a ship on the horizon with some kind of high-powered optical equipment. I've done it with Nikon P1000. You can zoom in on a ship even though the horizon appears to be empty when you are not using said high-powered optical equipment. So there are many, many video demonstrations of this, and if you cared enough, you could go and do it for yourself, where the horizon appears empty because this ship has sailed a way outside of your field of view, yet you can easily bring it back into view by zooming in on it, thus showing that it was the limitations of the human eye and not Earth curvature that was resulting in this ship disappearing from your point of view, but never going over any curve, since there is no curve, water doesn't curve, and no curvature of the Earth has ever been measured.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you zoom in enough for the camera, you can see something that's even like 40 miles away at like eye level. So it's like, at what point does the refraction, like the light bending around, creating the mirage, at what point does that no longer like occur? Is it like
It depends
50
on like the
miles?
temperature. It's completely dependent on the conditions of the water on the day.
Are you kidding me?
Like, you know,
Do
you
you
guys
think
always
what I
send
posted there, bro? You think that is represents a boat going behind the Earth curve, bro? No, Ricardo. Have a look at what I posted. That's from your little clip.
Well, no,
That's
look,
a boat.
you know how you guys
That's a boat
always
going
send
behind the curve,
pictures
is
of
it?
oil rigs? No, you know how you guys always send pictures of oil rigs?
You're going to throw.
Take those
You're
photos
not going to stand
on
by this,
different
are you?
days.
You're
No,
not
take
standing by
those
this, are
photos
you?
on different days of the year and see how different they look. It's because it always is
So
changing.
is what I posted there, bro? That's from your little clip. Is that what a boat going over the horizon being blocked from bottom up looks like? Is it?
No, it's not from bottom up.
Right. That's what supposedly convinced that fake ass flat earther. Pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're easily convinced by propaganda and you prefer emotional appeal, imagination, fairy tales, to actual evidence that has been carefully documented, that has been tested and repeated many times, that you could go and test and repeat for yourself if you cared enough. I mean, if you want to be swayed by propaganda and science fiction, go for it. But we have a higher standard of evidence, which is why T-Dub is calling you out on that nonsense video.
It is hidden behind Earth, and then when they go up in height, you can see it again. If it was flat, you would just see it get smaller and smaller.
Oh, so it doesn't get smaller and smaller?
It does, but it is more noticeable.
It does. There you go. So it does get smaller and smaller.
Okay, but it wouldn't go underneath. Though. If it was on a flat Earth,
you don't see that boat. You don't see that boat go under anything.
It does. It goes under the horizon, and that
You just said that's not what it looks like. That's not what a boat going under the Earth curve looks like.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, so that little snippet from the video you posted, that is what it looks like when a boat goes. That's what it looks like when a boat goes over the Earth curve. All blurry and like a gap between the sail and the horizon.
There's no boat left. You can only see the mast.
There's a gap between the sail and the horizon. So what's in between there?
Yeah, that's because the
what's in between there? What's in between it? So where's the boat?
Nothing.
Where's the
underneath the horizon?
No, it's not. The sail is above the horizon. So what's in between the horizon and the sail?
Okay, like I can't send pictures, but look up what a mast looks like with its sail out. There's a gap between the floor of the boat.
Right. Yeah.
There's a gap
Like a
between. Look at the start of the video. Look at the start of the video where they show the boat. You can see there's a gap between the mast, sail, and the floor of the boat in the actual video.
This guy believes the Earth is flat.
Bro, this is pathetic. This is a pathetic example. Globers are coming in here and posting way better examples of photography where it looks like the bottom of an object is blocked from view.
You know how you asked what the gap is in between? If you look at the start of the video where they show the boat up close, you can see there's a gap there between the sail and the top of the deck of the boat. Also, I mean, I don't really care if the Earth is round or flat. Like, it doesn't really affect my daily life, but I just want to know, why do you guys think that so many people will believe it and so many scientists believe the Earth is round? Wouldn't they have seen the evidence that you guys are producing and realize it's not?
No, most people don't have any reason to investigate it. They just take it for granted. For example, someone in the education field who has been handed these textbooks and told to teach earth science and tell these children all about the globe and the heliocentric model and how great it was. Yeah, they're going to assume that somebody at some point, just like you do, and most people do, verified this, tested it, and that it was actually science as presented. You have to actually, they don't actually teach, why is it a globe? Where's the curvature? Obviously, because it's not there. That's never explained to anyone. There's no one whose field is, measuring curvature of the Earth and explaining it to everybody else. People just presuppose the globe and take it as a given because that's what they were taught, and then they pass it on. So no, you would have to use, you'd have to have some reason to go investigate it in order to actually look for it, which most people have, because the propaganda has been so successful that most people don't get beyond just kind of the laughing stage or the propaganda. If they get past the laughing stage, they'll go find some anti-flat earth propaganda like you did, and they'll be like, oh, thank God, some moron on TikTok said it's still a globe, so I can go back to bed now. Like, no, people don't go and actually, most people, I mean, some people do, a lot of people in this room have, but in your typical job, they have no reason to go and investigate it, so they don't.
But scientists do.
What scientists are you claiming would have
investigated? Scientists.
Yeah, okay. Well, NASA is a compartmentalized organization, and it also is a governmental organization. Therefore, there are going to be levels of security clearance, levels of knowledge, who is going to know what. Most people who are just doing their little particular task at NASA, they don't need to know the big picture of what's going on in the whole organization, just like any government organization or any corporation. The people at the bottom don't know the whole picture. They just do what they're told, and they do their roles within their prescribed little department. So, for example, Robert Simon, have you ever heard of him? He's a NASA employee. Yeah, so I'll show you some information about him on the NASA.gov website. Oh, look at that! Shaggy put his picture there. It's Photoshopped because it has to be. That's a quote that he gave in an interview, which we can find you. I guess T-Dub's got the actual audio from that. It looks like. He said it's Photoshop because it has to be. That was this big blue marble image. So after it came out and was portrayed as if it was a real image of this alleged globe, people started noticing suspicious things about the cloud patterns, that there were repeated cloud patterns which wouldn't happen naturally but would happen in Photoshop, et cetera, et cetera. So finally, they decided to have their buddy here, Robert Simon, employee of NASA, a data visualizer and designer, come out and say, yep, it's not a snapshot. We took flat maps and we wrapped them around a ball. So it says the hard part was creating, this is a quote from him, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. We wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. So, yeah, that ball became the famous blue marble. So this is what, your so-called scientists are doing. Yeah, they're creating the globe on the computer to match your expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. That's what they're doing over at NASA.
Why would they lie to us about that, though?
They're not. They're telling you. Rob Simon is telling you.
Yeah, he's not lying. We have another image that's from NASA. That are the flat images that they use to create the ball. It's right there. I mean, it's just a matter of
What about the ones that aren't photoshopped? Like the images that have none of the signs.
Yeah,
like the
where
ones
are they?
that moon. The first picture they took of Earth from its satellite, it shows the big shadow. It isn't photoshopped. That was before Photoshop was invented.
Yeah, you know that the Apollo. There's footage of Apollo 11 crew faking an Earth shot from inside some sort of aerial vehicle, right, at high altitude, right, and the entire window is filled up with Earth, like just ocean and cloud, right, and they turn all the lights off inside the cabin that they're in, and then they section off a part of the window to make it look like it's Earth in space, and it has a Terminator line. There's footage of it. Well, Buzz Aldrin's involved in that. So is his peers, Neil Armstrong and the other guy. I can never remember his name. Michael somebody.
Poor third guy.
Why did Christopher Columbus believe the Earth was round then? He sailed around the whole world and everyone thought he was mad for thinking that. But he knew because he'd sailed around the world.
Okay, yeah, I just posted I'll answer your question. Yeah, I just posted some of the flat images they used to make the fake globe. Yeah, you don't need a globe to circumnavigate. You're claiming that you do. You're claiming that you can only travel in a circle on a sphere. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, north to south, east to west. But east to west, sure, you can do it on a flat Earth, but not both.
You can't travel in a circle on a flat plane and end up where you started?
No, you can, but not only east to west. Like, if you can do it east to west, but not both north to south and east to west.
Well, it doesn't even make sense. If I'm standing in the middle of a football field, I take some white spray paint, I make an X on the ground, and then I start going east, traveling around in a circle. I can end up back where I started, and it does not need to be a sphere. In fact, it is not. It is a flat football field.
Okay, but what if you go in the other direction, though? Like
I
south.
can still end up where I started.
I know, but then...
And I'll just make a different circle for you. I'll use purple spray paint for that one.
Okay, but see this thing they sent, this GIF? Like, what if they went south in this picture? You wouldn't be able to circumnavigate south, but you can't do it east to west, but not south or north.
Where are you trying to go? Why would you go south wherever you're trying to go? Like, if you're going wherever this dude's going, it looks like he's kind of in Alaska area, and then he wants to go back to Alaska. Why would he go south? He'd go west and then go back around. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. Yeah, like, if you're going south, then you're going south. But if you're trying to get where Columbus was going, he wasn't trying to go south.
But people have managed to circumnavigate from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Oh yeah, where's your evidence of that? Yeah, we need that has never been documented, never been demonstrated. You got some documentation on that?
Yes, they did it in the 1980s, actually.
I mean, I've never. That's not the way any
It's called
airplane
the
travel. So if you have some claim that that's done, like we just know it wasn't done because I just explained to you, curvature's never been measured. Over 70% of the Earth is water. There's no curvature anywhere. It's never been observed. The drop over distance never found. So if you have a claim that someone did that, then they're lying. So you want to find your liars? That's one of them. There's one.
I did. I sent it.
All right, I'll look at it.
Post it.
It took them multiple years to do.
Do you have the map that they what route they took?
I mean, you're welcome to believe this claim if you want. It's clearly false because there's no globe, because no curvature's ever been measured, and water lies flat in its container, and over 70% of the Earth is water. So obviously, this claim is false. They never did that. Oh, that's beautiful. The route that you showed doesn't even need to have a sphere, so I guess I'm wrong. Yeah, they went from Los Angeles to the North Pole. They would start at Greenwich. They went to the North Pole. Like, yeah, there's nothing about this that requires a globe.
Okay, but what about Sydney to Los Angeles, though?
What about it?
That would only work on a curved Earth. Because Sydney is to the right and Los Angeles.
I thought you were claiming that they went over the pole. I thought you were claiming they went over the poles. It's so funny.
They did. They did. Yeah. They went from north to south back to north.
No, they turned around. It took a right turn. They took a left turn.
East. They kept on going east.
Oh, they should have just kept on going straight over the middle of Antarctica and back up around the other side. That's not what it shows there. Right.
They kept on going east, though, so how did they end up back
Well,
west?
They shouldn't have. That's not proper circumnavigation north-south, then. That's east-west circumnavigation.
I know, but they still went from south back to north.
No, you said they did circumpolar navigation. That's going like straight around north, not veering off east or west, just going north-south. And then south-north. Don't make any turns.
I just can't see how you could do that on a flat Earth, though.
You can't see how you could get to a point and then come back the other way.
But they didn't. They kept on going east.
Yeah, they went northeast.
So they went in a circle, basically, on a flat Earth.
I don't know. It's not my claim, really, but yeah, why isn't this possible on a flat Earth?
Maybe it is.
Yeah, it's cool, Ricardo. Like I said, a lot of people need to stay on the globe. They're not into empirical evidence. They're not into scientific, rigorous testing. They're not into math. They just like stories and they just want to believe because it's more comfortable and it's easier to stick with the mainstream story. So, if you want to do that, it's fine. Like, if you're interested in exploring the actual evidence, we're here to talk about that. Or if you got something else you think proves your globe, by all means, present it.
Well, you guys have sent the zooming thing and all of that, but that could be explained by diffraction. So I don't think either of us have proof of either.
It could be explained by what?
Yeah, I think he means refraction.
Yeah, you said diffraction. So yeah, maybe just be a little more careful in your speech, especially if you're going to make wild claims that have no basis in reality. Will you draw me a ray diagram of how that's going to happen with any of the situations that we've just discussed, any of the laser tests, any of the long distance observations, any of the ships? I'll give you a long list and you can draw a ray diagram for each one. Tell me when you're done.
Gradient. What about gradient diffraction? I mean, refractions. The one that doesn't have to go through a separate medium.
What about it? Explain to us how that's going to create a globe for you. Tell us all about it.
I don't know how it works, actually.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah. See, when you say explain, you
That
mean,
doesn't
but
mean
we've
the
got an
Earth is flat just
excuse.
because I'm unaware. I'm not like an astrophysicist.
Yeah, I know. Nobody says that, but you're just looking for an excuse. Well, they can explain that. Oh, yeah. I can explain why I was late home, honey. I can explain why there's red lipstick on my collar.
If the Earth is flat,
I'm innocent.
then does that mean there is a lot more land beyond what we are told?
That's one possible explanation that some people have presented as a possibility. We can't freely travel past the 60th parallel south, so there's no way to really confirm or deny if there's more land. Admiral Byrd did an interview, I think that was in the late 50s. I can find it for you if you're interested, military Admiral Byrd, who said that he observed other land down there. That's recorded on a news program. But, that's his claim, it's and then other people talk about that because it seems, it's a possible explanation for why they're keeping everybody away from that area, from Antarctica, because their excuse is not logical, and environmental protection is not a believable excuse in any way, shape, or form for the level of organization and enforcement that they've decided to put out there to supposedly protect that area. So obviously they're trying to keep people out of there, and they've gotten over 50 world governments who pretend not to agree on other stuff, but they suddenly are going to officially agree on this one particular thing, is that we can't let any peons wander freely down there. So that's one possible explanation, but there's no way to verify it, so it's just speculation.
Oh, I know why. It's because in the 1950s, they knew that in the 1980s, they'd be starting to worry about global warming.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, back in the 50s. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, all those environmentalists from the 50s. I have to ask my mom about that. Yeah, what they were doing back then. Yeah. Are you interested in the Admiral Byrd interview? I'll see if I can find it.
Yep.
I really need to put my playlist of Flat Earth into categories. It's way too long. It's just Flat Earth. There's too much in there.
Right, yeah. Subcategories. Yeah.
Yeah. I started one that's called Moon. Yeah, I did. I have started. I just got to go back and split all these up. Oh, here's U.S. teenager detained after unauthorized Antarctica trip. Might as well throw that one out there.
Yeah,
that's what.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say Spaz Man earlier. That was, I don't know, you weren't here earlier when Mr. Spaz Glober was here screaming about various things. Yeah, and that was one of his things is, here's the text of the Antarctic Treaty. It doesn't say that. Blah, blah, blah. You know, it's just, yeah. So we're just imagining that they're enforcing this.
Yeah, this kid had to go back and get recordings from air traffic control to say that, yes, they gave him permission to land in that region. After they detained him, right? So they detained. So first, he wasn't supposed to go there, right? You're not supposed to be here, right? And then you're not allowed to leave, right? It's like, what the frick? Am I allowed to be here or not? Do you want me to go? No? Yes? No? Yes?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, there's the Admiral Byrd, full interview of Admiral Byrd talking about Antarctica. I haven't watched it for a while. I remember being shocked when I first saw it a long time ago.
Like the station in Antarctica named after him.
Yeah,
One of the Antarctic research stations is named after him.
There's a documentary made in black and white, so I guess it's from the 50s, about his expedition. What was the mission? Would have been high jump. Yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting documentary. During that documentary, they claim that there is 300 square miles, I think it is, miles or kilometers? I think it's miles, of warm water lakes in Antarctica.
To me, it kind of seems weird that Antarctica is completely untouched with the amount of natural resources that are there. You think some country by now would have colonized it. They can live in the Arctic in the north. Why can't they live in the Arctic in the south?
Well, it's been territorialized, so it's all broken up by sections of all the countries that have signed the treaty. And I think that they have say on who goes beyond their borders. Like there is borders. They've sectioned it off. Right? This is our territory.
What
I need
about the
permission to be
unclaimed
here.
part?
I don't know. Who knows? Right? Who knows? I would love to go there, just for a visit. There's some tourist places, tourist attractions there to go to.
In Antarctica?
Yeah.
You
There's
can fly
tourist
from
places.
Melbourne to Antarctica on a day trip, I think, and you can see it. But I don't know if it's actually Antarctica, if it's like nearby.
Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, how do you know where you are? Really. I mean, yeah, and like during the the cruise from Argentina to across the Gap, that they have a conference. They get you. They have an induction, and they like have this 1 hour induction for all the passengers for when they get there, like what they have to do, what they can and can't do, what they have to wear. They issue them certain like clothing to wear and all this stuff. Like yeah, it's all really controlled. I mean, like, it's supposed to be a harsh and desolate place, like dangerous. You go wandering off by yourself, like nobody sees you. You know, you get away, you go exploring. That you're on your own, and I think that they might do a little bit of a search for you, but they're not going to go to extreme lengths to save your ass. If you don't come back, then yeah, goodbye. Yes. Good luck to surviving that harsh climate. Yeah, and that makes you wonder why would you need to protect such a place that already protects itself despite its harsh climate alone? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's not like there's tons of people just wanting to go down there. Yeah, even if you could freely travel, who's going to be like, oh yeah, I can't wait to take my vacation to Antarctica. That's going to be amazing. Very far down on the list for most people.
You know when people ask, "Where's the edge?" Like, are they imagining like a disc in space? Right.
I think so. Every time I drill down on that, when people come in and talk about that, they've usually just seen the memes, right? That show, yeah, the disc in space, or like the solar system where there's all the planets, but only Earth is flat. Those kind of things. Like, yeah, I think that's what they are imagining. Just like a cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like automatically. I think the question comes from because automatically they're thinking a disc in space. They're not thinking like an enclosed system or like a dome, right? They're probably thinking like, well, if it's flat, then where's the edge? They're still thinking they're in space, like the Flat Earth Society model.
Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad they were so efficient with their approved controlled opposition. Yeah, they're like I don't even know what you call it. Like it's kind of like predictive programming, I guess. Like they felt like, at some point, especially with technology improving, yeah, people are going to be questioning this globe thing. So we got to have something in place. So we have just this nonsense story so that people will dismiss the alternative idea to the globe and just keep clinging to their globe the way we want. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. But Bong Sao, it's I think what I've seen since understanding the very easily mathematically demonstrated concept that there's no curvature is that it's like figuring that out, accepting it, knowing for sure there's no globe. You still have to get rid of that thing that's inside you that still wants an explanation for everything, right? Because it's like a childish, the globe is like it's made for children, right? And then people just never grow out of it, right? They just cling to that thing. Like children want an explanation for everything. They want to feel secure. They even might, they think the adults do have the answers. And for most of the things they want to know, the adults do have the answers. And then they get to a point in life where they should start to realize, oh, adults don't actually have all the answers. And then when they become an adult, they should realize that even more, like, I couldn't possibly have all the answers, like I might be able to get good at like one little thing or maybe more than one if I work really hard, but no person can have all the answers, and by extension, no human society could have all the answers. But then they're still clinging to their childish globe, where they believe they have all the answers. So then, like, you can even understand the flat earth and still think I have to have a flat earth model that explains everything, right? Don't we see that? I mean, not so much now, especially in this group, but like, 5 years ago or something, that was really common. Like, oh, we got to explain this thing. We got to test the moonlight. We got to measure the sun's distance. We got to do this thing, that thing. We got to figure everything out. Like, but we don't, right? Like, we really don't. Yeah, we really can't. So why even pretend that we can? We can figure some stuff out. Like, that's cool. I'm all about the spirit of inquiry. Like, people want to do, tests and figure different stuff out or make observations. Like, I'm all about that. But just as long as we know, like, it's ridiculous to think you could have a view of the world that would encompass and explain everything. That is absurd and childish. Like, we should grow up. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially after all these years, they've been living their lives like, believing, not just believing it's a ball, but believing, the idea that we know everything, that we can explain everything. It's like a pride of knowledge, and the knowledge, type of thing. It's like, and that's why like they all these explanations that the globe Earth comes with, then they're like, well, then how do we explain everything? Is it, they're not, the brain is not used to the idea of not knowing everything. You know what I mean? Like, you've been so used to like believing that, there's an answer or explanation for everything. And then after flat Earth, it seems like it might point people back to the Bible, because that's where some of these answers might be. And then there's the, we can't know certain things. There's that, to get used to. So I think it's a little bit of like also pride or some kind of ego and yeah, but yeah, like you said, I think it's also more of a childish thing, the wanting to know, why? Well, where does food come from? Like, why? Children are always asking why. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and they've been kind of also programmed in that idea that, we're just marching forward. We're so amazing. Technology, we're conquering all. We're going to go to Mars. Like, it's like people want to believe that. And that is also like, big daddy government. So amazing. Like, we've heard that tonight. They know the globe. Like, I can't find any proof of it. Can't find any curvature. I can't measure it. I don't know why it's a globe, but somebody does. I know for sure they're taking care of me out there. And they've got some proof of the globe out there because the scientists, right? Yeah, the scientists, they must know. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, I want to, Bong Sao, if you get a hold of anybody or anybody else that's in here, find somebody who like really thinks that we're going to go to Mars one day. Like, I feel like I've talked to people like that before, but I want to talk to them again. Like, I really I really want to talk to him. Like, you really think that? It's just so absurd. It's like such insanity to think like we're gonna go to Mars and live there or whatever. Is that what they think, that we're gonna live there? Is that what they're thinking? Do you know, Bong Sao?
Yeah, as a young person, yeah, a lot of young people probably, but you know, it's so different nowadays because you know of all the internet and exposure to flat Earth that people, young people are getting today. I'm not sure anymore what the number is looking. But
I know, that's why I want to find one. That's why I want to find one and like really ask them about that, because it's put out, it's out there in the media, isn't it? Like, yeah, we found this on Mars, we found that on Mars. It's going to be oh so great when we live there. I know they do think. I don't know if they would admit it in public, right? Maybe they would.
Neil deGrasse Tyson used to say he wanted to go fishing on the moons of Europa, on the moons of Jupiter, on Europa, the moon, one of the moons of Jupiter.
Oh my gosh, did he
It's like,
seriously say that?
yeah, I'm like, shut, this guy's serious. Yeah, he said that. He said that. I was very young back then.
I did not know that he said that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
he said that. Yeah. Back when I was a Glober, I used to watch certain like documentaries, like Travel to the Edge of the Universe. But as I would watch them, I'm like, man, this is more about like Greek and Roman, you know, mythology than freaking astronomy. Like, what the hell? That's what they named the stars, you know, too.
Yeah, Mars. Yeah.
Yeah. So you get a lot of the mythology. Yeah, you don't even get, it's like, what the? And one of them, Neil deGrasse Tyson, said in an interview, you know, he went to go fishing on Europa. Like Jupiter, you know, it's far away, man. It's these kinds of statements, you know, like young people, like especially people who are deeply invested in, you know, in knowing more about, you know, the heavens, space.
In the 80s, we were going to have hotels on the moon, and we were going to do apparently traveling to the moon and spend the weekend there and come back. That was in 80s.
Yeah, because there's a newspaper article that people post sometimes. Yeah, doesn't it say something like moon colonies by 1978 or something like that? I'm pretty sure that's what I've seen. I'll look for it. Yep, I found it. I gotta share this image more often because I feel like it for young people, it should really make them realize, like, because when you're young, you don't realize when they say like, oh yeah, this thing's gonna happen in 5 years, this thing's gonna happen in 10 years, and then you realize like all these deadlines pass, like ending the world, like that's been ending for like ever, right? Like it's always like, oh yeah, it's gonna end anytime now. Yeah, so this is a 1969 newspaper. Yeah, NASA sees colonies on moon by 78. I'm sure when people read that, they were like, yeah, that's going to be so fun. I mean, some people were. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't want to live there. It looks horrible. No trees, no animals, no flowers. I wouldn't be signing up for that. But some people are into that stuff. Yeah, Ricardo's gone, Migo Weagle, but yeah, there's no circumnavigation in the route you posted. It's totally right. Yeah. I guess the people on YouTube, I don't know if anybody's watching, but yeah, they didn't get to see his little thing. Even he acknowledged it. I think that I mean, I thought he was claiming they did over the polls, which I've never even seen that as a claim. And probably they haven't ever claimed that because it's absurd.
The only thing happened is like he showed, they went south and they went little bit 45 degree and they come up again and they call it circumnavigation, south north, but they never go around it. Never.
Okay, yeah, I just put it up there so people could see that in case they didn't want to click on the link. Some people don't like to click on links that are going somewhere else. That's what his claim was, yeah, that Migo Wigo was talking about. It did not go, even their claim doesn't say it went over the poles. I felt like he was becoming reasonable. He was like abandoning his TikTok pseudoscience. Yep, so maybe he'll come back someday.
Antarctica, and they made a U-turn. They came up from the Atlantic side, and they said, "Oh, we did the circumnavigation." Another hoax. There was no around the pole thing. Never.
Yeah, I understand why people who are just always presupposing the ball, that's all they've ever known or learned about, that they have trouble understanding the concept that you don't need a ball to go around in a circle. But I feel like Ricardo might have started to understand that. It's possible. It's just weird, like the lack of imagination of some Globers. Like you don't have to say the globe is fake. You don't have to lose the globe to admit that you can draw a circle on a flat plane. You could just say that and be like, yeah, you can still love your globe. You can just say, yeah, Columbus didn't prove it. Moving from place to place on the earth doesn't prove it. You can admit that and still wear your NASA t-shirt and cuddle your globe plushie at night. And get your solar system mobile out of your baby box and hang it up over your bed.
You know what I think's ironic? Like, okay, so I'm subscribed to this one guy who does reaction videos to like ghosts and Bigfoot and UFOs, aliens, right? That sort of stuff. And there was this one clip amongst the stuff he was reviewing that talked about flat Earth, and he goes, and he paused and he went, "You had me until flat Earth," right? And then he unpaused and kept watching, right? And I just did a thanks thing for $2. I said, just want you to know that you got to subscribe, at least one subscriber out there that's a flat earther, right? Not a like, not a response, nothing. I would have even just appreciated, you're an idiot from the author. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, nothing. Nothing. No acknowledgement whatsoever. So I was like, okay. After a couple of weeks, I was like, yeah, might not be for much longer, right? You know, a subscriber. But it's ironic that, because he'll look at like the whole conspiracy theories about the government hiding things about aliens and UFOs, right? So they're capable of lying about that, but not about the shape of the Earth. It's just like so contradictory. And a lot of people are like that.
Oh no, I totally don't know what you mean because, yeah, I've had those exchanges like an email where like the person seems like they're they're into like looking to alternative ideas about different things. Like one person in particular, I can't remember, they were sending out.
Are you into looking into alternative ideas and that thing?
I am Black Goo. I totally am.
Oh, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong room. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Have a good evening.
Okay. I don't know, Black Goo. Are we that scary? Anyway,
Yeah, I've loved too much and too many times before.
You have loved like true love too many times.
Come on, we don't need to do this.
Oh God! I mean, you're the one that brought it up.
Wrong room, mate.
Okay, Bug. So I'm sorry. I was
that's why I said we're in the wrong
yeah,
room.
I know. I was going too
I
far
was in the
down
wrong
your rabbit
room.
trail there.
Enjoy
Yeah.
yourself.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so anyway, T-Dub, I got an email, from some person who I respected on other topics, that said something about the planet. I can't remember what it was. But I said, well, I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just like, just go ahead and unsubscribe me from this list, because if you still think you live on a planet, after all of this, then, I'm just not really interested anymore. And then he just wrote back, and I think I gave him a little paragraph of like, reasons why it definitely was not, the Earth is not a planet. And he just wrote back like, oh, thank you, blank, sorry to see you go, but they don't really want to address it. Like he didn't address any of the stuff I said, or anything. It's like, because they think it's too scary. It's like too toxic. Like they might lose their subscribers or their supporters. Yeah, if they do it, because it's become like a taboo subject. Like there's actual forums which don't allow flat Earth to be discussed at all, that are supposedly alternative, like Project Avalon. I don't think Project Avalon is really like that popular anymore. It was kind of cutting edge like 10 years ago or something. I think they've made themselves irrelevant, and largely because I know I'm not the only one, because I've talked to other people that have said, oh yeah, I left there because they forbid the topic of flat Earth, like and it was absurd, so they're just putting themselves out of business if they can't see the obvious. I mean, if you're going to look into all these other alternative things, it just makes you suspicious. It might not be that you're consciously trying to avoid the truth. You could just be a wimp. You could just be somebody who's too much afraid of public opinion. But either way, you're just making yourself irrelevant in the long run, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right. For some people though, I don't even think it's a bit necessarily about like being scorned or or scoffed at, like by the majority. I think it's just genuinely they think it's a ridiculous notion. That's flat. But Area 51 hiding UFO technology from outer space, yes.
Yeah, they just have never really looked into it. But that's why, like, for this particular person, and for the one, I guess you didn't actually have a chance to get into a discussion about it, but when you actually give them information and then they still have no response of substance, then that's really disappointing.
It is, yeah.
Because the ridicule, is so strong, and it's just sad that people just won't even look into it at all and haven't examined the evidence.
Yeah, I know, and that is the frustrating part. I mean, like, because they'll just lean on their refraction and gravity explanations, excuses, I call them, really, because that's what they are, just excuses. They just lean on that and move on. Yeah, well, okay, explain a solar eclipse then, Okay. And I feel for Sasha too, because like he's so passionate about the geometry of the surface, and he just always wants to bring it back to the ground, the surface. Why do you think flat earthers are saying what they say? Like, what if the surface is flat? What will it look like? And all these things, just try but he's got the difficulty of like the barrier of the of English as well. So it's like, because he's not that great at this English, and that must be so frustrating for him too. Like people like that. Yeah, and I hear it.
Yeah.
I hear it anyway.
For sure. I'd never want to try to explain it in any other language. That would be a disaster. Yeah. Did you ever know Lemon Bird? Who then he changed his name to something else, but everybody remembers his original name, Lemon Bird. Yeah, because when you were talking about the eclipses and then we were discussing explanations, it made me remember, like, because he would never like shy away from speculating, right? Because but I remember one of the things he used to talk about, which I don't know. There must be some documentation for this somewhere, because he was saying that kind of before the globe propaganda really took hold and became solidified, that they used to postulate other explanations of, like, a different, some kind of transparent heavenly body that was up there causing the eclipses, because it's clearly not what they're saying, right? I mean, we can see that from the failure of the model to explain it properly, that, like the Silurian eclipse and so on, that their explanation is wrong. But he said, that there were actual, scientists looking into that before they just decided to go all in on the fairy tale. But I'll have to look that up and see if I can find any documentation on that.
Like the Rahu and Ketu, is it? Or something like that.
That's probably it. That sounds familiar. Yeah, that sounds familiar. It's Speculation Sunday in Australia, right?
It is, yeah.
It's almost Sunday here. 20 more minutes. We could do it here if we wanted. There's actually an event like loaded up to be that. I don't know. People didn't like it, or I don't remember. Why did we get rid of it?
I think it was just like people like could talk about their speculations anytime, just utilizing the chill chat or learning curve chat.
Yeah.
But you know, I guess majority rules, you know, or whatever. Like, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like heavily into it. I just was curious about what the general vibe was. I mean, I'm actually happy that we're being more serious these days about sticking to the empirical because just because it just adds more legitimacy when you're dealing with someone who's still a globe believer. Like, if the globe believer, especially if the globe believer's there, they're listening, and you know, we're going off into things that can't be proven. That's really bad. I mean, that here's your opportunity to try to explain how these things can be verified and demonstrated in a testable and repeatable ways. But then we're going to start talking about all these other things that can't be, you know? So, whatever. I was just curious.
Right. Yeah, no, that's cool. I don't mind. Like you know, because I was talking about the aliens and all that, right? Well, you know, for all the crazy kooks out there that hang on to the globe because of, you know, they want this, you know, the aliens from outer space stuff and UFOs to be explained. Well, I mean, you've just had an official. I can't remember his name or kind of what kind of official he is, what position he holds. But apparently, this is doing the rounds amongst that crowd that he's on record now saying that there's something like 5 different types of entities. No, there's entities. Sorry, that seem to be coming from 5 different deep oceanic regions. So they're and he even says during the little clip I saw, he's like, well, you know, like they could have come here millennia ago from out there, but or you people thinking they're from out there, no, they're from here, right? Like, so you know, like the world could be enclosed and flat, right? And you still have your alien species, right? Other entities, other civilizations here, right, existing amongst us, just very covert and very discreet.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that's the thing is like, people have like, it's like, gosh, you guys have already given up on the Earth and you're trying to find like some other place like that's better or whatever, like Mars. I mean, it's kind of like, hello, we obviously don't know everything about this place where we live, like, and it's so amazing and fascinating and has all these different very cool species of animals and plants and birds and places to go and oceans that haven't been explored. Like, why anyone's convinced that they should get into, in this little science fiction fantasy, get into this capsule and go somewhere that doesn't have the atmosphere we need to breathe, doesn't have plants, doesn't have animals, doesn't have life. Like, that's why I was saying I want to capture one of these people and ask them, like, why would you ever want to leave here? It's sad that it's, I don't know, I feel like it's, people are like put into this kind of depressed state about the world that's not realistic. I mean, obviously there's lots of problems here. I'm not saying we live in a utopia or anything, but like the natural world is the best part about this place. I mean, is that not obvious to everyone? Like, the society and the governments are problematic, no doubt, but like the actual world is like very cool. Like, why not just go explore that? And if the news gets you down, just turn it off. Like, that's always an option.
Oh man, look, like there's these people, right? This is so much on YouTube, right? Like independent publishing, right? There's these people that are going to like they're finding places on Google Earth, extreme, like it's almost inaccessible, right? And they go there right? They find these places that look amazing from the air, right? And they go, I want to see this on the ground, right? And they go there, and like probably nobody's touched foot in these areas for like ever, maybe even, right? And they're just finding all this amazing landscape, right? That almost looks like, some of it looks like it, you know, science. It could be on another planet if you're into that. You know what I mean? Like, one guy even like said that he was like looking at candidates of places to go overseas, right? And one of them was Devon Island, and he was saying how it's like used as like a testing ground, like a mock setup for Mars exploration. Like, he was like admitting all that, and yeah, but yeah, like it just there is so much out there to be experienced that is going to like waste. People aren't appreciating it. Yeah, definitely.
Do you happen to have that one? I'd like to see at the Devon Island one, or was it just something you looked at in passing?
Yeah, it's probably in my search, in my watch history.
Yeah,
somewhere.
if you can find it easily, but yeah, don't put too much effort into it. It just sounds interesting to me. Special K just joined us. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we just Indio was in here earlier saying how he wants to be here more and do more here in the home server, so we started this event. We've been here for several hours, so it's been fun. All the Globe Believers have left, I think. I don't know if anybody's in here that's a Globe Believer, you know. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Several hours?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because I know, like, earlier, I checked in this guy, Devotio. Oh, my gosh, that was a nightmare. Yeah, let's see. I checked him in at 4:49 p.m. And then a whole bunch of people were talking to him, and then he ended up coming to the live stream. Oh, my gosh, Special K. This guy was a very special Globe Believer. And then we had some other ones in here. Everyone's special, though, right? In their own way. Yeah. But I think they're all gone now. Yeah. But if anyone else is out there in YouTube land that wants to tell us about their globe, by all means, come in and we'll be happy to discuss it with you.
Whoa.
There's Snowy. Do you think Snowy's a Globe Believer? They don't have any roles. I'll try unmuting them.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Snowy. What's going on?
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, shoot.
So
That
I'm
means, yeah,
agnostic.
tell us.
I'm agnostic about the whole flat Earth and globe Earth thing, but I'm more inclined to believing that the Earth is flat. But I just have certain issues.
Let's hear them.
Okay, first off, how is the southern atmosphere? Why does the southern atmosphere have opposite winter and summer?
You mean the south? Why does, like, for example, our friend Hedeb is from Australia, and you're telling me, you're asking why he has winter when we have summer and vice versa. That's what you're asking. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not because of a globe, if that's what you're thinking. It's not because of any spinning, tilt, or curvature, because none of that has been verified or documented in any way. So there's clearly no curvature, no spinning. None of that has been you would have to, for the spinning part, you would have to observe some motion of the Earth, some kind of spinning would have to be detected. And then you would have to do a test, to find out the cause of such spinning. But since the spinning itself has never been detected, it doesn't even rise to the level of doing any kind of scientific test. So cross that one out. There's no spinning. Tilt's never been demonstrated in any kind of an empirical way. And of course, curvature would be a mathematical question of the geometry of the Earth, which would require curvature increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which is also disproven thousands of times over through long-distance observations, laser tests, and horizon measurements. So for all these reasons and more, we can eliminate the cause of said difference in seasons. We can eliminate any kind of globe moving as being the cause. So, if you'd like to come up with another cause or explanation, by all means, demonstrate it. Like, I could probably, if you wanted me to, I could probably come up with like 100 to 200 different models that would explain it, based on the motion of the sun, but none of them, I couldn't really verify it because of the nature of the sun and the inability for me to visit it, track it, measure its distance, and so on. Distance never been verified, can't possibly be verified, so on and so forth, since it's an apparent position in the sky. So, yep, definitely doesn't prove the globe. What else do you want to know about it?
I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand how it works on a flat Earth.
A flat Earth. All you know
Sun?
about it. I told you.
Yeah, the sun's sometimes giving off more solar energy in one place on the Earth, and other times it's giving off more solar energy in another place. Why is that a problem? Is the sun not
No, there's no
allowed to
problem.
move? And yeah, okay, so it's not a problem. Good. So it doesn't prove the globe. I agree.
Yeah,
Very
there's no
well.
problem. I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
But
Very
like
good.
you don't have a definitive answer for that. You're not sure.
Absolutely, she does. Listen to her. Yes, she does. Go for
No,
it.
she said maybe the Earth, maybe the sun exposes more power for a certain time. Like that, you're not sure of that.
Oh no, I'm sure. I observe it. T-Dub's here to witness. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I absolutely, like, you can describe from your location, wherever you are, right? You can describe what you observe throughout the year, like what I can observe and correlate. Like, I can just give you correlation, right? Because when the sun appears to rise in the northeast and set in the northwest, right, its arc across the sky seems lower, right? And during that time of the year, it's colder for me. And then it appears to creep closer and closer, like rising more due east, and its path seems to be more directly over above me, and then setting more closer to due west. And in that period of time, it's hot. It's a hotter climate, right? So there's that aspect. I can just describe to you my experience throughout the year with the sun, right? And the changes in the temperatures and the different climate that we get. That's it. That's all I can do, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you also get less. You also, like, during summer you get more sunlight, and during winter you get less sunlight.
I understand that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I understand that, but compare to the other areas, right? In the same day, it's the opposite. It's the complete opposite season. In the same day. Ooh.
Yeah.
Right.
So when it goes back, when it's summer in Australia, for example, the sun just happens to be stronger, and then in the same day when it goes to
It's
America.
it's the proximity, right? It's the how close. So the sun would be closer to Australia than it would be to say North America. Inside, but in versus out, right? Australia would be out. So the sun would be making a circuit that's closer to the outside versus the inside, and as it becomes our winter in Australia, it starts moving inward to you guys, and you get more sunlight, and we get less sun. So like that, that's how it's up. Does that make sense?
Pretty
Okay, so
easy.
in the same day, the sun, in the same day, the sun is moving closer and further.
Well, every day, it's either moving towards the outside or towards the inside, right? Outside we'll call it south, inside we'll call it north, right? So it's either moving towards the outside, it'll stop and then start moving back inside towards the north, right? So as it moves outwards, we get more and more sunlight every day until we get to our summer solstice and your winter solstice. Okay, how it's opposite, right? Our longest day is your shortest, is your longest night. You get it? See? And then it starts moving back in. Then you guys get the summer solstice. And we get the winter solstice. Same day, different places. Make sense?
Well, I would wish to see what's it called? Like on a like physically, not physically, but like on a what do you call it? Like what the hell? I lost my word. Like on a model, Like I want to visualize it.
Nobody has that point of view. Nobody could give you that with any definitive proof that of that. That's a fantasy. That's what got us into the whole mess with the globe. Was people saying, "Hey, even though you'll never see it like this, this is what the Earth looks like from a long way away, and this is how it's going around the sun, and this is where the sun is in relation to the stars, and all that." Like nobody ever sees that. They don't know those things. They're just cartoons that they show you and tell you represent reality, but in fact, they do not. And I'm not about to make the same mistake and show you something that I can't prove is true.
What would you say is the strongest?
Other people may want to do that, but I'm not.
So for like,
we
because
gotta understand.
I've talked to my parents about this, these things, and I rebutted their arguments in every argument they told me. I rebutted it, like when it comes to gravity and all that, and how we're a closed system and we cannot leave Earth. All that I rebutted, but when they said the thing about the winter and summer, the opposite, I didn't know how to attack that. And that's all I'm asking.
Oh yeah,
What would you say?
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, you can, if you have another question, go on to it. But just regarding that right there, yeah, like if you understand, that's why I was trying to get back to. I mean, if you understand that the geometry of the globe is debunked, and it's debunked by one counterexample that shows something that is seen, or a laser that hits a target, at a distance when it should be impossible on a globe, or a horizon observation that's impossible on the globe. Like one of those just debunks the globe, and then we have thousands of them. So then you have like people who don't understand it for whatever reason. Yeah, they're going to say, what about the seasons? What about the eclipses? What about Professor Dave? Like, it's cool. Like, they can be wrong. Like, that's why you just have to realize, yeah, there is no globe, and then all these other things are just kind of side notes. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. But yeah, go ahead. Did you say you had another question?
Right. You're absolutely right. Those things are of some importance.
The thing you said, I don't fully comprehend. The thing you said that the geometry of Earth has been debunked.
Yeah, the geometry. I mean, the predicted geometry of the sphere. Have you seen the long distance observations or the laser tests? Or have you learned about like the 8 inches per mile squared predicted drop over distance? Have you learned about that?
Not the last one.
Okay, yeah. So, can you see the live stream voice text? This is a chart of. Whoops! I tagged the wrong person. Snowy, I think that's you. Yep. So if we live on a ball, which is what they tell us, and they say the radius is 3,959 miles, then you can calculate what the predicted drop over distance would be, at what rate this curvature would increase, and therefore obscure objects around the side of the ball. Because if you were standing on the ball, your vision of distant objects would be limited if they were going around the side of the ball. Despite that, it is sometimes claimed that it would be too big to see the curve. In fact, when you look at the numbers, that is not true. You would be able to observe that these objects that you knew were there were not visible to you because they were around the side of the curve, and that can be predicted at this rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. It's an exponential function, so the rate of increase is not linear. It's going to be increasing at a higher and higher rate, resulting at longer distances, large amounts of curvature that should be obscuring these things, and yet we routinely can see objects, city skylines, lighthouses, islands at distances where they should not be seen if we were on this claimed sphere.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, this like the 8-inch, if an 8-inch object in height, you're supposed to see it. You're not supposed to see it within 1 mile.
Yeah, I mean that is the first one. Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared, and then when you square one, you just get 8 inches. But then when you look at as it grows exponentially, then you see like at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. At 20 miles, 266 feet of drop. If you look at 50 miles, there should be 1,666 feet of drop. So, like, for example, the observation that I've made on multiple occasions is the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. That's the image that I put up there at 5 minutes after the hour at 52 miles away. It should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. And yet we can see the Chicago skyline from Michigan across the flat water of Lake Michigan. So that's what I mean by debunking the geometry of the sphere. That's one way to do it, is long distance observations. And then there's also laser tests and horizon calculations.
Yeah, so these calculations, how are they done?
I will show you. Yep, just a minute. I'll get you a document that shows
when you
how it's
present
done.
When you present these to people, what they say, like a globe.
Yeah, that's a good question. It depends on the person. When I first started researching this, so that next link there, sites.math.washington.edu, that actually I think that one, that one's the horizon calculations. That's not the 8 inches per mile square, but I got the other one too. Just a minute. I used to think, probably because I'm an educator and that's what we're led to believe, that if you explain things properly and make sure the person understands, scaffold the presentation upon their previous knowledge, repeat the lesson as needed, do it in different ways, explain it in excruciating detail, that eventually the person will come to understand the thing you're explaining, especially if the thing is not beyond their comprehension level or developmental stage, which in this case it's not, because it's very simple, like middle school geometry. Really, you can't explain it with the Pythagorean theorem. I used to think that was the case, and it is the case with most things. But with the globe, there's an emotional tie to it, and there's a propaganda piece, and there's an indoctrination piece, to where some people are willing to examine the evidence and understand that it throws great question upon their fantasy globe model. Other people, they just are not even capable of considering the possibility that we could discard a failed model, because people do lip service, right, to that idea. Like, that is what science is supposedly built on. And you hear that over and over, don't you? Like, in the past, people were opposed to all new models, and then eventually it took over and everyone accepted it. But the first people who put it out were ridiculed, and so on, and not accepted. So, I mean, that's what we're seeing here happening in real time. Even though when those stories are told, it's often told from a perspective as if, but now we're so advanced that, we do scientific progress and we accept it, and we would never make fun of someone for, questioning the practice of leeching, for example, putting leeches on people's body to suck out the bad blood. Putting leeches on people's body to suck out the bad blood is better science than the globe, and yet people are still clinging to this science fiction thing. It's ridiculous. I don't know if that answered your question. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer. He wants to know how people react to this. I mean, people react differently. I don't know what to tell you. How do they react when you talk to them about it, Snowy?
Oh, they just avoid the conversation. And I mean, what I find crazy about these people is that, like, they're not even educated about the topic. Like, you would ask them and they would pull ChatGPT out. It's kind of cringe. Like, and I always ask them, like, I don't want to convince them of flat Earth. I just ask them. I constantly ask them, okay, why aren't you agnostic about the topic? Why can't you simply be agnostic? Why don't, like, you don't have to be a flat earther, you don't have to be a globe, like, why can't you just be agnostic and say, I don't know, I'm not educated enough, I'm ignorant? And they always stumble. They always say, they never attack this point. And they always say, okay, what do you think? Like, you think science is lying to us? You think, bro, I don't think anything. I'm just asking you a question. Why aren't you agnostic about the topic? Why do you have to be? If you don't know, why can't you just admit it? And I don't. This is my thing about them. I don't really care. I don't really care of convincing them. And, like, if you're not educated about the topic, just shut up. Just say, I don't know. Like, have some humility in you. Come on.
That's very wise. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's what I was saying about kind of the psychological aspect, is there's this kind of groupthink mentality, like, let's all laugh about flat Earth, ha 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 ha, if it's even brought up, even though they know nothing about it, they haven't investigated it. I mean, that's what I always just ask people, like, especially if you don't, this is the first time, when people come in here, if this is the first time you're hearing anything beyond the internet meme, with the dinosaurs crashing into the flat Earth or whatever, like, at least realize in the future, if you hear someone making fun of flat Earth, you could at least refrain from laughing and go even further. I don't think it's too much to ask to say, well, people who study flat Earth, who are questioning the globe, like, they're serious about it. They have tests, they have observations, they go out and do laser tests, they document their findings. It's not a joke. It's like a very serious questioning of this this globe model that has clearly failed. It's not a model of anything. It's nothing. It doesn't exist. It's just a complete fantasy. It is only propped up through psychological reasons and science fiction and, TV shows and just stories. That is all it is, and people just don't want to accept that.
Yeah.
I like to ask a question to Snowy. If somebody told you, give me your best evidence of flat Earth, what would that be?
Give me your best argument of flat Earth.
Best evidence of flat Earth.
Oh, best evidence of flat Earth. Yeah, I already said that me myself, I'm agnostic about the topic again, but I always tell them when I argue with globe people, like so convinced that they're globe, I tell them, okay, what's the evidence that the Earth is a globe? And they tell me a bunch of things, and I just tell them that doesn't have to be the case. This can work here. This can work here. This can work here. But the best argument I have is not. Again, it's telling people that why are you convinced that the Earth is a globe if you're not well educated on the topic? If you have to pull like Google to help you out, why can't you just say I'm not well educated on the topic? Just simply say that. But if I had to convince them 100% of a flat Earth, I'm not able to do that. But I guess what you guys use the most, and I've heard this being used the most, is curvature. You cannot see curvature. But me personally, I don't talk about it because I've never tested it out myself. It's the only reason.
Yeah, because that's the globe killer, and I was surprised that you never heard of it, and you didn't even know what is 8 inches per mile squared. It's like
no, I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but I said I never use it because I never put it to the test myself, and I don't really understand the calculations. That's why now if she sends me the calculation, I would go through them. But this is why. But I know that this is the common globe killer argument.
Yeah, because I mean, if there is no curvature, so there is no globe, so it's like finished.
Yeah.
And full stop, and you change this. I mean, I'm sure they want to go somewhere else. Yeah, they want to ask you about the sky, but they want to ask you about the stars. They want to ask you about all these things. But once they cannot prove the curvature, and it's finished, it's no more to talk. So that's why I was surprised. Like you said, I don't know about it. And I'm like, this is usually the first thing you learn when you become a flat earther.
Yeah. The 1 inch per mile. The 1 inch per mile square I never heard of, but I've heard of that you cannot see curves or curvature. You cannot see Earth as curvature. I heard of that. But 8 inches per mile square is the first. It's supposedly that. I didn't know that. I'm gonna go over the calculation and all that. But the horizon is basically so. The horizon is the last point you can supposedly see on a globe, right? After you cannot see after the horizon, right?
I mean, that's a claim, but I mean, you have to learn all these things as well. Yeah, you have to learn what is the horizon, and because the horizon is not geometrical place. If it's a globe, it has to be geometrical place. Because the sphere is a geometrical shape, so it has to be geometrical, and it's not there. So you have to learn all these measurements. So that's how you see. I'm sure you experience flat Earth anyway all your life, but the only thing is you because you don't know the measurements, you never thought about it. But I'm sure you saw much further than what you should see on the globe. So that's why you have. I mean, that's why I said I'm surprised, because this is the first thing you learn usually, because there is no curvature. So, but I mean, you learn. I mean, if she send you the math and the measurements, and you look at them and you see that there is no curvature to be seen anywhere, because the horizon is an apparent place. It's not a fixed place. Some days it's closer, some days it's further. Depends on the weather. But in their model, it has to be geometrical place. It has to have this is where is the horizon, and I cannot see more than that. It has to have its geometrical place, which they cannot prove that as well.
Yeah. But like here in the calculations, like it's taken into perspective that the Earth is 100% like circle, but they don't claim that it's 100% circle. It's a sphere, right? It's you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's a very small the difference. Like in the FE core laser test, they go into calculating the difference between the WGS 84 model and a perfect sphere. It doesn't give you the percentage difference is so tiny, like it doesn't. That's why we say roughly 8 inches per mile squared. It doesn't take away enough to question these results. I can show you another thing that will explain that. But before I get into that, so yeah, the first one I gave you from the University of Washington, that goes with the horizon calculation. So this image at 16 minutes after the hour, this is one of the many black swan observations. Black swan is a term that was it was either the 15 or the 1600s that was originated. So I want to just go back to when that was. I didn't get the date. Oh, yeah, 1697. Yep. The expression black swan, it used to be a Latin expression which was based on the presumption that black swans did not exist. The expression was used in the original manner until around 1697 when Dutch mariners saw black swans living in Australia. So we love those 1697 Dutch mariners. Who did not indeed trademark the term, so that we can continue to use it today. So this particular observation done by a YouTube channel, BMBSL, something like that. We can show you the channel if you want. This is a still shot from their observation in Santa Barbara. So where it says there the horizon is behind the platform, 10 plus miles away. Do you see that, Snowy?
No. Did you send it in Sidechat?
Yeah. It's 16 minutes after the hour.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now you see it? Yeah. Okay, so anyway, that's the other calculation, which is in that link from the University of Washington. The maximum distance for the geometric horizon on a sphere is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you put those numbers in here for this 8-foot observer height, you end up with the maximum distance being 3.46 miles. In this particular image, the oil rigs are serving as distance markers. And so since the furthest oil rig platform habitat is 10.10 miles, and you can see the horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the water is behind the oil platforms, meaning it's over 10 miles away, meaning it's nowhere near the maximum distance. So that's the other calculation. But yeah, regarding, I think what you might have been, I'm going to see if I can get this other one up here.
Observer height 8 feet. And what is that building height?
The building height is not important because those are just marking the distance. So it wouldn't. I mean, they are oil rigs. They're platforms that were installed there in the 1980s. So the purpose of them is to mark the distance. So, they could just be signposts that say this is 6.08 miles, this is 10.10 miles. There's nothing about them, their height, anything about them really, other than they exist. That's their purpose, is to mark the distance and to show that the horizon's clearly behind them. So the
Okay.
horizon's more than 10 miles. So yeah, we talked about long distance observations. We just talked about the horizon. Because you asked, I assume what you were asking was related to the claim of the oblate spheroid, which is they're not even claiming like a giant, variation from the sphere. So, but some observations like the FE core laser test that I just put in there, they do calculate the percentage difference. I'll find it for you. I mean, it's pretty much going to be the same for all of them. It doesn't make, when we're talking about distances that are such a far order of magnitude over what would be expected on the sphere, the difference between their sphere and their WGS 84 model is just like negligible. But yeah, I mean, it's good that you asked that because it is a thing they claim. Oh yeah, here it is. I'll just screenshot it so you don't have to look through the whole thing. So this one's based on the FE core laser tests that were done in 2018. I can link you to that information too if you want. But here in measurement 1, I mean, this is just one example of how this has been taken into account. You know what? I'd rather show it to you on measurement 7 because that's the better one, and that's the one. Let's go down to measurement 7 and find it. Measurement 7 was 25 miles, and the target should have been hidden under 297 feet of drop, and the laser hit the target. Here it is. Okay, so for that 25-mile observation, that slide, these are all screenshots from that PDF file. The curvature correction, the calculated difference of curvature drop on WGS 84 to the spherical model from laser to target 4 is plus 2.56 millimeters or plus 0.101 inch. So like a tenth of an inch or 2.5 millimeters. It's like negligible because we're talking about 297 feet of missing drop, or 90 meters, almost 91 meters, 90.81 meters. So in 90.81 meters of missing drop, where this laser should not have hit the target because it should have been hidden behind 90.81 meters of drop, the difference there between the oblate spheroid, the WGS 84 model, and the perfect sphere is 2.5 millimeters. So it means like almost nothing when you're talking about the distances that we're talking about.
You said 98 meter.
90.81. That was measured 90.8. Just, basically 90 or 91. Rounded up to 91.
But that's, I feel like that's very negligible, no?
Oh my gosh. Do you like 297 feet better? I mean, 297 feet, almost 300 feet, so a 30-story building, to me, does not seem negligible, a 30-story building.
Wait, you said 90 meter, right? 90 meter?
Yeah.
90 meter.
I mean, do you like feet better? Because I like feet better. I was trying to be nice.
No,
I thought you would like meters.
meter. 90 meter is not even a kilometer. 90 meter is like 1/10 of a kilometer.
Yeah, so what's the problem here? That's not big enough. That's not big enough for you. I mean, we can show you the Koenig observations. He wants more. I mean, we could talk about Marconi's wireless telegraph. You just like bigger things. If I was missing a 30-story building, I'd be concerned. If my calculations were off by the height of a 30-story building, I'd be worried that my globe might be wrong.
I mean, if it was like 10 kilometers, then yeah. But 90 meters.
I can't even address it. I don't even know. It's just so outrageous. The entire skyline of the city of Chicago. I already told you that one. Like, I don't know. Like if that doesn't impress you, then I don't know. You're like, you're hard to impress.
I was just saying 90 meter, like they can be off of 90 meters.
So are you saying 90 meter of missing curvature is not enough?
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Well, I swear I'm being like I'm not. I don't have malicious intentions. I swear to God, but I feel like 90 meters is negligible number when it comes to how huge the Earth is. Yeah, they can be missing calculations for 90 meters. Like I don't know.
What do you mean it's missing? It's miscalculating. The thing is that 90 meter of curvature that you should be observing is not there. So 90 meters is almost 300 feet. Yeah. So 90 meters is not very, very little as well. So it's missing. It's not there. That curvature that it has to be there is not there. 90 meters doesn't matter. Even if it's 10 meters, it's not there. It's not there. Even if it's 30 feet that's missing, still, it's not there. You can do your own observations anyway, and see for yourself.
I mean, the laser thing, doesn't the laser kind of go forever? Like, doesn't the laser go insanely far?
Yeah, it depends on the power of the laser.
Yeah, why didn't they do it way further? They like.
Oh yeah, there is people they did it until 30 miles.
No, do it far as hell.
Which is 30 miles is
do it
almost
as far as you can.
200.
Do it as far as you can.
In 30 miles, it's almost 200 meter. It's missing.
Bro, do 10 kilometers.
10 miles is 33 feet. It's 33 meters, which is missing. We did that. 20 miles, which is 32 kilometers. Yeah, we did that, which is 90 meters missing. 30 miles is 200 meter missing. We did that as well. So what do you want? You want to do 100 miles?
I want to do a 10 kilometer miss.
10 kilometers is done already. It's been, 10 miles is 16 kilometers. Yeah, it's more than 10 kilometers. I'm not sure about the metric. Let me check the metric, how much will be the 10 kilometers.
No, I want to do 10 kilometers of missing curvature.
And then you have to do 100 miles, it's 6,000. Wait, let me calculate.
But you can't do it across the sea?
Yeah, you can do, but you need to have that high power laser that will shoot 30 miles, 150 miles.
Okay, well, we need that. Bro, I need that.
Well, you have something to do.
I guess so. Because that would really decimate them. Like, what the fuck are they gonna say to that? Because you're gonna tell them 90 meters. I mean, yeah, I guess, but like, tell them 10 kilometers of. Tell them 100 kilometers of fucking missing curvature. Now, what the fuck are they gonna say? Now they got nothing. Now they're gonna kill us all.
There is observations, which is like, there is missing like maybe 500 meter, almost 1 kilometer missing. But they are different. It's not laser observations like the Mount Kanagu and things like that.
I'm gonna be honest. Even 1 kilometer of curvature missing, that is very negligible. That's nothing. That's nothing. Are we serious? 1 kilometer? That's nothing. That's a 10-minute walk. Like,
yeah,
Yeah, but you know how much you have to go to have that missing 1 kilometer? It's I don't know why you're not getting it. Even if it's 10 meters, if it's missing curvature, it's in missing curvature. Depends how long you are measuring, how far you are measuring. More you can measure further, you will get more missing curvature. So now it's up to you how far you want to go. You want to do it 10 kilometers? Well, start working on it.
Yeah, I want to do
Because for us
as
it's enough.
far as I can.
Because for us it's enough. The 100 meter, 200 meter, 300 meter, it's enough. We know that it's not there. It's not there. It will not magically come up somewhere. So now you have work to do. Then surprise us.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was it. Good talking to you guys.
Yeah, you too. Come back anytime, or you can hang around and listen if you want. Glad to have you. I gave you the VC verified role, so you'll be able to easily unmute yourself and join the conversation next time you choose to. But yeah, I would just like to say, yeah, I appreciate you listening, and maybe if you go back over some of the materials that we put up there and look at them, maybe it will make more sense to you, because it's an outrageous amount of missing drop, and the drop should be there, and it's just not there.
Yep. And I just wanted to ask, because I didn't. I thought this server was just like chatting. I never thought that there's VCs. Can people just join VC, or somebody has to start the thing? Or
Yeah, that's a good question, because we used to be in the VC in here all the time, and then we've been in these other outposts of ours in Politics and English Hub for a while. But there's been a resurgence of trying to get more voice activity here. So, I mean, if you can get in there, then you can get in there. I gave you the VC verified role. I think like some of the voice channels you can go in with just that role, and go. I'm pretty sure you can. The place most recently there have been the most voice activity is the chill chat. So yeah, feel free to come back anytime and check out the chill chat. You might like it down there. They have a lot of fun down there.
all right. Peace, guys. It's midnight where I'm from, so I'm gonna sleep because I got fucking work tomorrow. Bye, and have a good night, day, whatever.
Oh wait, why didn't you guys speak in the politics thing anymore?
Well, people are there sometimes. I feel like we haven't been there as much as we were for a while. But like earlier today, I know a lot of people were there. Is that where you found us?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's the people there right now. Because we also have this channel in the English Hub, and I feel like lately people have been there more. But we still have the politics channel. Yep, I just think it's not as busy as it once was. But it comes and goes in waves.
Wait, what is the English thing?
The English Hub, I'll put the link there for you if you're interested. Its main purpose of this server, the English Hub, is to help people who are learning English, or just who want to help others learn English. But then they offered for us to put our own channel in there. So we talk about Flat Earth in a English learner friendly way. There, I put the invite in the live stream voice text. Did you see it?
Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was surprised, kind of snowy. He said that he was rebutting the gravity, he's rebutting this, he's rebutting that, and he didn't even know about the curvature calculator and all these things. I mean, that's very strange. And he's not comprehending that, 90 meters, which is like almost 300 feet of curvature missing, and he's not comprehending that. It's like very strange.
That was a really strange conversation. I totally endorse your opinion. Yeah, I wonder if it's a result of there's so many people that are, I don't know, it's almost like this weird pop social quasi-religious brand of flat earth that might be making it like people aren't actually talking about the most obvious things, which is that math clearly demonstrates that there is no sphere. Yeah. So he probably seriously could have talked about flat earth some of the flat earth things like my friends have sent me that are supposedly arguments for flat earth are absolutely horrible, but they're like things they found on Facebook or whatever. So, yeah, it doesn't actually surprise me. He could be totally upfront about never having heard the math. I believe it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit because he was talking very confident that when they come and they tell me something, I rebut it and I do it. I mean, how can you have even kind of argument about something that you know very, very little or almost none? That's strange. That's why I wanted to ask him. I asked him what is your best evidence of flat Earth, and he didn't have any. That's another strange.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully he left with more than he came with, and maybe other people did too. Who knows? Yeah, that's one thing I really appreciate because I took a break, Migo Wigo, from Flat Earth for a while, and when I came back, like people were way more hyper focused on the empirical evidence, and so that's one thing I really appreciate about 24/7. And we've always kind of said we were going to do that, but then sometimes it got into other avenues, which is fine occasionally, but as long as we always bring it back to make sure nobody leaves here without hearing the mathematical proofs, because those are the ones that can be explained in any language, regardless of your political or religious affiliation.
Yeah, that's why I sent him as well that globe thing where it says, every mile how much curving is missing. So I don't know if he got that one as well, because there it will be much, much more obvious.
Oh yeah, I was looking up some Canigou information for him, but then he left. And because I'm like, I guess not enough. We'll give him more, But oh well, maybe next time.
Yeah, Canigou observation is like it should be almost half a mile missing from the top of the mountain. So, and you can see the whole mountain. So it's like almost 2 miles of missing, 3 miles of missing curvature. So
yeah, maybe he'd like that one.
Yeah, but he wants 10 kilometers, which is like what, 6.6.
I actually really liked your answer to that. That was a great answer. Go do that. Now you got something to do. Get these young people doing something. Yeah. Good idea.
They to prevent everything, and they don't want to do anything. It's like
I know. Come back with your results, please, even if it takes you years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't remember anybody teaching me how to calculate curvature in high school.
Exactly. Because, when we learn that it's globe and it's done deals, we never thought about it again. We even experiencing the flat earth, flat water everywhere, but we never thought about it. We always thought it was a globe.
Well, they tell us it's a globe. I just wasn't convinced.
Unfortunately, I was.
I never bought it. I can't say I was entirely convinced it was a globe.
I used to love the pictures from space, all these planets apparently, and oh, NASA found a new planet and it looks like this. Oh my god, that's beautiful. I want to go there, you know, blah blah blah. Yeah, that was me. Astronomy magazine, I used to buy every month just to see new pictures, new things.
Yeah, as a teenager, I used to go to the library and read all the astronomy magazines and stuff like that too. But once I found out that they faked the moon landing, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. They faked it. You didn't have to twist my arm to believe that.
I'm falling asleep, guys. It's after midnight here, but it was great talking to everybody. Good to see everybody back here in the home server.
Only 12:44. Come on.
I know, but I usually have to go to bed way earlier than this, but it is the weekend nonetheless. I am exhausted, so I will see you all next time.
All right. Thanks for the warning.
Bye.
Have a good night. See you later.
And if you ask the average normal person, what's the horizon? They won't be able to give you a proper answer.
What is the horizon?
Well, the textbook is where the edge of the Earth begins, and the sky reaches and touches it to the Earth. But the real answer is it's the physical limitation of our eyesight. It's where we can see clearly up to a certain point. That makes a nice sharp definition. And then beyond that point, our vision is terrible and everything becomes fuzzy and we can no longer see sharp images after that.
If you have a camera and you zoom in on the horizon, can you see further?
Most cameras are not capable of seeing much superior to, say, the human eye. Maybe a little bit better, maybe twice as good. But you would need to use a telescope, and a large one, probably at least a 14-inch diameter. And those get expensive. Those can be $10,000. And then a camera to attach to it to take a photograph, another couple thousand for the camera. Most people don't have that kind of disposable income.
For you, it has to be geometrical place. It has to have its distance, which is not.
Yeah, the simple way to explain to people how terrible human vision is that if you look at the moons, the Galilean moons of Jupiter, the 4 largest moons, a very, very tiny percentage of our population has eyesight good enough to see those moons by the naked eye. And it typically is younger people whose eyes have not been damaged through doing stuff like staring at screens all day. But most people need at least binoculars to see the moons of Jupiter. And if you want a really good image of it, you need to use a good telescope. And so from there, you can kind of understand that in order to see even along the horizon, along the horizontal plane, you need really good equipment to see well.